Chapter 693. Ice Crystals and a Black Mountain. The following scene was somewhat against Han Li's expectations. The huge blue net sparkled with light and held firm against the huge sword's descent. The translucent, sparkling lines of the net appeared incredibly durable. The huge sword fiercely chopped the net several times, but the net held firm. Under control of the old man, the net wrapped layers and layers of thread around the sword, trapping the sword in just a short moment. Although it was only loosely restrained, it would still be difficult to escape from in a short amount of time. Han Li frowned. Just as he thought about what to do next, the old man seized the initiative. With an icy expression, the old man held his hands in a strange wheel-shaped incantation gesture. Immediately after, streaks of various colored spell seals began to shoot out from his hand towards the sphere of light above him. The blue light sphere began to shrink and ruptured after the old man uttered a cryptic incantation. Countless slivers of palm-wide ice crystals began to appear around the old man. Twinkling with blue light, they occupied an area of 30 meters around him. With a fierce glare, the old man boldly spread out his hands to Han Li and uttered a harsh command, "Go." In that instant, the ice crystals launched themselves in a barrage and filled the skies with their wails. The dense wave converging onto Han Li's position made for a breathtaking sight. "This is a spirit technique." Han Li wore an astonished expression, but his hands didn't stay still. He activated the flower basket and slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A cloud of black-tainted gold devouring beetles wildly rushed forth and began to surround Han Li's body. This time the beetles didn't transform into an object. They merely revolved in place, creating an impenetrable barrier around Han Li and hiding him from view. Once the flower basket left his hand, it transformed into a cloud of white mist and directly charged towards the barrage of ice crystals. It had managed to absorb a majority of the ice crystals into its folds upon contact. As soon as this happened, the remaining ice crystals flew around the flower basket as if they were intelligent and converged towards Han Li once more. In unbroken succession, the ice crystals were stopped by the beetle swarm for just a moment before piercing through inside. The insect barrier was restored to its original shape, but there was no sound coming from behind it, as if it were completely dead. Old Man Mu couldn't help but cry out in alarm after seeing this. His ice crystal technique was similar to the cultivator's elemental Daoist technique, the ice rain technique. However, it was greater in quantity, and the ice blades were completely created from a profound ice chi that he cultivated from within his body. Not only was it amazingly sharp, but it was also incredibly cold. Cultivators who were unaware of this would be incapable of dealing with the icy chi it left behind after being shattered, given that they were able to protect themselves. However, his ice crystals completely disappeared with no sign of the icy chi. After a moment of hesitation, he thought to use his spiritual sense to peer inside the beetle barrier, but suddenly he heard a loud noise from above him. He simply heard a ring from both his ears before he felt his consciousness dim. He had nearly fallen from the sky from being caught off guard. In the old man's furious alarm, he hurriedly slapped his hands together and fiercely patted his body several times before a white light barrier appeared around his body. He regained steady footing and turned his head to look above. The huge silver bell had flown above him at an unknown time. He had suffered a direct attack from it just a moment ago. At that moment, the bell sparkled with silver light and launched another sound attack. This time the attack wasn't aimed at the old man. Instead, the sound waves were aimed at the huge blue net that was tangling with the huge azure sword. Not good. The old man immediately recollected himself and hastily attempted to cast a technique to block the attack, but he was too late. The blue net was struck by the silver sound waves and were shredded apart inch by inch, allowing the huge sword to break free of its bindings. The huge sword then cleaved towards the old man without any reservations. But before the sword met its mark, it faced an immense pressure against it. Although the old man was already covered in a layer of protection, he didn't dare to directly receive a strike from such an immense blade. With a pale face and swaying body, he summoned a blue light barrier that spanned 100 meters around him. Soon after, he beckoned to the blue orb in the air, and the magic treasure immediately flew above him. After spitting a mist of pure chi on it, another layer of light protected him. He then turned his glance to Han Li with a grave expression. His complexion paled even further. Han Li's beetle barrier had already scattered and it become a cloud that floated above him. He extended his hand and several inch-large azure ice flowers appeared in his hand. He was indifferently looking at the old man. When their gazes met, Han Li's icy gaze made the old man inwardly tremble. However, his sights were soon focused on the small, exquisite ice flowers in Han Li's grasp and he revealed great bewilderment. Under the sunlight, the ice flowers brilliantly sparkled in a display of vast beauty, but that was far from the old man's mind. Having cultivated ice attribute spirit techniques for hundreds of years, he was able to feel an astonishingly cold spiritual power from the flowers despite their distance. Although it felt somewhat unfamiliar, the old man was filled with an unspeakable dread nonetheless. In that instant the old man curled his lips and wore an unsightly expression. "Did you use that to break through my spirit technique? Could you tell me about that treasure of yours?" When Han Li heard this, he smiled and calmly said, "The treasure? Let's leave it for now. If you agree to tell me about that spirit technique of yours, I might say something about it." "What? A cultivator like you is interested in the spell warrior spirit techniques? Isn't that strange?" The old man's astonishment was replaced with his originally gloomy expression. But from the old man's wandering gaze, Han Li could faintly make out a trace of dread that he held towards the ice flowers. Han Li couldn't help but sneer. When the old man saw Han Li's expression, he grew furious. With a cold snort, he slapped his storage pouch and he summoned an item in a flash of black light. It was pitch black and seemed to resemble a small mountain. Han Li glanced with surprise. Before he could examine the object, the old man had already begun chanting an incantation. He shortly tossed the small mountain in the air and it shined with black light. In a mere instant, its size grew to 100 meters in width and it only continued to expand. When Han Li saw this, he felt his breath turn cold. Han Li instinctively pointed to the huge azure sword. With a clear ring, it transformed into a streak and fiercely chopped down at the top of the small mountain. With a huge rumble, the azure streak and the black light collided, releasing tumbling stones and magnificent light. Han Li narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the scene. His sword had dug a 30-meter deep hole into the top of the black mountain. However, it was clear that it was still far from cleaving the mountain into two. Additionally, he was able to see the mountain closing the hole at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before he could muster a second strike, it had already restored most of the damage that was done. The mountain had risen over 300 meters tall within its black radiance. It appeared no different from a true mountain. Even as unwavering and composed as Han Li was, his expression grew unsightly at the sight of the black mountain that stood before him. There was without a doubt that if the mountain were to strike him, any beetle barrier or armor would not be able to save him. He would be flattened. At that moment, Han Li's huge sword had already struck the huge mountain several times but to no effect. The old man sinisterly chuckled and pointed at the mountain. With a rustle of wind, it appeared above Han Li and began to ruthlessly fall down. In Han Li's alarm, he was unable to think any further. Rolls of thunder had already appeared from his back. In a flash of silver light, he disappeared without a trace. He appeared 100 meters away with a pair of silver-white wings on his back. In the instance Han Li disappeared, the old man felt his heart drop. The old man saw Han Li reappear at a different location. He gazed at Han Li with great caution, his expression filled with astonishment. Having realized that Han Li was capable of instant movement, the old man knew that he would be unable to restrain Han Li and that his efforts were wasted. After all, at his current cultivation he was only capable of moving the huge black mountain several times. Each use would greatly drain his magic power. He didn't dare to use it recklessly. Chapter 694. Frozen over. Chapter 694. Frozen over. With great alarm lingering within, the old man thought to retreat. Han Li, on the other hand, glanced at the black mountain with a trace of awe. Such a peculiar and astonishing treasure wasn't something that this old man was able to refine. It was most likely some ancient treasure that had remained from antiquity. Han Li was certain that this treasure's might wasn't something that even a late nascent soul cultivator couldn't endure. So long as the strike landed, it could decide any battle in a single strike. With this item in hand, he would be able to solve his lacking attack power. Not to mention that he was also interested in the old man's wind-riding chariot. With that in mind, Han Li's gaze shifted to the old man and his expression gradually grew hostile. A trace of killing intent could be seen deep within his eyes. Although he hadn't fought much with the old man, Hanli was confident that he understood most of his techniques. It seemed to be the old man's misfortune that he was specialized in ice attribute techniques. With the celestial ice flames, they wouldn't pose much of a threat against Hanli. Despite the vast number of ice crystals that had attacked him, he was able to easily dissolve them with the celestial ice flames. This teleporting black mountain should be the old man's most powerful treasure. However, with the instantaneous movements of the thunderstorm wings, it is of no use against Hanli. In this case, it should be possible for Hanli to kill the old man. Having come to a decision, Hanli no longer held any hesitation. The ice flowers in his grasp trembled and flickered with blue light, quickly transforming into an egg-sized flame. It hovered in his palm and emitted a bizarre aura. At that same moment, Hanli pointed to the huge sword and the silver bell with his free hand. Soon after, he flapped his wings and disappeared, leaving only thunder in his wake. In the next moment, he reappeared 300 meters away from the old man, with blue flames in his grasp. The huge sword and the silver bell had flourished with radiance and shot towards the old man in brilliant streaks of light. Along the way, the huge sword suddenly dissolved into several 100-foot-long sword lights and filled the sky, surrounding the old man within a swarm of swords. Azure light flickered without end as the sword light began to fiercely pierce through the old man's light barrier. The bell unleashed waves and waves of silver sound waves, shaking the old man's light barrier upon impact. These attacks had greatly alarmed the old man, but he still kept a sound mind. In addition to pouring a large quantity of spiritual power into the pearl above him, strengthening the barrier around him, he also quickly formed a hand incantation. Blue light pulsed from his body and shed off from it. After a quick rotation in the air, the light transformed into 4-meter-long ice shields that rotated around him. They were small and exquisitely refined. The old man felt more at ease with these ice shields protecting him. He immediately beckoned to the black mountain in the distance and it began to fly back towards him in a streak of black light. As this happened, he continuously glanced around him in fear that Hanli would launch a sudden attack on him. As expected of a nascent soul stage spell warrior, he possessed much combat experience. With another burst of thunder, Hanli appeared about 40 meters away from the old man in a flash of lightning. A dense barrage of incisive, azure threads suddenly shot out from his hand, a display of the Night Azure Needle's treasure talisman. At such a short distance, the old man was unable to respond in time. The myriads of azure threads pierced through the blue light barrier and directly struck the ice shields. Sounds of cracking ice filled the air as the azure threads struck the ice shields. In a brilliant flash of white light, the needles became covered in dense, glistening ice and began to fall to the ground. When the old man saw this, his alarm soon turned to joy. With a chuckle, he opened his mouth and shot a beam of blue light directly towards the nearby Hanli. In response, Hanli disappeared from sight in a flash of silver light. In that moment of delay, the black mountain flew above the old man. Its towering figure made for an astonishing sight. Without any hesitation, the old man struck the mountain with a spell seal. The mountain then began to tremble and released a large glow of black light from its bottom. With the old man at its center, the mountain enveloped the several hundred azure sword lights and the huge silver bell within its light. These treasures immediately began to swivel and shake in an attempt to break free, but their power was greatly weakened. The swaying light barrier had returned to normal once more. When the old man saw this, he felt greatly relieved. Soon after, he flipped his hand. The wind-riding chariot reappeared in his palm with a flash of white light. He lightly tossed it into the air and it began to expand to its original size. A short moment later, it was successfully restored and flew off to the side. For some unknown reason, the old man felt a sense of dread ever since Hanli transformed the ice flowers in his palm into small blue flames. With the additional appearance of Hanli's thunderstorm wings, he felt that matters had turned for the worse and decided to flee, rather than continue the fight. Seeing that the wind-riding chariot had been successfully prepared, the old man immediately transformed into a streak of light. Several flashes later, he charged past the obstructed flying swords and towards the wind-riding chariot in nearly the blink of an eye. When the light faded away, the old man was already safely located inside the wind-riding chariot. With relief in his heart, he thought to retrieve his pearl and the Black Mountain, when he suddenly heard thunder at his side. In flash of light, Han Li suddenly appeared before him. "Ah!" The old man loudly shouted and raised his hand, but it was too late. Han Li's arm was already shooting towards the old man like a bolt of lightning. The celestial ice flames completely enveloped his hand. The old man felt his heart sink, but the shields of ice floating around him automatically moved to protect him. In a flash of white light, they appeared in front of the old man just in time. The old man felt a trace of joy after seeing this. Han Li had attacked his crystal ice shields without any defenses. He was simply courting death. Surely in just a moment his arm will be frozen through by the frigid qi. With a muffled peng, white and blue light brightly shone. The old man felt his heart drop by the sudden turn of events. The flame-clad hand was already pressing against his chest. It felt extremely soft to the touch. Before the old man could even scream, the strange icy flames had quickly spread from Han Li's grasp, engulfing the old man in a single breath. In a short instant, Han Li saw a majority of the man's body turn into a statue of ice. With a fearful expression, the old man hurriedly summoned the core yang flames that he spent several hundreds of years diligently cultivating. It wound around his neck and released a blinding white light, preventing the ice from spreading to his head. For a moment the core flames were in a deadlock with the blue ice. When Han Li saw this, he scoffed. He waved his free hand. A streak of azure sword qi then appeared in the air and ruthlessly chopped towards the old man's head. A short moment later, the white light trembled and the blue frost quickly covered whatever remained of his head. The severed half of the old man's face revealed despair, but soon hostility filled his eyes. A clear sound rang from the top of his head. A nascent soul with the old man's face had manifested. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he spat a bolt of lightning towards the nascent soul without any reservations. However, the nascent soul immediately disappeared from sight in a pulse of blinding blue light. The bolt of lightning had missed. When Han Li hurriedly glanced around, he saw that the nascent soul was already 300 meters away. Without any hesitation, it disappeared once more in a flash of blue light. At that moment, the blue pearl trembled for a moment before disappearing as well. The pearl then reappeared inside the nascent soul's grasp. The nascent soul gazed at Han Li with a resentful expression before silently blurring out of sight. Not long after, it turned into a speck of light that flew towards the horizon. At that distance, it no longer used instant movement and simply tore through the skies with blue pearl in hand. Not long after, it could no longer be seen. Han Li coldly glanced at the departing nascent soul and simply grabbed onto the old man's corpse without moving. Although his thunderstorm wings were also capable of instant movement, the delay between each movement made it so that he was still too slow to catch up to him. Since it escaped his first blow, he allowed it to go free as there was no immediate need to kill it. At that moment, the old man's nascent soul had already disappeared without a trace. Han Li expressionlessly shook his hand and caused the old man's frozen corpse to shatter, filling the sky with glossy blue dust. 1. Given to him by Layman Qing Yi in Heaven Void Hall, Chapter 468. This treasure talisman was only used once in his battle with Wen Tianren, the disciple of Arch-Saint Six Paths, Chapter 572. Chapter 695. Gathering together. Although he hadn't dealt with the opponent's nascent soul, the old man's body was destroyed. It should take decades before he could recover his vitality, let alone possess another body. Finding a suitable body should take quite some time. Even if he begrudgingly possessed an unsuitable corpse, his cultivation would greatly decrease. As for the two ancient treasures and the storage pouch that were left behind, they were a great profit. Even if he didn't find Master Tsang Kuan's cave residence, this dangerous journey into the Milan Plains would still turn a profit. With that thought, he glanced at the faintly silver storage pouch that was left behind from the body. Han Li calmly reached for the storage pouch and summoned it into his hand. He then immersed his spiritual sense into it and casually probed it, only to be filled with disappointment. Apart from a dozen mid-grade spirit stones, there were only a few common tool refinement materials and a few bottles of medicine pills. When Han Li opened the medicine pills, he found them to be of common quality. It seemed the Milan Plains were truly lacking cultivation materials. Even a grand nascent soul spell warrior lacked decent items. As for any jade slips, the storage pouch completely lacked them. Han Li was baffled by this and sighed in great disappointment. He originally wished to acquire a few spirit techniques and see if there were any techniques that would greatly increase his strength in a short amount of time. Unfortunately, there was no such luck. After putting away the storage pouch, Han Li raised his head and glanced at the huge mountain with a fervent gaze. Although the treasure's master had already fled as a manifested nascent soul, the black mountain still remained in its enlarged form, sparkling with black light. Han Li narrowed his eyes and gently beckoned to the mountain. The masterless ancient treasure flickered with brilliance and quickly shrunk before shooting towards Han Li. By the time it arrived within his grasp, it had already turned back into a miniature mountain. Han Li curiously weighted the small mountain in his hand. It wasn't particularly heavy, and he examined it several times through only to find 3 faint gold characters on the bottom of the mountain. Thousand-layer mountain. Han Li couldn't help but utter its name. Satisfaction appeared from his eyes. After putting away the mountain, Han Li glanced at the wind-riding chariot and put it away as well. After glancing in the direction that the old man's nascent soul had fled, Han Li lowered his head in thought before deciding to fly off in a different direction. Not long after, no trace of Han Li could be seen nearby. Among a group of hills, there was no one to be found, only fields filled with straws as tall as men. But not long after, azure light flashed from the horizon. A short moment later, the azure streak arrived above the hill. It flew around and faded away to reveal Han Li. After taking another glance beneath him, he frowned and suddenly flung his sleeve. Several streaks of azure light directly struck the hill like shooting stars. As a result, the azure light bursted about 100 meters in the air. A layer of extremely faint white light suddenly appeared in the air. There were 4 people underneath it that were looking at him, all wearing a faint smile. They were Marquis Nanlong, the white-haired old man, and the tan-skinned man. Marquis Nanlong twirled his beard and chuckled. It is truly fortunate for Han Li to have arrived safely. He then waved his hand, causing the light barrier to disappear. Oh, the others still haven't arrived? Han Li replied with a smile and floated down before them. The tan man shook his head and calmly said, "We fear the other fellow Daoist may have had trouble fleeing. When we separately fled, fellow Daoist Long and fellow Daoist Wang were pursued by spell warriors. It is quite a difficult matter to break away from them." Marquis Nanlong excitedly said, "However, I feared for you most. If I saw correctly, that wind-riding chariot should have chased after you." Fellow Daoist managed to easily shake it off despite its amazing speed. "It seems I've misjudged you." Han Li pursed his lips when he heard the Marquis. He could faintly make out a trace of bewilderment from his words. Han Li wore a calm expression and casually replied, "It was nothing. I merely hold a bit of confidence in my movement techniques." Seeing that Han Li wasn't eager to explain how he escaped, the Marquis tactfully changed the topic and began to talk about the 9-Nation Union's upcoming war with the Mulan. It would shake the entire continent as a whole. Excluding the white-clothed old man, the old woman and the tan man both interestedly included themselves in the conversation. Marquis Nanlong mysteriously smiled and said, "I recall that the last war with the spell warriors lasted over 10 years. Who knows how many years this war will last? However, the Heavenly South's Devil Dao, Righteous Dao, and even Brother Han's Heavenly Dao Alliance will have to send soldiers. And given the Drifting Cloud Sect's position in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, a nascent soul elder will be required to participate in the battle. Perhaps fellow Daoist Han will have another chance to visit the Mulan Plains." The old woman nodded her head and softly said, "In addition to the 3 superpowers sending assistance to the 9 Nations Union, there are also a few vagrant cultivators that volunteer to block the spell warriors, with many an expert among them. The Mulan are incredibly difficult to hold off." The tan man frowned and mused, "However, I am quite baffled as to why Mulan would launch an attack despite knowing that the powers of our Heavenly South have united against them. From their current forces, they don't have a chance of winning, considering what had happened in the last war. It isn't wise for them to take the initiative to attack with just this. In the last war, they redoubled their attack because of an abrupt wave of reinforcements. Could it be that most of their tribes will be participating in this war? That certainly is possible, but..." As the conversation continued, much time had unknowingly passed by. Suddenly, Marquis Nanlong suddenly paused in the middle of comment and he turned his head to the sky. The others unconsciously followed his gaze and their faces grew serious. It was possible that a spell warrior would arrive instead of one of their scattered cultivators. They were in the Milan Plains after all. They saw a flash of light from the horizon, revealing one black streak and two crimson spheres of light flying towards them. Marquis Nanlong attentively glanced at them for a moment before calming down. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just fellow Daoist Wang and his two juniors." When the others heard this, they also appeared happy. A short moment later, the streaks of light grew closer. This time, Marquis Nanlong directly removed the restrictions, allowing Wang Tiangu and company to land next to the rest of the party. When Wang Tiangu saw Han Li amongst the party, he revealed a trace of surprise and said, Fellow Daoist Han arrived earlier than we did. That is truly surprising." It seemed he also saw the wind-riding chariot pursue Han Li. It was likely he basked in schadenfreude at the time. Han Li swept his gaze to Wang Chan and Yen Rian at his side and calmly replied, "It was merely a fluke." However, fellow Daoist Wang was able to escape without injuries while looking after two juniors. "You truly have my admiration." His tone seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Wang Tiangu indifferently replied, The spell warrior pursuing me wasn't fast in the slightest. My two juniors and I joined hands to employ one of our sect's movement techniques. We were able to easily shake them off. It isn't comparable to escaping pursuit from the wind-riding chariot." Han Li inwardly sneered. Just as he thought to say something further, his expression suddenly changed and he swallowed his words. Marquis Nanlong raised his head to the sky and yelped with a joyful expression, Fellow Daoist Long is coming. It seems our luck is quite good. We can all hurry to our destination unharmed. I was actually pondering whether or not we'd be able to succeed in breaking the formation if we were missing a few members." When the party heard this, they all revealed joy. If they were incapable of acquiring the treasure because of a missing member, it would be a rather depressing matter. The white-clothed old man suddenly broke his silence and gravely said, "Not good. It seems fellow Daoist Long is injured and is still being pursued." Once the others heard this, Han Li and the others hastily turned their eyes to the sky with shock. They saw that there was actually a green and red streak of light closely pursuing the stern-faced cultivator. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the hill where the party was located. Marquis Nanlong's expression quickly turned sullen. Chapter 696. Alarmed Retreat. Chapter 696. Alarmed Retreat. It seems fellow Daoist Long has encountered some trouble. Two spell warriors are chasing after him. Everyone set out. With that resolute shout, Marquis Nanlong flew towards the sky in a ball of golden light. The others glanced at one another before successively following suit. Suddenly 8 streaks of various colored light appeared above the hills, hastily flying towards the stern-faced cultivator surnamed Long. The white streak of light that was rushing towards their location immediately grew faster upon spotting them. In an instant, it arrived before the party and faded away to reveal the stern-faced cultivator. His face was pale as if he had suffered damage to his vitality. "Many thanks for your assistance. I cannot thank you all enough." The stern-faced cultivator saluted the party and his anxious expression was replaced with gratitude. Marquis Nanlong floated in the air and asked with a voice of concern, "It is no problem. Are you all right? How did you get 2 spell warriors to pursue you? I recall that only one went to chase you." The stern-faced cultivator bitterly smiled and helplessly said, "I'm fine. But after being pursued for the greater half of a day, another spell warrior tagged along the pursuit. I spent 2 days trying to outrun them and my vitality is quite worn down." The old woman sighed and said, "It was no wonder why fellow Daoist Long fled here. Apart from fellow Daoist Nanlong and fellow Daoist Yun, nobody else would have been able to escape from 2 early nascent soul stage spell warriors." Han Li glanced into the distance and smiled. However, regardless of how powerful these 2 pursuers may be, they are rather quite courageous to stay here for the time being. Do they not fear retaliation for overreaching themselves? Needless to say, when the 2 spell warriors spotted Han Li and company, they simply stopped rather than immediately fleeing. They merely gazed at them from a distance. Their appearances were clear to see from the party's immense spiritual sense. One of them was golden-skinned and wore a crown of feathers along with hemp robes. The other had a sinister appearance and wore green robes. They were both spell warriors at the early nascent soul stage. Marquis Nanlong snorted and coldly shouted, "You two fellow Daoists still haven't left? Could it be you wish for us to take action? If you two aren't careful, you will meet your end here." The hemp-robed spell warrior glanced at them and caustically said, "What an arrogant tone. Although we aren't a match for you, it is beyond your powers to kill us. We don't need to attack you, merely delay you for half a day. Do you really believe you will have a chance of leaving? It would be better for you all to obediently sit in place. Perhaps we may allow your souls to reincarnate." Marquis Nanlong furiously laughed and began to glow with blinding light. "Delay us for half a day? Do you believe that we will allow it?" The green-robed spell warrior expressionlessly said, "Perhaps. As masters of the Milan Plains, it is only proper for us to entertain our guests." Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen. "Humph. It seems you won't recognize defeat until you see your own end. Brother Yun, let's attack." However, the white-clothed old man revealed a trace of helplessness and sighed. "I originally wished to preserve magic power for the matters ahead, but we cannot have these two buzzing on our tail. We can only attack." With that said, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver dermic wheel, an 8-spoked wheel, Dharmachakra. The wheel was fist-sized and glittered with light. It gradually expanded to a meter in length. When the two spell warriors saw this, they immediately stepped back. Brilliance began to shine from their body as they cautiously glanced at the old man. As for Marquis Nanlong, he wordlessly swept his sleeve and tossed out a golden flying sword. Han Li and company also began to silently summon their magic power and slowly drifted forward. At that moment, a red streak of light suddenly shined from the horizon in the direction of the two spell warriors. As the fiery light neared, the party couldn't help but cease their attacks. The two spell warriors naturally knew that something had appeared behind them. The hemp-robed spell warrior calmly beckoned to the fiery light and revolved once above his head before steadily dropping into his hand. It combusted into flames and began to burn at the center of his hand. It was a sound transmission talisman. "What?" The hemp-robed spell warrior quickly scanned its contents with his spiritual sense and cried out in alarm. Marquis Nanlong and company were able to clearly see the shock on his face. This person suddenly turned his head to the green-robed spell warrior and sent him a voice transmission. The green-robed spell warrior's expression changed upon hearing him and also yelped. The two carefully examined the cultivators present before their gazes arrived onto Han Li. Their expressions grew grave. Han Li appeared entirely calm, but he already guessed that this likely had to do with the fatal injury he had dealt to the old man, forcing his nascent soul to escape. Could it be that the old man had a close relationship with the two? As Han Li pondered, the two spell warriors fiercely glared at him before glancing at each other and revealing a trace of hesitation. They softly sent a few voice transmissions to one another before wordlessly retreating in two flashes of bright light. The others were surprised by this. After a moment of hesitation, they decided to not pursue them. In the blink of an eye, the two spell warriors had already disappeared off into the horizon. Wang Tiangu mysteriously smiled and asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, those two seem to be particularly mindful of you. Do you recognize those two spell warriors?" It was unknown what he had intended by the question. Han Li replied without any hesitation, "I don't recognize them. This is the first time I've arrived in the Milan Plains. How could I possibly know them?" Marquis Nanlong frowned, but he soon unfurrowed his brow. "All right, regardless of what was going on with those two spell warriors, let's hurry and acquire the treasures. We can't stay for long in the Milan Plains." Marquis Nanlong didn't inquire much about the situation and pretended that it hadn't happened. Wang Tiangu immediately dropped the matter upon hearing the Marquis. Although the others were also puzzled, they didn't speak much of it. Since the two spell warriors seemed to look upon Han Li with resentment, the party felt disinclined from digging too deeply into the matter. As a result, Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man led the way, and the party quickly traversed through the Milan Plains. Following along the border of the Milan Plains, they headed west and arrived before a barren ashen-gray mountain. It was only several hundred meters tall and was devoid of any vegetation. Han Li and the others glanced at the mountain with astonishment. Master Tsongkuan's cave residence was such an unremarkable mountain? The spiritual qi was also sparse here. If Marquis Nanlong hadn't led the way, They definitely wouldn't have arrived in such a place. Alright, here we are. Fellow Daoist Yun and I will open the outer layer of restrictions. Follow us closely. Marquis Nanlong gave the party a word of warning before leading the way alongside the white-robed old man. When they arrived at the center of the mountain, they each took out a small flag. These 2 flags were a meter long. One sparkled with dazzling green light, and the other was yellow and fluttered with faint talisman characters. One could tell they were unordinary at first glance. The others couldn't help but hold their breaths in anticipation as they attentively gazed at the 2's actions. The 2 began to softly mutter incantations without pause. The 2 flags simultaneously began to twinkle with light and gradually began to tremble as if attempting to break free from their grasp. Go! At nearly the same instant, Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man released their flags at nearly the same time. In a flash of brilliance, the small flags dug into some portion of the earth and disappeared without trace. A short moment later there was no sign of movement. Han Li and the others all revealed traces of doubt. The old woman signed and was about to ask a question when the earth began to tremble. Most of the party was unable to keep their balance amongst the trembling ground. However, the following scene left Han Li startled. Chapter 697. Lightning fire spike. As the ground fiercely trembled, a fine crack spread from the top of the mountain down the base of the mountain. White light began to shine from the crack as if the mountain were split into 2. Han Li and company felt their breaths turn cold. Their hearts felt complete awe at the sight of Marquis Nanlong and fellow Daoist Yun splitting open the mountain. Despite their shock, they still managed to appear calm as they observed what was happening. The 2 with the lowest cultivation, Wang Chan and Yen Rian, stood behind Wang Tiangu in complete silence. After Han Li coldly glanced at the 2, he turned his sights back on the mountain. It seemed he wouldn't have an opportunity to slay Wang Chan before they acquired the treasure. As Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man continued their incantations for a moment more, the mountain eventually split into 2, creating a huge crevice that was over 30 meters wide. A limestone stairway laid within. Let's go. With a trace of excitement on the old man's face, he led the way. As for the other founder of the party, Marquis Nanlong remained behind with a smile. Han Li felt his heart stir. It seems that this white-clothed old man was quite the character to have Marquis Nanlong actually guard the rear. The others saw this and glanced at each other, but they all tactfully kept silent on the matter. Instead they calmly walked inside. The stairs lasted for quite a while. White moonstones were embedded in each side, but the further they descended, the colder it became. Not long after, they were already 300 meters deep into the mountain, and the moonlight stone's faint white light had soon turned into a faint green for some unknown reason. This caused the descending passage to appear ominous. When Han Li saw this, he frowned and unconsciously pulled away from the tan cultivator ahead of it. If anything happened, the distance would give him enough time to react. Han Li wasn't the only one to do this. Apart from Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man, the other cultivators began to keep a distance of about 30 meters from each other. Marquis Nanlong and the old man surnamed Yun clearly knew that the other cultivators were actually taking precautions against them. However, they deliberately ignored this and continued forward without a trace of dissatisfaction. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li and company had arrived in a large mysterious hall. The reason why it was mysterious was because it appeared as if the entire hall was created from a giant hollowed boulder of jade. Its sparkling and translucent blue light appeared extremely beautiful. Now that they stood within the 100-meter-wide hall, everyone wore a face of amazement. This material obviously couldn't have been true jade. Once they swept their spiritual sense past the walls, they were promptly repelled. It was incapable of seeing past them. Han Li wasn't alarmed this. He used his spiritual sense to probe the other parts of the hall only to find that they were all the same. Han Li inwardly pondered with a sense of apprehension and turned his gaze to the other cultivators in the room. Wang Tiangu and the others also frowned. It was clear that they also found this to be troublesome. Could this be where the wondrous soul restriction was located? It seemed Marquis Nanlong wasn't exaggerating. Just as Han Li's mind began to wonder, the entire hall began to violently shake and they heard a series of huge tremors from behind them. The old woman and the others hastily turned their heads in alarm. They discovered that the stairway had unknowingly disappeared and was replaced with walls of sparkling blue light. A moment later the entire hall became deathly quiet. "Fellow Daoist Nangong, what is the meaning of this?" the Tan cultivator asked with a sullen expression. The other cultivators also became vigilant as they glanced at Marquis Nangong and the white-clothed old man, their eyes flickering around the room. Marquis Nangong didn't display the slightest surprise and calmly said, "Be at ease, fellow Daoists. The outside restrictions were merely reactivated, causing the mountain to close once more. The last time we came here this also happened. We merely had to wait 3 days until the restriction's strength was at its weakest before leaving the mountain. We won't be trapped here. Moreover, with the outer restrictions shut, we have no fear of spell warriors discovering us." While the others were somewhat skeptical of that explanation, they appeared visibly relieved. So long as Marquis Nangong and the white-clothed old man were in the hall with them, they had no fear of any trap being set or any malicious planning. The Tan cultivator saluted and said, "So it was like that. It seems I was being rash." Fellow Daoist Nangong chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. Let's hurry to break the restriction. Last time fellow Daoist Yun and I returned dejected from failure. This wondrous soul formation isn't easy to break." The old woman's wrinkly face broke into a smile and she said, "Is the formation truly that difficult to break? I've acquired a treasure in the past that was specialized in breaking many restrictions and barriers. Perhaps we can save ourselves the trouble and simply use this treasure to break the restriction?" A trace of joy flickered from the white-clothed old man's expression and he immediately replied, If Lady Tai possesses such an exceptional treasure, please give it a try. Our method of using spiritual sense to dissolve the restriction isn't guaranteed to be successful." Revealing a trace of delight, Marquis Nangong said, "That's right. Fellow Daoist Tai, please go ahead." The old woman chuckled and a trace of spirit flickered from her dull eyes. "Since you fellow Daoists have both agreed, I'll be blunt. If this somehow manages to luckily break the restrictions, will I have first pick alongside you two as well?" The other cultivators had slightly changed expressions after hearing this. Marquis Nangong revealed slight surprise, but after glancing at the white-clothed old man, he suddenly said to the others, "Regardless of whether it be Lady Tai or anyone else, so long as you succeed in breaking the formation, they will have priority selection for a treasure after us too. What does everyone think?" Once that was said, Marquis Nangong swept his gaze past the party. Han Li and Wang Tiangu both appeared indifferent to this, but the tan man and the stern-faced cultivator appeared displeased. Regardless, no objections were raised. Marquis Nangong smiled and decisively said, "The others have no objections. Lady Tai, you may take action." "Since that's the case, I will be making an attempt." The old woman was inwardly delighted. She held quite some confidence in her treasure. So long as it wasn't an intangible formation like an illusion formation, she had a large chance of success. Why else would she take the risk of angering the rest of the party? Lady Tai flung out her sleeve and took out an object that was only several inches long. This fire-red object was narrow at the front and thick at the back, resembling something like a spike. The old man paid no attention to the others and spat a mist of blinding light onto the spike. A short moment later, the spike flickered with red light and began to emit waves of heat that quickly spread throughout the hall. As experienced as they were, the Marquis and the white-clothed old man immediately knew that this object was unordinary and unconsciously took a few steps away from the woman as they glanced at her spike. Wang Chan and Yen Rian revealed shock upon contacting the heat wave and hastily enveloped themselves in a crimson barrier. They felt their bodies scorch. As late core formation cultivators, they were unable to endure such temperatures. With a flash of white light, the spike began to crackle. Han Li and the others began to keenly gaze at the spike, discovering that the spike's flames faintly pulsed with white lightning. This was an ancient treasure with the dual attributes of lightning and fire. The cultivators looked upon the old woman with varied emotions. The woman ignored this and deeply glanced at the blue wall in front of her. Her wrist shook and she thrust the lightning fire spike into it. Fiery light flourished and muffled booms sounded out. The spike began to swiftly revolve above her head and soon its speed increased to the point where it became a blur. The faint red-white blur quickly flew throughout the hall, barely able to be seen. The cultivators in the hall all watched with amazement. Han Li was particularly alarmed at the sight. This was the first time he had seen such a swift ancient treasure. Even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to defend against it. If he were to fight against such a treasure, he would have no way of dealing with it apart from the thunderstorm wings. Chapter 698. Taking action. The old woman pointed at the faint blur of light in the air and solemnly shouted, "Go!" Suddenly red and white light flickered and the lightning fire spike fiercely struck the blue crystal wall in front of the old woman. With a muffled bang, lightning and flames ruptured and enveloped the side of the wall. The resulting light made the scene blinding to the eye. Han Li's pupils contracted. Although he wasn't able to see it, the spike's spiritual chi fluctuations were quite powerful. It was no wonder why Lady Tai held such confidence in it. But against the wondrous soul restriction, this power isn't. Before Han Li finished his thoughts, the lightning fire had already faded away. The spike was gently floating several inches away from the wall, but the wall appeared completely unscathed. Marquis Nanlong revealed a trace of disappointment, but then he chuckled and said, "While the might of this magic treasure is quite powerful, it still lacks the strength to break through the wondrous soul restriction. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Tai. Are there any other fellow Daoists that wish to make an attempt to break the restriction?" Unresigned, the woman snorted and said, "When did I say that this was my treasure's true power? It was merely a probing strike. It seems anything less than its complete stress won't do." Marquis Nanlong's eyes brightened and he happily said, "Oh, if fellow Daoist Tai still wishes to continue her attempt, please don't hesitate to do so." The old woman didn't reply and promptly held her hands in an incantation gesture. The floating lightning fire spike returned above the old woman's head. Then under the influence of the old woman's incantation gestures, it began to revolve in place. Its speed began to quickly increase, slowly merging lightning and blazing fire as one as it emitted a strange hum. The other spirits were shaken as they stared at the scene. A short moment later, the lightning fire spike appeared to have truly fused together its lightning and flames. Bizarre scarlet lightning continuously arced from its surface. This scene caused Han Li's heart to stir. He made a faint connection in his mind and he sunk into thought. The others were also amazed by this scene. They began to think higher of the lightning fire spike. "Break," the old woman muttered. With the sound of tearing wind, the lightning fire spike brimming with scarlet lightning disappeared from sight and struck the crystal wall once more. This time there was no eruption of lightning or fire. There was only a light pop. With assistance from its high-speed rotations and scarlet lightning, it was able to drill into the crystal wall with only a moment of resistance. Once the drill bore into the wall, its speed greatly decreased, but under the influence of the old woman's incantation gestures, it slowly pulled forward and drilled with all its might. A short moment later, the white-clothed old man and Marquis Nanlong revealed delight. Wang Tiangu and the others watched the scene with spirited gazes and nervousness. It was unknown whether they hoped the old woman would succeed or fail. Han Li inwardly scoffed and wore a faint smirk on his face. No one else noticed Han Li's change of expression, except for Yen Rian, who had unintentionally glanced in Han Li's direction. The woman was startled for a moment and revealed a trace of bewilderment. When the lightning fire spike drilled about a foot into the crystal wall, it met calamity. The originally still crystal wall had suddenly shined with blue radiance. Countless threads of scorching white light emerged from the wall and tightly wrapped around the lightning fire spike in a profuse glimmering display. With a huge boom, the lightning fire spike exploded and the resulting light faded away, revealing the wall to be completely restored. The old woman's face paled, but soon furious alarm could be seen from her face. The fire lightning spike was an ancient treasure she had expended vast effort into acquiring. It was impossible for her to not feel distress over having it so easily destroyed. For a time she felt a burning sensation at the pit of her stomach as if she were about to spit up blood. The others were dumbstruck by the sight and were quite alarmed. As for Yen Rian, she glanced at Han Li with astonishment and wore a pensive expression. Fortunately, the old woman was an exceptional character. After a moment of tense rage, she took a deep breath and was able to calm down her raging blood. She turned her heads to the other and bitterly smiled. "It seems I've made quite a fool of myself. The wondrous soul restriction is truly worthy of its name as one of the top 10 ancient formations. I have no method of destroying it. However, you fellow Daoists possess vast abilities. Perhaps one of you may be able to break the restriction. Once that was said, she took several steps back in a gesture of resignation. Marquis Nanlong's smile had long disappeared and he could only sigh. Despite fellow Daoist Tai's efforts, she failed. A truly unfortunate matter indeed. Are there any other fellow Daoists that are willing to give it a try? Once that was said, Marquis Nanlong glanced at Wang Tiangu in particular. After all, he was a spell formation grandmaster renowned throughout the cultivation world. But since the others witnessed the destruction of the old woman's ancient treasure, any interest in making an attempt had been thoroughly extinguished. With their attempts only ending in tremendous failure, who would dare to risk their treasures? Wang Tiangu remained silent as he stood at the corner of the hall. Although he did possess some understanding of ancient spell formations, he had yet to encounter something on the level of the 10 great ancient restrictions, let alone have a method to dissolve it. As such, he wasn't about to volunteer and make a fool of himself. Han Li, who had remained silent throughout this, suddenly spoke. As untalented as I am, I would like to make an attempt. How about it? He had spoke about the topic rather lightly. These words had greatly surprised the rest of the party. Marquis Nanlong was particularly surprised, but he said, "Of course. Please go ahead, fellow Daoist Han." Han Li promptly took several steps forward and approached a side of the wall that hadn't been struck. When Wang Chan saw this, a trace of derision could be seen from his face once he recovered from his shock. He uttered a few sound transmissions to Yen Rian, but she hardly gave any reaction. As for Wang Tiangu, he maintained a calm exterior, but he was filled with bewilderment at the idea of Han Li breaking the formation. Han Li stood in front of the stone wall and didn't immediately take action. Instead, he raised his hand and extended his finger. He circulated spiritual power throughout his body and emitted a streak of light from his fingertip that was several inches long. In a pulse of light, he swept the azure streak past the surface of the crystal wall to no effect. Han Li wasn't discouraged by this and simply enveloped his hand in a layer of azure spirit chi. He then extended his 5 fingers and placed his palm against the wall. He was completely motionless, as if he were sensing something. Han Li's strange actions were completely unfathomable to the cultivators watching him, but none stepped forward to bother him. Completely unbeknownst to the party, Han Li's eyes were faintly glowing with blue light as he deeply peered into the crystal wall. He seemed to be examining it with all his ability. After a quarter hour passed in this regard, the others didn't reveal any impatience or take the initiative to act. Han Li then sighed. The blue light disappeared from his eyes and he reached towards his storage pouch without any hesitation and took out a pile of over 10 various colored formation flags. The white-clothed old man quickly recovered from his surprise and excitedly asked, "So fellow Daoist Han was also proficient in the art of spell formations. Could it be your thinking for breaking a formation with a formation? Could it be you understand the mysteries of the wondrous soul restriction?" Han Li nonchalantly replied, "Understand what mystery? I'm merely studied in a few ancient formations of a similar type and want to give it a try." He soon spat a breath of azure chi onto the flags, causing them to brightly shine. Under Han Li's command, they flew out from his hand and pointed their flags in the direction of the crystal wall, then floated motionlessly in the air. Chapter 699. Breaking the formation. Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands and the dozen formation flags began to hover and arrange themselves in a strange formation as they faced the wall. It appeared incomprehensible. At that moment, Han Li began to softly utter an incantation and a dozen incantation seals flew from his hands, accurately striking each of the flags in the formation. The flags trembled for a moment before shining with various colored lights and shooting out threads of light that wrapped around each other. Wang Tiangu and the other cultivators familiar with spell formations frowned. They felt this spell formation seemed somewhat familiar while knowing that they hadn't actually seen such a formation before. They all couldn't help but secretly analyze it as if wishing to discover its secret. As if unwilling to allow the other cultivators to study the profound aspects of the spell formation, he softly shouted and had the spell formation emit blinding white light. Those that were staring at the spell formation were caught off guard and were forced to turn their gazes away. While these old eccentrics were startled, they secretly channeled spiritual power through their eyes and immediately opened them once more. As a result, they couldn't help but reveal shock. They saw the flag formation was already embedded into the crystal wall without any mishap. It appeared almost as if the flags had grown out of the wall. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man revealed delight. Their confidence in Hanli grew. Wang Tiangu's expression changed for just a moment, but Wang Chan, who stood behind him, revealed a complex amazement and was entirely amazed. Yen Rian slightly frowned and wore a puzzled expression as she gazed at the spell formation on the wall. Hanli took a few steps forward towards the wall and pressed his hands against it, his fingers faintly shining with azure light. At that same moment, the spell formation on the wall seemed to respond as the center of the formation began to glow with rainbow light. The light became increasingly brilliant and gradually spread to cover the entire wall in a magnificent display. As everyone was entranced by the scene, Hanli pulled his hands away from the crystal wall and his figure blurred, reappeared at a neighboring wall. After examining it for a long while, he took out another set of formation flags and arranged the flags differently from the first formation. After they flickered with white light, they embedded themselves in the crystal wall once more. Because the cultivators were prepared and protected their eyes with spiritual light, they were able to clearly observe how easily the flags had pierced into the walls under Hanli's command. They couldn't help but click their tongues in surprise. Placing down the spell formations onto each of the 4 walls using this same method took no less than an hour. The other cultivators didn't reveal any impatience. They all knew that dissolving such a profound ancient restriction wasn't something that could bed one easily. Having arranged a spell formation on each of the walls, Hanli walked to the center of the hall and raised his hand, revealing a green formation plate. He struck the plate with several complex incantation seals, causing both the plate and the 4 crystal walls to simultaneously twinkle with various colored light and pulse in pattern. Hanli didn't bother to glance around him and simply lowered his head, uttering, "Break." In the same instant he spoke, the light surged and released an ear-piercing cry. It became increasingly loud to the point where it sounded as if a myriad of birds had simultaneously cried out. A huge rumble shook the room and the entire hall grew dim as the lights vanished. The others then discovered that the crystal walls surrounding them had unexpectedly vanished, only to be replaced with ordinary stone walls. One of the stone walls even had a stone gate that was 20 meters tall and 12 meters wide. A trace of joy flickered from Marquis Nanlong's face and he excitedly said, "I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Han was so skilled in spell formations." Great. Fellow Daoist Yun and I will naturally keep our word. After we both get our pick, fellow Daoist will have priority in choosing a treasure." The white-clothed old man wore a smile when he saw the stone gate before him. His eyes were filled with a fervor. In his excitement, the tan cultivator restlessly said, "Brother Nanlong, let's see what lays inside. Surely there can't be more restrictions inside." Marquis Nanlong confidently said, "Be at ease, there can't be. According to what Master Tsong Kuan left behind, the cave residents should only have 2 layers of restrictions." He then stepped forward without another word and swept his sleeve past the stone gate, easily opening it. The many cultivators felt the last of their worries disappear when they saw them and began to follow Marquis Nanlong outside. Once the old woman arrived outside the stone gate, she yelled in astonishment, "What is this?" Han Li and the rest of the party appeared astounded by what laid beyond the gate. There was a hall that was several times larger than the previous one, but there was also an exquisitely styled pavilion at the center of the large hall. This pavilion was created from translucent white jade. It was over 30 meters tall and had only 2 stories. On top of its 10-meter gate were the words Jade Pier Pavilion written in silver characters. Regardless of how it could be said, a pavilion at the center of the hall was an odd sight. There was a jet-black altar table that stood in front of the pavilion with a sparkling meter-long scroll that laid on top of it. As for the rest of the hall, it was completely vacant and lacked any other gates. Everyone instantly assumed that the treasure was to be hidden inside the pavilion. After Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man glanced at each other, the old man walked towards the altar table with caution. The rest of the party felt their hearts stir, but they raised no objections. They simply calmly observed the old man's actions. The white-clothed old man hesitated for a moment before spitting out a mist of white light. The mist wrapped around the scroll and raised it up. With a series of turns, The scroll opened to reveal the portrait of a sword-bearing scholar that was gazing to the sky. "That is Master Tsang Kuan?" the stern-faced cultivator asked with astonishment. Wang Tiangu's gaze flickered past the portrait and said, "It seems so. However, there should be a reason why it was enshrined there. However, it doesn't seem to be particularly precious in and of itself." After a moment of thought, the old man slowly said, "I'll be giving it a try then." His two hands formed an incantation seal and he flicked his finger. Several red spell seals struck the portrait, causing it to brightly shine with silver light for just a moment. It then faded away as if nothing had occurred. The white-clothed old man hesitantly said, "How strange. It is possible that this is but a simple portrait." After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong suggested, "Since that's the case, let's put away the portrait for now. First let's search for the other treasures first and distribute them. Does anyone have any objections?" The old woman glanced at the portrait and chuckled, "I have no objections. Let's follow fellow Daoist Nanlong's suggestion." Since the others have yet to see the other treasures, they all agreed. As a result, the white-clothed old man rolled the scroll back up and carefully placed it in his storage pouch. As the Marquis looked at the pavilion, he excitedly said, "Let's go into the pavilion and have a look." The party walked around the altar table and arrived in front of the tightly shut pavilion. Marquis Nanlong then impatiently pushed open its gate with a creak. Before Han Li and the others could enter, they were met with a blinding light. It blinded them for a long while before their vision could adjust. Once they could see once more, they spotted 3 slender blackwood shelves on the first floor. They were filled with the items that had emitted the dazzling light. The party was instantly filled with joy at the sight. But as each of them were experienced and cunning, they didn't dare to commit any mistaken actions out of greed. With the party restraining their fervent desires, they slowly walked into the pavilion and examined each of the treasures on the shelves. Chapter 700. Splitting the treasure. The 3 shelves of treasures were placed in rows at the center of the first floor. They were clearly seen by everyone. The first row had 16 brilliant ancient and magic treasures. The second row had rare materials or all shapes and sizes, from a fist-sized chunk of iron to a blood-red crystal. The third row had the fewest materials. It only consisted of several inch-large bottles. They seemed to contain medicine pills. Han Li expressionlessly swept his gaze past the treasures and maintained a calm appearance. Although the others had maintained a calm appearance as well, none dared to fiddle with the treasures as they pleased. They only appraised the value and uses of each of the magic treasures with their eyes. They would be dividing up the treasures soon. A short moment later, Marquis Nanlong stepped forward and began to examine the treasures on the party's behalf. As for the others, they began to friendly discuss the treasures' origins and applications, but who knew what they were truly thinking? At that moment, Han Li glanced around the room. In addition to the shelves, there was a praying mat and a small emerald green plant placed at the window. Han Li's heart stirred. Just as he thought to walk over to them, the white-clothed old man had appeared before the praying mat in a blur. The praying mat flew into his grasp with a wave of his hand and he began to look over it. Han Li frowned and instead walked over to the small plant by the window, closely examining it. After he began looking over it, he suddenly heard a sweet voice from behind him. "Is Senior Han interested in this Yin-focus herb? Although it is rarely seen, it is an optimal ingredient for refining Yin-type medicine pills. It is able to increase medicine power without any drawbacks." With an odd expression, he slowly turned around and saw Yenrian standing behind him. Han Li calmly replied, "The Yin-focus herb is different from other herbs. Its medicinal properties is strongest only when it is 100 years old. Now that it has reached such a vast age, it no longer has a use." Han Li's gaze swept over the room and found that Wang Chan was closely following after Wang Tiangu. He was excitedly whispering something with his second uncle, and wasn't paying any attention to what Yenrian was doing. Yenrian smiled and gazed at Han Li with bright, wandering eyes. "I didn't think that Senior Han was proficient not only in spell formations, but medicine pill refinement as well. You truly have my admiration." Han Li grew greatly vigilant from the woman's eagerness to chat. He bluntly replied, "Pill refinement? Only to a minor degree. However, fellow Daoist Yen, do you know of my relationship with your husband? Do you not fear arousing your husband's resentment from speaking with me?" Yenrian's smile faded away and she said with a helpless tone, "Of course I am aware. But I still vainly hope to dissolve the hatred between Senior and my lord husband." Hanli raised his brow and a sneer flickered on his face. "Dissolve? Your Devil Dao sects and my Heavenly Dao alliance always had a hostile relationship. What is there to dissolve?" Yenrian bitterly smiled in response and began to speak when Marquis Nanlong suddenly called out, "Come over, fellow Daoists. We will first be distributing the treasures of this floor before heading up." Once this was said, Hanli paid no more heed to Yenrian and walked over. Yenrian's beautiful face flickered with several emotions in response before gracefully following after him. When Wang Chan saw that Yenrian was following after Hanli, he appeared slightly bewildered. But after giving Yenrian a deep glance, he shrewdly decided to keep silent on the matter. As for Wang Tiangu, he turned a blind eye to the matter. Marquis Nanlong had already gathered all the items onto one shelf and calmly said, "All right, let us make clear of the contents. There are 6 ancient treasures, 10 magic treasures, and 8 shares of materials and medicine pills that are organized in accordance to their value. Of course, what everyone wants the most will be the ancient treasures. After all, their full strength can be displayed without any refinement. However, these magic treasures aren't common items either. They were all magic treasures left behind from Master Tsong Kuan's formidable opponents. Their might should be great. Even if only 70% of their might can be displayed after spending some time to refine them, it will certainly be worth it. As such, you may pick them in accordance to your desires. Fellow Daoists Wang Chan and Yenrian, you will only be allocated 1 share." The old woman bluntly rushed to take advantage of her age and lay a claim. "As old as I am, how do I have the time to refine a magic treasure? It will be an ancient treasure, of course." The others didn't respond to her words, but they wryly laughed in their hearts. At that moment, Wang Tiangu spoke with Marquis Nanlong with a heavy tone. "Will fellow Daoists Nanlong and Yun not be taking first pick? There might not be any items you want on the second floor." Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen and he coldly said, "Brother Wang, what do you mean?" The white-clothed old man stared at Wang Tiangu with an unfriendly expression. Wang Tiangu turned a blind eye to this and chuckled, "It's nothing, I felt it would just be a pity if you decided to not take first pick with these treasures." With an icy expression, Marquis Nanlong snorted, "There is nothing here that fellow Daoist Yun and I wish to take using first priority. As for fellow Daoist Han, it will be his choice to decide whether or not he will use his privilege." He seemed to be greatly displeased with Wang Tiangu's words. Han Li rubbed his chin and casually said, "I also don't wish to use my privilege. I'll be keeping it for the second floor." Wang Tiangu spoke without reservation, "Since that's the case, we will divide the treasures evenly amongst us. If you want an ancient treasure, then you renounce the right to pick a magic treasures afterwards. Fellow Daoist, do you agree?" "That method is fine, I agree." "That's fine." The others felt this to be fair and each of them agreed. Of course, Han Li chose to renounce the magic treasures. As for the white-clothed old man and the tan man, they chose to renounce the ancient treasures. Instead, they each took 2 magic treasures and a share of the materials and medicine pills. As for the others, they each took a single ancient treasure. Han Li acquired a bamboo tube. Although he didn't know the level of its power or its abilities, he placed the item into his storage pouch without much care. He also took a share of the medicine pills and materials. Once Han Li and the others each took a single magic treasure, they finished distributing the items on the first floor. As for the praying mat, Han Li noticed that the white-clothed old man had already tossed it to the floor without paying it any further attention. It didn't appear to be valuable. As for the focus herb, it seemed that many had recognized it but none were interested. Han Li wryly chuckled in his mind. It seemed no one was fool enough to take it. These nascent soul eccentrics had examined everything present. After all, it was quite possible there were hidden treasures. Once these nascent soul eccentrics searched through the first floor once more, the party climbed up to the second floor without any unexpected discoveries, but when they arrived they were stunned by the sight. As soon as they entered the second floor, they were hit with a wave of incense. There was a small offering shrine at the top of the second floor stairs with a golden statue of a ferocious single-horned demon with 6 arms. It appeared aggressive and lifelike. There was a fire-red cauldron in front of the shrine that was emitting spirals of white smoke. It was the origin of the incense in the air. Marquis Nanlong and the others were shocked to see that Master Tsongkun had enshrined a demon beast. But when Han Li saw the statue, Han Li felt his heart jump. The statue seemed to exactly the same as the demon beast in the Sacred Provenance plate. It even had the same fierce glare and 6 arms that were all raised to the heavens. Han Li then turned his gaze toward everything else on the second floor. About 10 meters away he saw a common desk and chair. There was an ink slab, a brush, bamboo slips and many other items. On the side opposite to the shrine, there was a blue jade bed. Although it was far away, he could faintly sense it emit a frigid aura as if it were carved from glacial jade. On top of the bed, there were 3 jade boxes that appeared rather eye-catching. It seemed the second floor was Master Tsongkun's bedroom. In a blur, the white-clothed old man appeared at the side of the cold jade bed and took one of the jade boxes into his hand. Wait a moment. Soon after this was said, another silhouette appeared at the side of the bed. Their hand began to shine with black light and they pointed it at the old man's back. The white-clothed old man withdrew his wrist and avoided the sneak attack. In his alarmed fury, he glared at his attacker with hostility. What are you doing? You wish to exchange blows with me? Chapter 701. Scheme. The attacker with the fluttering robes was Wang Tiangu. Wang Tiangu calmly said, Brother Yun, please don't be so hasty. I merely wish to confirm whether or not fellow Daoist Yun wished to use his priority selection on this jade box and renounce the privilege on any other items. The white-clothed old man regained his calm, but he glared at Wang Tiangu nonetheless. Naturally, I want to take a look inside first. Why would I choose it if it were useless? Wang Tiangu wore a fearless expression and instead glanced at the 3 jade boxes on the jade bed. He calmly said, If I remember correctly, we agreed that you two would have first pick and we would evenly divide what was left over. But doesn't fellow Daoist believe that there will be enough to divide once the jade boxes are taken? What is fellow Daoist planning? Go ahead and say it. Do you plan on reneging on our agreement? Marquis Nanlong took several steps forward and stood alongside the old man. With a malicious expression, he swept his gaze past the 3 ghost spirit sect cultivators. Wang Tiangu smiled and calmly said, I have no intention of breaking my promise. However, there are far too few treasures on the second floor to be decided. Since the jade boxes cannot be seen through with spiritual sense, they are probably the most precious items in the building. Perhaps Master Tsongkun's profound cultivation arts or even the secret of Devilfall Valley lay within. Even under these circumstances, you two fellow Daoists wish to perceive their value before choosing the item. Isn't this excessive? The white-clothed old man excessive? I only recall that you fellow Daoists personally agreed to our conditions of priority selection. What does it have to do with us if there aren't enough items here? The old woman surprisingly backed Wang Tiangu. Those words can't be said. Fellow Daoists are allowed to have first pick with the items, but they can't examine what are within the boxes. If fellow Daoists are unsure, they may pick another item. For example, this glacial jade bed is a rather rare treasure. To cultivators with ice cultivation arts, it is a vastly precious treasure. Once that was said, Marquis Nanlong's expression became gloomy. He suddenly emitted an immense pressure that forced Wang Tiangu and the old woman to take a step back. At nascent soul stage, the difference in power between early and mid-stage wasn't something to underestimate. Marquis Nanlong narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze past the rest of the party with eyes as cold as a sword's edge. If there is anyone who believes fellow Daoist Wang's words to be reasonable, step forward. For Brother Wang to act so boldly, he should more than just Madame Tai supporting him. After a moment of silence, the Tan cultivator calmly said, Marquis Nanlong, there is no need to be angry. Brother Wang's words aren't without reason. Fellow Daoist can't just leave us with scraps. As for the stern-faced cultivator, he unconsciously frowned and hesitantly stood behind Wang Tiangu as if forgetting of their unfriendly relationship. Suddenly, apart from Han Li, the two parties stood in confrontation. Marquis Nanlong and the white-clothed old man's expressions vastly changed. Marquis Nanlong instantly regained his calm and asked, It seems you've formed a group beforehand. Just when have you decided this? You shouldn't have had the opportunity on the way here. Wang Tiangu nonchalantly said, It is impossible to have formed a group all at once. These fellow Daoist and I had a small meeting before we left. We talked about a few plans of self-preservations as well as any unexpected circumstances. This was one of the situations that we had anticipated. We now have no option but to fight against fellow Daoists Nanlong and Yun. Marquis Nanlong's expression grew icy. His gaze soon landed on Han Li and he gravely asked, "Fellow Daoist Han, what will you do?" As of current, the two mid-nascent soul cultivators were standing in confrontation against 4 early nascent soul cultivators and 2 late core formation cultivators. From the balance of power, Han Li, who had yet to pick a side, had become a crucial point to the conflict. Han Li didn't immediately choose. He merely turned his head and calmly looked at Wang Tiangu's party, attempting to read their expressions the best he could. Not only did Wang Tiangu look at Han Li with a calm expression, but he also calmly smiled, revealing not a trace of worry. At his side, Wang Chan appeared excited and Yen Ruyan appeared to be at a loss. They didn't seem to know that Wang Tiangu and the others had formed an alliance beforehand. Lady Tai and the stern-faced cultivator didn't reveal the slightest alarm. They merely glanced at Han Li with an emotionless gaze. Han Li's heart thumped. He felt that something was amiss and he grew greatly vigilant. He casually took several steps away from either party and smiled. "I don't have an opinion. Regardless of whatever the outcome fellow Daoist Wang or brother Nanlong decides, I will not oppose it." Marquis Nanlong wasn't surprised by Han Li's words. Han Li had always displayed a neutral attitude. The question was merely verifying what the Marquis already suspected. Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he nodded to Han Li. His gaze then turned towards Wang Tiangu and he coldly smiled as if about to speak. But at that moment the white-clothed old man suddenly took a step forward and icily said, "Brother Nanlong, for what reason are you talking to them? Do these people truly believe that they will be able to cause us to succeed by joining hands? Delusional." Once this was said, he opened his mouth and spat out a shining white magic treasure. "Fellow Daoist Yun, wait. I am." Marquis Nanlong frowned and thought to stop the old man's rash actions as their chances of victory weren't entirely certain. They didn't expect that the old man would suddenly command the silver wheel to fly in his direction. A muffled ping sounded out. Under Marquis Nanlong's incredulous gaze, the silver wheel tore through the golden light protecting his body and directly struck his chest. Not only was he forced to take several steps back, but there was also a depression left in his chest. Marquis Nanlong responded with furious alarm. He flung his sleeve and shot a small golden blade from his palm towards the old man. But at that moment the old man blurred and appeared at Wang Tiangu's side. He had raised his hand and commanded the silver wheel to block the golden sword. He then coldly glanced at Marquis Nanlong's chest. Beneath his torn robes, there was a layer of shining azure cloth armor. Although it had a deep depression, it was still in one piece. The old man's expression flickered and he expressionlessly muttered, "Azure rhino armor. As expected, you wore it on hand." Marquis Nanlong's cheek began to appear dark red and he stroked his chest, staring at the old man as he furiously spoke. "Good, very good. I didn't expect you to have been bought by them." Although their view was obstructed by blinding light, all could see that he was seriously injured. The old man ignored Marquis Nanlong as if he were a stranger and said, "Fellow Daoists, be careful. Do not let him leave this place alive. With his cultivation we will attract no small amount of trouble." The stern-faced cultivator sinisterly smiled. "Relax. We have so many people on our side and he is seriously injured. It will be impossible for him to escape." He then spat out a misty white flying saber from his mouth. At that moment Wang Tiangu turned his head to Han Li and amiably said, "Fellow Daoist Han, if you help us deal with him, you'll receive a portion of his treasure. How about it?" He spoke sincerely as if ignoring the past hostilities that Han Li and Wang Chan shared. "Help you?" The previous scene came as a great shock to Han Li and his expression vastly changed. His eyes then turned towards the stairs. In the instant the old man attacked Marquis Nanlong, the old woman has silently guarded the staircase. Otherwise Han Li would have already made his escape. Since the walls of the pavilion were flickering with white light, it was clear that it was under the effects of some formidable restriction and would be incapable of being broken through. Han Li didn't trust Wang Tiangu's proposal to group together. Surely Han Li would be next after Marquis Nanlong was eliminated. They would have extended the offer to Han Li to join hands beforehand were this not the case. He reckoned that from the very start, It had been decided for Han Li to die alongside Marquis Nanlong. With that thought, Han Li's expression remained calm as he attempted to agree with them for the time being. However, Marquis Nanlong scoffed and said, "Fellow Daoist Han, you can't honestly believe such a shallow trick. Although I don't know what methods fellow Daoist Wang used to entice the lot of them, my good friend of 100 years included, but if we join hands there is hope for survival. But if we allow them to deal with us separately, we will certainly meet our doom." Chapter 702, Spreading Misfortune. As Marquis Nanlong spoke, he brushed his hand past his chest. In a pulse of soft white light, the depression in the armor was restored back to normal. Wang Tiangu and the others were surprised, but the white-clothed old man calmly explained, "There is no need to be worried. He is merely using a secret technique to temporarily suppress his injuries. There is still lasting damage. But he will be troublesome together with that youngster Han. Have someone tangle him down for the time being. Kill Marquis Nanlong first." Once the old man finished, he unhurriedly pointed the silver wheel in front of him. The magic treasure immediately turned into a silver streak above his head. A mist of white light spread around his body, causing him to appear indistinct. Knowing that Marquis Nanlong held a bone-deep grudge against him, he wasn't about to hold back in the slightest. Wang Tiangu frowned and felt that this was reasonable. He turned his head to the stern-faced cultivator and said, "Brother Long, deal with that youngster for a moment. You don't need to try your hardest to kill him. Just keep him occupied. After we deal with Marquis Nanlong, we'll kill him together." Wang Tiangu icily glared at Han Li and no longer contained his killing intent. His body suddenly emitted a meter-tall black radiance, completely enveloping him in darkness. When the old woman and the tan cultivator saw this, they each spat out their magic tools in preparation. The stern-faced cultivator chuckled and silently slipped out a milky white jade scepter from his sleeve. He then took several steps forward and mysteriously smiled at Han Li. "Not a problem. I'll deal with fellow Daoist Han." From his point of view, holding down a cultivator that had just entered nascent soul stage was a trivial affair. It was far safer than attempting to confront a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Han Li stared at the stern-faced cultivator and remained entirely still, but when he saw that the old woman had left the stairwell, his heart began to heavily thump. He tightly grabbed onto the ancient treasure that was hidden in his sleeve. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong swept his sleeve and sent out a mist of gold, sweeping the 3 jade boxes on the bed into his grasp. "Take it." Marquis Nanlong tossed one of the jade boxes to Han Li without any hesitation. This action was greatly unexpected and none attempted to block it. Han Li easily caught the jade box with slight confusion on his face. With his arms behind his back, Marquis Nanlong explained, "Since fellow Daoist isn't following their wretched actions, I will give this jade box to you. If the box truly contains the secrets of Devilfall Valley and fellow Daoist is able to make it out alive, it can be considered a fated chance." When the others heard this, their expressions vastly changed. Han Li glanced down at the jade box in his hand and licked his lips. He inwardly felt a desire to howl with laughter, but he managed to retain his calm with his exceeding force of will. The item that all the cultivators presently wished to acquire had fallen right into his hands. He found it hilarious. Of course, Marquis Nanlong hadn't done this out of kindness. Since the other side were determined to acquire the jade boxes, he gave a jade box to Han Li in order to divert their attention and create an opportunity for himself to escape. Marquis Nanlong was quite a decisive and formidable character to abandon a treasure that was already in his possess. But once Han Li realized that very treasure was in his hands, he couldn't help but inwardly laugh. Han Li flipped his hand without a thought and placed it away in a storage pouch. Wang Tiangu's expression grew sullen and he decisively ordered, "Choner, assist fellow Daoist Long with Rian. Do not allow that youngster Han the opportunity to escape. The others and I will be enough for the Marquis." He appeared calm and his reason wasn't overturned by his desire for the jade box. He merely sent the weakest among them to look after Han Li and paid him no more heed. When the others saw this, they grew tempted, but they all knew that so long as they could kill Marquis Nanlong first, Han Li was as good as theirs. "Yes, second uncle. I was already thinking of it." Wang Chan's eyes revealed a malicious expression and he sinisterly smiled. He then beckoned to Yen Rian and walked towards Han Li. A complicated expression flickered on Yenrian's face for a moment, and she silently followed after him. Han Li calmly glanced at the two without the slightest change in emotion. Han Li found it rather laughable. Although weapons were at the ready, the battle had yet to start on the other side. It wasn't due to any lingering sentiments but due to caution. With Marquis Nanlong now a cornered beast, there was a change he might steel his resolve and decide to take one or two with them in mutual destruction. With the fear of a counterattack from a mid-nascent soul on death's door, they were each unwilling to be the first to strike in fear of receiving a fatal counterattack. Moreover, they weren't in the slightest rush. With Marquis Nanlong's wounds only worsening with time, the advantage laid with them. But bafflingly, Marquis Nanlong stood motionlessly in place as if he were unconcerned with his injuries. However, his red complexion was only growing brighter, nearly becoming the same shade as blood itself. This only caused Wang Tiangu and the others to appear more hesitant. In fear that the Marquis would employ a secret technique to muster the entirety of his strength, they each gazed at him from a distance with icy gazes. As for the stern-faced cultivator, he didn't take the initiative to attack Han Li. His only goal was to tie him down. While Wang Chan held only the desire to kill Han Li as soon as possible, he lacked the cultivation to act. As such, the entire building was entirely peaceful despite the profuse killing intent that was present. A short moment later, Han Li wore a pensive expression and sighed. Although he wasn't loud, it was noticed by everyone present. As each of the nascent soul eccentrics in the building were shrewd and cunning, none of them turned their attention to Han Li apart from the stern-faced cultivator. As for Wang Chan, he curled his lips and sneered. From their point of view, Han Li could only take action after Marquis Nanlong. It was only in that case he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. Nobody believed that Han Li would take action after he sighed. Han Li calmly raised his hand and revealed a pitch-black item in his hand. Marquis Nanlong narrowed his eyes. Before he could even see what it was, he flung it into the air without any reservation. It spun in a circle before instantaneously expanding to the size of 25 meters, forming what seemed to be a wall between both sides of the conflict. When the stern-faced cultivator clearly saw the pitch-black mountain, he didn't know what treasure it was. While he was surprised, he managed to react and pointed to the jade scepter in front of him. In an instant, the jade scepter loudly hummed and brightly shined with white light. A huge white tiger then materialized from the radiance. Although the tiger appeared indistinct, it bared its ferocious fangs as soon as it appeared and instantly shot a beam of blazing white light towards the black mountain. With a loud rumble, the white light instantly engulfed a majority of the mountain. Wang Chan also reacted. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands, engulfing his body in a crimson mist. In that same moment, the stench of blood filled the air. As for Yenrian, she also formed an incantation gesture and enveloped herself in crimson mist. However, she emitted an odd fragrance rather than the scent of blood. A whiff of it would cause one's mind to become dizzy and muddled. The stern-faced cultivator felt some relief at this. As he willed the white tiger to spit out another beam of light with his jade scepter, he slapped his storage pouch with his other hand, summoning an inch-large faint blue gourd into his hand. Just as he was about to deploy the gourd, he suddenly heard a faint roll of thunder. In his alarm, he formed a hand incantation without any hesitation and formed a dense light barrier around him. At nearly that same time, a flash of silver lightning appeared at his side, revealing Han Li with silver wings emerging from his back. "Ah, you!" The stern-faced cultivator was greatly shocked, but as a result of his rich combat experience, he hastily raised the gourd in his hand and shot out a dazzling bolt of blue lightning. In the instant the blue lightning shot out, Han Li didn't dodge. Rather, he blankly opened his mouth, spitting out a thread of blue flame. The blue flames pierced through the white light barrier without the slightest resistance and shot towards the stern-faced cultivator. Chapter 703. The first to act, the meager wisp of blue flame was able to pass through the light barrier unobstructed, much to the surprise of the stern-faced cultivator. Lacking any time to dodge, the wisp of flame struck his neck. With a crackle, the stern-faced cultivator became entirely consumed in blue ice, forming a glistening ice sculpture. Much to the stern-faced cultivator's misfortune, Han Li had particularly directed the celestial ice flames to strike at his neck as a result of his experience from fighting the spell warrior. With his head frozen over, he had no opportunity to cast any techniques and change the outcome. In the same moment, Han Li turned the stern-faced man into an ice sculpture. The blue lightning from the gourd struck Han Li before its thunder could sound out. But before it could strike Han Li's body, a net of faint gold lightning suddenly appeared on Han Li's body. In a flicker of golden light, the blue lightning was absorbed and disappeared from sight. Han Li then hesitantly reached forward and quickly snatched away the blue gourd. Han Li's use of the thunderstorm wings, the icing of the stern-faced cultivator surnamed Long, and the acquisition of the treasure took place in a mere instant. Just as Wang Chan had thought to step forward and assist the stern-faced cultivator, he witnessed his instantaneous defeat. Wang Chan could hardly believe what he just saw. When Han Li coldly glanced in his direction, Wang Chan responded without a thought. With fear in his voice, he yelled, "Cast together. Use the blood spirit arts to restrain him." Once that was said, he grabbed onto Yen Rian's hand and hurriedly uttered an incantation. Crimson mist suddenly spread through the air. Yen Rian didn't resist, merely displaying a trace of disgust deep within her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she followed suit and uttered an incantation. The blood mist from both of their bodies combined as one and condensed into a mist of violet blood light. After Wang Chan and Yen Rian disappeared into the violet mist, it began to release ghostly howls as if monsters truly laid within. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smirked. Marquis Nanlong suddenly sent Han Li a voice transmission. "Good. I didn't expect for fellow Daoist Han to possess such heaven-defying abilities. If we join hands, we may be able to match them." When Han Li heard this, he swept his gaze to the other side. Marquis Nanlong and the others had yet to fight, but the others were staring at him with absolute shock. Marquis Nanlong appeared delighted from Han Li's recent display, and his hopes of escaping grew stronger. Marquis Nanlong immediately said, "So long as you join hands with me, I am willing to give you another jade box." "Join hands? Haha." Han Li coldly laughed and said nothing. He carried no such desire. He clearly understood that he was able to easily dispatch of the stern-faced cultivator because he was unaware of the deadly celestial ice flames. Else the battle would have taken far longer, even if he ended up victorious. There were still 3 early and 1 mid-nascent soul cultivators on the opposing side. If Marquis Nanlong was uninjured, it might have been a possible fight, but as gravely wounded as he was now, he would only be dragged down alongside him. It wasn't worth whatever was inside the jade box. But before he left, he needed to have them start fighting and have their focus be on the Marquis. Otherwise, their attentions would be focused on him and it would be difficult for him to escape. With that thought, Han Li paid them no further heed and flapped his wings, leaving only thunder behind. When the white-clothed old man saw this, he immediately shouted, "Not good. He's about to run. Block him. Don't let him escape with the jade box." With the scene of Han Li instantly killing a similar grade cultivator still fresh in their minds, the old woman and the tan man ignored his words entirely. Even Wang Tiangu appeared hesitant. He couldn't decide whether to take action. After all, if Han Li truly left, they would be able to deal with the Marquis with complete certainty. The 2 jade boxes may as well be theirs. But if they were to forcefully detain Han Li with his strange abilities, even the mid-nascent soul old man might not be able to prevail over him. It was far too risky. However, the jade box in Han Li's grasp might contain the secrets of Devilfall Valley that they all so deeply desired. As shrewd and cunning as Wang Tiangu may be, he found himself between 2 extremely difficult choices. When the white-clothed old man saw their hesitation, he understood them perfectly. He also felt some fear towards Han Li's celestial ice flames. Moreover, if he were to leave this place to deal with Han Li, the Marquis may escape. Although Marquis Nanlong's injuries were severe, 3 early nascent soul cultivators didn't have much hope of remaining steadfast against his formidable secret techniques. He also found himself hesitant as to what to do. In a flash of lightning, Han Li appeared at the top of the stairs. He strangely smiled at Wang Tiangu and company before pointing to the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain trembled and disappeared in an instant, only to appear above them and dropping down with all its might. None had expected that Han Li would launch such a sudden attack to their fury. However, even the white-clothed old man didn't dare to take on the mountain's might alone. They could only helplessly dodge out of the way as the mountain fell down. This was finally the moment of Marquis Nanlong to strike. His eyes brightened and he transformed into a blinding streak of golden light, charging directly towards the old woman. In her fright, the old woman's body flashed with yellow light, summoning a small yellow shield to block the Marquis' approach. In an instant, gold and yellow light was intertwined, but eventually the golden light engulfed the old woman. When the others saw this, they instantly struck without any further thought and attempt to restrain the Marquis. But through some unknown secret technique, the golden light on his body became increasingly dense. At that same moment he released several powerful ancient treasures to enter the fray. He didn't appear to be at the slightest disadvantage in this chaotic battle. The others were completely occupied in their alarm and couldn't pay any attention to Han Li's actions. When Han Li saw this, he was satisfied and pointed once more to the Black Mountain. It shrunk to several inches in a gust of wind and shot back into his hand. He then turned his gaze towards the violet blood mist with a stern expression on his face. With pupils glowing with blue light, Han Li gazed at a certain portion of the mist. He raised his hand without any hesitation and black light began to surge through it. A dense mass of black-red light shot out from his palm towards the mist, discharging the Een Devil execution. At the same moment, a wretched scream came from the blood mist. Han Li had already disappeared with a flash of lightning. Even if Wang Quan somehow managed to survive the strike, his injuries would be grave. While he did wish to take advantage of this opportunity to ensure Wang Quan's death, he was certain that Wang Tinggu would definitely come to Wang Quan's aid. When that moment came, he would be tied down in a battle against Wang Tinggu, attracting much danger onto himself. In any case, Han Li would always have the ability to kill a trifling late core formation cultivator like Wang Chong, so he had no need to risk danger now. As such, he immediately fled after making his attack. Han Li's figure appeared at the exit the building in a blur and flew straight towards the hall's entrance. Along the way, a white streak of light flew into Han Li's sleeve from the corner of the hall. It appeared to be a small white fox. "Master, Silvermoon spoke with an excited tone. Han Li flew straight out the hall and gloomily interrupted, "Now is not the time to talk. Leave it for when we're out of danger." When Han Li broken through the wondrous soul restriction, Han Li deliberately used a flash of dazzling light to hide a gap in the restriction that he created. In that instant he had Silvermoon go through. Afterwards he deliberately stalled for time as he dissolved the formation. It was for this reason that Han Li had taken such efforts to break through the wondrous soul restriction, not on the mere basis of priority selection. From how excited Silvermoon appeared, it seemed she had reaped quite a bit of profit from the pavilion. Having taken the initiative to seize the treasures, Han Li had refused Marquis Nanlong's proposal to fight together and simply chose to prioritize his own escape. Chapter 704. Mileshed line. In the instant Han Li shot through the entrance of the hall, he felt an earth-shaking rumble from behind him. Alarmed, Han Li hastily turned his gaze around. He saw that the Jade Pier Pavilion suddenly ruptured to reveal a blazing golden sun that was 3 meters wide. It flew out from rubble, carrying a faint silhouette. It appeared Marquis Nanlong had executed some sort of secret technique. Han Li was shaken by the sight. The Jade Pier Pavilion wasn't an ordinary building. Han Li doubted his own ability to break through its walls, but Marquis Nanlong was able to turn it into rubble in a single blow. It seemed the full might of a nascent soul cultivator wasn't a simple matter in the least. With his attention back to the matter at hand, Han Li flew into the center of the hall and glanced at the restored walls around him. He raised his hand without any further thought and flickered his finger. A meter-long streak of sword light flew out from his hand and struck the opposing wall. A rough hole was cut in the wall. Then in a flash of white light, the hole disappeared without a trace. Han Li frowned. Just as he thought of another method to break it, his expression suddenly changed and he turned around in an instantaneous blur. Marquis Nanlong was standing there about 10 meters behind him. His body was glaring with dazzling golden light, but his complexion was deathly pale. Han Li's eyes gazed past him towards the pavilion. He simply saw that a huge dome of golden light was covering the pavilion. Occasional flashes of black and white light could be seen within along with the faint sounds of explosions. A trace of shock appeared on Han Li's face. Through the use of some sort of heaven-defying technique, he managed to trap the others inside for the time being, giving him the time to escape. The outer restrictions need to be opened with the formation flag. Fellow Daoist Han, since I only have a single formation flag, it will take some more time. I will have to trouble you to delay them. Although the might of my ancient treasure may be great, I don't know how much longer they will be trapped. They could break out at any moment. Marquis Nanlong forced a smile and flipped his hand. He held a small fluttering yellow flag in his hand and began to mutter incantations without delay. It appeared he didn't have the slightest fear of Han Li attacking him. Han Li's gaze flickered and he quickly slapped his storage pouch. An emerald green formation plate appeared in his hand, the magic tool that he had used to break through the wondrous soul restriction. He quickly drew several azure talisman characters into the air and blew them onto the formation plate, causing it to brightly shine with azure light. Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands and softly shouted, "Rise." Apart from the side that Marquis Nanlong was facing, the walls turned back to blue crystal, sealing off the hall once more. Marquis Nanlong ceased his incantation at the sight and joyfully said, "You are able to control the wondrous soul formation?" Revealing not a trace of pride, Han Li sullenly said, "I'm not even capable of mustering even a tenth of its original power. It won't be able to hold them for long either. Brother Nanlong had best open the way before they break through." When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he discovered that the crystal walls were far darker than they were originally, and his expression of joy suddenly vanished. He then tossed the small flag, having it disappear into the wall in a trace of light before continuing with his incantation. At that same moment, he heard deafening rumbles from behind him and saw that the crystal walls had begun to sparkle. The thunderous explosions were clear to hear. It seems they've managed to break through the Marquis ancient treasure and have begun their attack on the crystal walls. Han Li glanced at the stone wall and saw it was faintly glowing with white light before turning his gaze back to the blue crystal walls. After some slight hesitation, he tossed his spirit beast pouch into the air, summoning a swarm of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. With the formation of an incantation gesture, the beetles swarmed frantically surrounded Han Li and transformed into tricolored armor. An odd expression momentarily appeared on the Marquis face when he saw Han Li executing the insect armor technique. But since their need for escape was urgent, he left the matter alone. A short moment later, the crystal walls violently trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Likewise, the stone wall also began to shake in part amongst the white light, revealing the stairway ahead of them. As soon as Marquis Nanlong saw this, his body pulsed in golden light and he shot out. Behind him, Han Li's thunderstorm wings flapped with golden lightning and suddenly disappeared from sight. A moment later, Han Li appeared in front of and Marquis Nanlong appeared in midair. But soon he saw a clear explosion from down below. With an expression of alarm, Han Li flapped his thunderstorm wings once more and he instantly arrived at the exit of the stairs. Afterwards, he employed his lightning movement to its fullest extent and began to flicker into the distance. Just as Han Li flew a kilometer away, an ear-piercing cry came from the stairs, followed by a ball of blinding golden light streaking across the sky. The Marquis flew once around and announced in an icy, resentful tone, "Take this to heart. You had best avoid falling into my hands or I will exterminate both your body and soul." Once this oath was finished, his golden light gleamed and began to appear indistinct. Just as a silver light shot out from the mountain entrance, the golden radiance suddenly turned exceptionally slim and flickered several times before tearing through the sky at an immense speed. In nearly a single breath, it had disappeared from sight. At that moment, Han Li was already on the edge of the sky, appearing as an intermittently flickering dot. Closely following the silver light, a streak of black light faded away to reveal a silhouette. Wang Tiangu solemnly asked, "What movement techniques are they using to travel so quickly?" The silver light faded away to reveal the white-clothed old man. He gloomily said, "Marquis Nanlong is using a secret technique that was personally created by Master Tsong Kuan, Mileshed line. By consuming vast amounts of vitality and blood essence, one is able to instantly travel into a distance in light as thin as a thread. It makes their aura entirely hidden so that they cannot be tracked. While he truly hasn't traveled too far away, It will be impossible to detect him with spiritual sense. As for that youngster Han, he seems to be controlling lightning through use of those strange wings. It should be the instant lightning movement of legend. At that moment, the old woman and the tan cultivator both shot out from the passage and heard of the old man's words. With a pale and uneasy expression, the old woman asked, "Given how fantastic their movement techniques are, they'll be able to make a clean escape. What should we do?" The tan cultivator now appeared in complete disarray. That youngster Han is of little consequence, but if Marquis Nanlong escapes, it will be great cause for trouble. Fellow Daoists Wang and Yun, we only agreed to collude against Marquis Nanlong because of you too. The old man coldly chuckled and sinisterly said, "Be at ease. From the beating he received, what do you think his truly cultivation is now? From forcefully drawing magic power in his injured state to using the Mileshed line, he will certainly be gravely injured without any further action. Even if he spent the next 100 years restoring his vitality, he won't be able to preserve his mid-nascent soul stage cultivation. Moreover, when did I ever say I didn't have a way of tracking him down?" With roused spirits, the tan man suddenly asked, "Brother Yun means?" The old man readily said, "Since I planned to kill him, it is only natural that I prepared for this ahead of time. So long as he isn't able to move 150 kilometers in a single stretch, I will be able to find him. But given the current state of his body, he won't be able to sustain the Mileshed line for long. When that time comes, we'll track him down and dispose of him." The old woman's expression relaxed and she sighed. "That's good. This is greatly reassuring. Were it not for the black jade lotus that fellow Daoist Wang gave to me and the promise of sharing the secrets of Devilfall Valley with us, I definitely wouldn't have braved such dangers. Becoming enemies with a mid-nascent soul cultivator isn't a wise decision." The tan cultivator also appeared relieved and he said, "We've spent quite a bit of effort for the secrets of Devilfall Valley. However, we didn't expect that fellow Daoist Yun was actually an elder for the Ghost Spirit sect. How surprising. Could it be that the 6 Devil Dao sects have so many hidden elders?" Once he finished speaking, a complicated expression appeared on his face. The white-clothed old man shook his head and insipidly said, "Although I came from the Ghost Spirit sect in my youth, I wasn't very involved with sect affairs. Thus, only a few know of my true identity as a Ghost Spirit sect elder. I didn't truly have the intention to deceive any others. To tell the truth, Marquis Nanlong was a descendant of Master Tsongkuan and had been my friend for many years. I didn't wish to kill him. But it is a pity that I discovered he stealthily formed friendships with the elders of the righteous Dao Heavenpeak sect and grew interested in joining their sect. I urged him to change his mind, but his mind was unchanged. Furthermore, he planned to draw support of the Heavenpeak sect to enter Devilfall Valley. As such, I couldn't just stand by and allow the righteous Dao to grow in power. I had no option but to deal with him." Chapter 705. Nascent Soul Combustion. With a slight surprise, the old woman asked, "Marquis Nanlong has ties with the Heavenpeak sect? Fellow Daoist Yun, you didn't mention this matter before." As for the tan cultivator, he appeared furious. The white-clothed old man surnamed Yun smiled and calmly said, "I didn't mention the matter? You just carelessly overlooked the matter. However, Marquis Nanlong truly hasn't yet entered the Heavenpeak sect. If you are feeling worried, you can join my sect and become elders. That way the Heavenpeak sect won't be able to touch you." The old woman coldly snorted, "Given my age, I have no interest receiving further constraints." The tan cultivator frowned and indifferently said, "I am accustomed to being without responsibilities and also have no interest in joining your sect. That is truly a pity. If you were to join our Ghost Spirit sect, our prestige would soar." The old man didn't mind their refusals and changed the topic. "I won't insist on having you two join. So long as Marquis Nanlong is killed here, the Heavenpeak sect won't take the initiative to make any trouble on behalf of a dead man. It is just unfortunate that despite being friends with him for 100 years, he hadn't told me his intentions with regards to Devilfall Valley. I only knew that there was a secret cave residence here and that there was a map of Devilfall Valley that was left behind by Master Tsongkuan. As such, we won't exterminate his nascent soul when we capture him. I will first use a soul scouring technique and see if he possesses any useful information." Wang Tinggu worriedly said, "If by chance the map was in the box that youngster Han made off with, wouldn't we be helpless?" Old Man Yun slowly said, that can be dealt with. If this comes to happen, we'll leak this matter to all the sects in the heavenly south. When that time comes, even the Heavenly Dao Alliance will wish to pursue this matter, let alone the righteous and devilish Dao, creating an opportunity for us to profit in the chaos. Let's see how a sect as trifling as the Drifting Cloud sect deals with the greed of wishing to monopolize the gains from Devilfall Valley. In addition to the map, I am also interested in any information Marquis Nanlong may have on Devilfall Valley. With this information, we'll be a step ahead even if the method of entering Devilfall Valley became widespread. After a moment of thought, Wang Tiangu proposed, if it somehow turns out that way, that will be all we can do. But before that, he could try trading for the map. After all, even if he bears great resentment against us, there are few matters in this world that can't be traded for. Hee. Junior Marshal Brother Wang's proposal is preferable to my own, the old man then sighed and muttered. Nevertheless, the youngster's abilities are truly bizarre. Is he truly around the same age as Junior Marshal Nephew Wang? From that last battle, the cunning he displayed was greater than even ours, and he was even able to defeat fellow Daoist Long. If I were to fight him alone, I too doubt my own ability to hold against him. Wang Tiangu's eyes flickered and a trace of vexation appeared on his face. I asked Wang Chan about him before. It seemed this person was an ordinary Yellow Maple Valley cultivator. At the time, he was truly but a Foundation establishment cultivator. His vast accomplishments in cultivation and ability are something of a mystery. Were it not for his abilities being contrary to expectation and his meddling, we would have been able to easily dispose of Marquis Nanlong. When the old woman and the others heard this, they could only wryly smile. Wang Tiangu suggested, with that being said, let's first head back and free fellow Daoist Long. With his cultivation, he should be able to survive being frozen. Also, I am concerned for my nephew. Before that youngster Han departed, he released a blood-red light that appeared similar to the devil blood cleave that I personally cultivate. I don't know how well Chana was able to receive it. The old man replied, that's fine. Since we don't have any method of detecting him for the time being, let's go take a look at them. We'll carry out the pursuit once Marquis Nanlong's is no longer capable of carrying out the Mileshed line. In the next moment, the party flew back into the mountain. The party arrived at the ruins of the Jade Pier Pavilion once more to see a bewildered Yen Rian. She was crouching near Wang Chan, who laid motionlessly on the floor. When Wang Tiangu saw this, he asked with an icy tone, what happened? Were any of Chan'er's vitals struck? Even now, Wang Tiangu still displayed exceptional calmness. Wearing a slightly anxious expression, Yen Rian hesitantly replied, no, but his leg. Wang Tiangu took several steps forward and tensely frowned. He saw that both of Wang Chan's legs were missing from below their knees, but strangely enough, there wasn't a hint of blood. Yen Rian helplessly said, Lord Husband and I had joined hands to cast the blood spirit art's blood mist, but we were instantly attacked by some sort of strange technique. The blood mist was incapable of blocking it, and my Lord Husband had dodged too late. His legs were. Wang Tiangu gloomily asked, since this is the case, then why aren't you using any techniques to recover his legs? You should know such a technique. With a tense brow, Yen Rian timidly said, I've attempted to restore his legs several times now, but the techniques aren't responding in the slightest. Although his wounds didn't shed any blood, a black chi condensed around the wound and it can't be driven off. It could be the reason why the healing technique failed and why he is unconscious. Wang Tiangu's expression relaxed and he began to concentrate his gaze on Wang Chan's wounds. It can't have been a common attack that struck you. Let me take a look. Wang Chan's wounds were covered in faint black chi as expected. Wang Tiangu lifted his hands and his fingers flickered with black light as he grabbed the harmful chi from one of the legs, gathering it into a possessed black ball on his finger. He thought to dispose of the harmful chi with true fire, but after some thought he slapped his storage pouch and wrapped the ball of black chi with spiritual power before placing it in a jade bottle. Once it was properly taken care of, he casually placed it away. It seemed Wang Tiangu planned on examining this item for further understanding of Han Li's techniques. When Yen Rian saw that Wang Tiangu paid her no heed, a complicated expression momentarily appeared on her face before disappearing without a trace. Once Wang Tiangu took care of the black chi on the other leg, Yen Rian silently made another attempt to restore his limbs. Wang Tiangu nodded his head with satisfaction and turned his attention to the other side. The white-clothed old man and the others were at a loss as they stood around the ice-clad body of the stern-faced cultivator. Wang Tiangu walked towards them and bafflingly asked, "What? You fellow Daoists aren't able to free him?" A trace of fear appeared on the old woman's expression. She muttered, "Free him? How? This ice is far more insidious than we could have imagined." The old man simply kept silent as he wore a gloomy expression on his face. "What is that supposed to mean?" Wang Tiangu turned his gaze to the ice-clad body and began to ponder. "Brother Wang, take a good look." The tan cultivator suddenly raised his hand and flung a fist-sized chunk of jade towards the ice-clad body. Blue light flashed upon impact and the jade chunk was instantly covered in blue ice before dissolving into countless specks of fading glitter. The tan man remained still as he stood 3 meters away and pointed at the ice-clad body. Scorching white true fire shot towards the ice from his finger. But in the moment the true fire touched the blue ice, it disappeared in a flash of light as if it were absorbed. Wang Tiangu felt his breath turn cold. The old man sighed and asked, "This blue ice is vicious. It seems that fellow Daoist Long's body has long died. It seems we can only have his nascent soul manifest and find a suitable body to possess. Didn't fellow Daoist Long already possess a body once before?" The tan man appeared to be familiar with the stern-faced cultivator and sullenly said, "No, this was his original body." The old man nodded his head and said, "That's good. Now we just need to have fellow Daoist Long manifest his nascent soul." As if having heard this, the stern-faced cultivator's body shined with white light. Then with a muffled bang his entire body turned to ash and faded away. All that remained in the blue ice was an inch-large nascent soul. It was clasping onto a thumb-sized jade ornament in his hand and its face was filled with resentment. It opened its small mouth and spouted out fire-red vital nascent flames onto the jade ornament in its hands. It then raised it above its head and suddenly surrounded its body in red-white flame. Without any further delay he attempted to charge straight out. "Wait." The old man seemed to think of something and hastily attempted to stop this, but he spoke too late. The nascent soul passed through the ice. What resulted afterwards sent chills down their spine. The formidable white-red flames had seemed to have been set alight by the ice, engulfing both the white-red flames and the nascent soul in blue fire. The white-red flames were instantly consumed by the blue fire, resulting in the deathly wail of the nascent soul. It turned frantic as it charged through the air. After flying about 50 meters away, it attempted to roll and exterminate the flames as it wildly howled in pain. A short moment later, the screams came to an abrupt stop and the nascent soul was refined in a ball of light that faded away. The cultivator surnamed Long was now dead in both soul and body. Once he entered the deserts beyond the plains, he would be outside the influence of the Mulan tribes and he would be able to return to the heavenly south. As Han Li meditated inside the carriage, the conversations of the Mulan mortals outside could be clearly heard. The dialect of the Mulan differed from that used by the people of the heavenly south, but Han Li had already learned their language from a few related jade slips. With his immense spiritual sense, he had managed to comprehend most of this knowledge in only a couple of days, and was able to clearly listen to what was being said outside. Their conversations was mostly about whether or not they would be able to impress the grand sages from the resources gathered, giving them the opportunity to stand out from their peers. From their words, the Mulan mortals seemed to worship the spell warriors with admiration and reverence as if they were a kind of god. They even believed it to be extremely honorable even if they died in service to these spell warriors. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly sighed and swept his hand, sealing off the interior of the cart from the outside with a barrier of faint azure light. The voices of the Mulan came to an abrupt stop. "Silvermoon, how about you talk about what you have gained? From your excitement you should have acquired many good items." Han Li's sleeve began to stir and a small white fox flew out from the cuff, circling once in the air before landing in front of him. The small fox laid down on the ground and chuckled. "I'm not too sure how valuable these items are, but Master should know. There were many ancient treasures on the first floor, but because I wasn't capable of concealing their spiritual chi as I used my movement techniques, I didn't take any of them. However, there were 6 ancient boxes on the second floor and I took half of them. Hee. I initially thought to take away most of them, but if there were too few of them, it would attract too much suspicion, so I only ended up taking 3. Afterwards, the fox spat out 3 translucent jade boxes in front of Han Li. Han Li then took out a jade box from his waist. The jade boxes in front of him appeared exactly the same as the one the Marquis had tossed to him. Han Li caressed the jade box in his hand and faintly smiled. Master Tsang Kuan left behind a total of 6 jade boxes and 4 of them are in my possession. It seems it was a correct decision to go. Silvermoon sighed from her lingering fear. Master, your courage is quite great. You took hidden action despite having so many nascent soul cultivators present, and had me enter first. Did you not fear being discovered? Han Li smiled and glanced at the small fox. Hee. What was there to fear? At worst, I would merely use blood shadow evasion to flee them. Besides, I was almost completely certain I would succeed. When I used the spiritual light to conceal your entrance, none were the wiser. I was most concerned that you wouldn't be able to conceal yourself after you had taken the treasure. It would have been terrible if they had detected you, but it seems your evasion techniques were far more effective than I could have anticipated. Silvermoon calmly smiled and said, Master jests. Although the evasion techniques of the Silvermoon Wolf clans are great, the most important factor was concealing the jade box's spiritual chi within my body. It is an entirely different matter whether or not I could have concealed myself from those old eccentric spiritual sense. Han Li gently smiled and didn't further pursue the matter. Instead, azure light began to shine from the palm he placed on the jade box. He then exerted force on his hand and the box began to reveal a trace of white light. Soon after, a majority of the azure light had been cleanly absorbed by the box. With a clack, the box was easily opened and revealed a faint blue jade slip within. Han Li gazed at the jade slip for a short moment and took a breath before taking the jade slip into his hands and solemnly immersing his spiritual sense within it. The small fox stared at Han Li, its eyes brimming with excitement. As time slowly passed by, Han Li's face retained a calm expression. Silvermoon blinked, puzzled as to why this was. A short moment later, Han Li's expression stirred as he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip. He frowned and muttered to himself for a moment. A short moment later, he unfurrowed his brow and calmly placed away the jade slip and reached for the second box, uninterested in mentioning the contents of the jade slip. While Silvermoon was greatly curious, she tactfully remained silent on the matter. Han Li opened the second box using the same method as the first. This time, the box contained an exquisitely crafted ring. It was dim and jet black. Silvermoon astonishedly asked, Is that an ancient treasure? It doesn't seem to be. It isn't emitting much spiritual chi. Han Li also seemed uncertain as to what it was. He casually picked it up with his fingers and began to take a closer look at it. After glancing at it several times and scanning it with his spiritual sense, he decisively said, The material is somewhat odd. It should only be a common magic tool, but it's hard to say its use. It is only a magic tool? A trace of disappointment flickered from Silvermoon's eyes. Han Li appeared indifferent and didn't reveal the slightest dejection. Don't worry. Since Master Tsang Kuan kept it inside a jade box like this, it is certain to have a specific purpose. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future. Silvermoon tilted her head and excitedly said, Master, how about taking a look at what's inside the other 2 boxes? Chapter 707. Encountering old acquaintances. Han Li opened each of the remaining boxes one by one. One had a small green bottle while another had a fist-sized chunk of something that glowed with purple light. Han Li casually opened the green bottle and took a whiff of it. An extremely sharp and caustic scent assailed his nose, causing Han Li's to grimace. He hurriedly closed the bottle of what seemed to be venom and glanced at the small bottle with an odd expression before cautiously putting it away. In the end, his gaze fell onto the purple object. He squeezed it with his fingers and found it to be extremely soft. Strands of light occasionally shimmered from the purple object, creating a dazzling sight. Han Li yelped with astonishment. He then concentrated his spiritual sense onto the object and deeply examined it. A short moment later, his hand suddenly trembled and the purple ball turned into a purple cloud. It circled once above Han Li's head before dropping into Han Li's hand in its original form. It appeared to be layered like a net of glistening purple threads that were as thin as could be. It appeared to be a rare treasure of some sort. When Silvermoon saw the purple net, she spoke with amazement. "Isn't this a purple cloud lace? It is an ancient treasure that was renowned even times of antiquity." Joy flickered from Han Li's eyes and he excitedly asked, "You know what this is? Since it was renowned, could it be a divine spirit treasure?" Silvermoon enthusiastically said, "No. Although the purple cloud lace is a top-grade ancient treasure, it is far lacking compared to divine spirit treasures. But with regards to its defensive abilities, it is incredibly flexible and malleable. Depending how well it was refined, the treasure can be used to cover an area of several hundred meters to several kilometers. It is a truly rare large-scale defensive treasure. It is said that the greatest purple cloud lace could protect everything within 50 kilometers. Though I don't know how true this is. Of course, it is also incredibly effective at trapping enemies. As for offensive abilities, it is capable of releasing Jade Sun True Fire to extinguish foes." A trace of disappointment appeared on his face, but soon he wore an odd expression. "Silvermoon, you seem quite knowledgeable of this purple cloud lace. Could it be that you've seen it before?" When Silvermoon heard this, she grew silent for a moment. A while later she wryly smiled and said, "Now that Master mentioned it, I recalled a fragment of my memory before I was refined into an artifact spirit. There seemed to be one particular purple cloud lace that I knew off quite well." As Silvermoon spoke, her expression appeared pensive. She then shook her head and gave up as if the memory was out of grasp. "Since this purple cloud lace is so fearsome and I've never heard of Master Tsongkuan making use of this treasure, this was most likely something that he had acquired from Devilfall Valley. It is a pity that none of the jade boxes that were acquired possessed any information on Devilfall Valley. It should be contained in Marquis Nonlong's 2 jade boxes. How truly unfortunate." Han Li laughed at himself, but he didn't truly appear dejected. He clearly understood that he would have the opportunity to acquire more treasures if he acquired the secrets of Devilfall Valley, but at the same time he would become a huge target. So long as information of this was divulged, who knew how many great powers and eccentrics would come knocking on his door? It was hard to say whether or not the advantages would outweigh the detriments. Silvermoon couldn't help but ask, "Master, did that jade slip not contain them?" Since Silvermoon asked, Han Li answered her with an insipid tone. "The jade slip contained the cultivation art and techniques of Master Tsongkuan. Although I cannot cultivate the main cultivation art, the whole moon arts, there are several secret techniques and a few cultivation insights that I am able to make much use of." When Silvermoon heard this, she sighed and appeared dejected. At that moment Han Li put away all the items and boxes. After giving Silvermoon a brief word, Han Li closed his eyes and began to meditate. Silvermoon then drew close to Han Li's body and curled up. She then opened her bright black eyes and began to mindlessly stare at an empty corner of the cart. As the army of Milan mortals slowly advanced, 2 days had passed. During that time, 2 groups of spell warriors had conducted a search of the army. However, Han Li was awakened by Silvermoon each time and he was able to easily conceal himself from these low-grade spell warriors. Since the cart Han Li chose contained insignificant items, none of the Milan mortals had bothered to check it. Once the army left the Milan plains, Han Li stealthily took off with Silvermoon in his grasp. He took a route different from the army, heading straight in the direction of the heavenly south. With his vast spiritual sense, Han Li was able to detect any spell warriors within 50 kilometers, allowing him to easily avoid them as he smoothly made his way through the desert and into the 9 Nations Union state of Fengyuan. The state of Fengyuan was one of the 3 countries that was closest to the Milan Plains. The mountains on their border were normally garrisoned with cultivators of the 9 Nations Alliance. But after Han Li spent several days inside the state of Fengyuan, he hadn't encountered a single cultivator, but he had encountered many patrols of spell warriors. It was clear that the 9 Nations Unions had found their initial battle against the Milan spell warriors unfavorable and decided to retreat for the time being. The true battle shouldn't have started yet. Without further thought, Han Li hurried his way through a particularly desolate area. After a smooth, eventless flight for 4 days, he suddenly turned his head to look at a small, obscure mountain with an expression of shock. Soon his face changed between various different expressions. Just a moment ago he had detected an area with fierce spiritual chi fluctuations that faintly contained vicious intent. It was clear that there was a battle between high-grade cultivators. Since a battle was taking place here, it was likely to be a cultivator fighting against a spell warrior. With some further examination, Hanli discovered that there were 5 core formation stage combatants staking their all against a nascent soul eccentric. Amongst these core formation stage combatants, there were a few with auras that Hanli found slightly familiar. After a moment of consideration, Hanli couldn't figure out who it was. After a moment of hesitation, Hanli wasn't able to suppress his curiosity and flew over. With Hanli's exceptional movement techniques, Hanli was able to cover this short distance in the blink of an eye. Once he arrived, he saw various colored lights fill the sky along with the sound of harsh explosions. The battle was greatly fierce. The 5 variously dressed core formation cultivators were currently fighting against an early nascent soul stage spell warrior. Although the 5 core formation cultivators were fighting with all their strength and were controlling their magic treasures with perfection, the yellow-robed bald spell warrior was slowly pushing back the cultivators with circles of yellow mist. The spell warrior wore a fierce expression. Although he hadn't released his own magic treasure, his fantastical techniques and deep cultivation allowed him to easily deal with them. Or if not for the fact there was a gorgeous woman amongst the core formation cultivators, the nascent soul cultivator likely wouldn't have held back and would have already finished them all off. Although Hanli found this woman familiar, his gaze focused on the fat old man amongst the cultivators. This old man was spirally with silver lightning and was controlling a huge sword magic treasure that repeatedly emitted lightning. He was the strongest amongst the group of 5. Hanli recognized the old man's appearance and cultivation art, and wore a complicated expression. He muttered, "It's him? To think that there are such coincidences in this world." After the yellow-robed cultivator battled for such a long period of time, he lost his patience and fiercely glared at the gorgeous woman. "Girl, it seems you cannot recognize my good intentions. Were it not for the fact my cultivation art requires an outstanding cultivation vessel, I wouldn't have spared you for so long. If you don't surrender yourself to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Once he said this, he spat out a yellow feather. It glowed brilliantly and had something faintly drawn on it. The bald cultivator then took it into his hand. When the fat old man and the others saw this, their expressions vastly changed, knowing that things were from good. They clearly understood that the spell warrior had been holding back, but they didn't dare to retreat, else they would easily be picked off by the spell warrior. Their chances of survival would be even worse than fighting him together. As such, the 5 bitterly cursed in their minds and could only muster the entirety of their magic power to attack the spell warrior. For a time, the might of their magic treasures were greatly increased and they were able to forcefully beat back the yellow mist and regain some of their momentum. This infuriated the bald spell warrior. He tossed his feather into the air and spat a mist of yellow chi onto the magic treasure and began to utter incantations. The feather trembled for a moment and gently fanned in the direction of the cultivators. Suddenly, a large whistle sounded through the air and a deep yellow gale followed in the direction that the feather had fanned. In an instant, the gale turned into a 100-meter-tall tornado and completely engulfed the 5 core formation cultivators. Chapter 708. Constrained Spirit Earth Dragons. The fearsome earth-shaking gales caused the magic treasures to unsteadily sway. They seemed to be restricted by the gale and were incapable of breaking free. The bald spell warrior wore a bizarre smile and revealed an expression of pride. "Haha. If you won't accept my kindness, then I will use force. How reckless. Don't expect me to stop after matters have reached this far." The bald spell warrior then grabbed the air and suddenly formed a huge hand from the yellow wings. It then made its way to grab the gorgeous woman. The spell warriors planned to first grab the woman to make sure she lived and instantly exterminate the remaining 4 through a full display of his power. The woman attempted to make use of her blazing flame sword magic treasure to block the large hand, but the gales had caused it to spin out of control. With no way of controlling it, she was incapable of saving herself, causing her complexion to pale. Although the 4 cultivators wished to rescue the woman, they were disoriented and swept away by the wind. Only the fat old man with the deepest cultivation amongst them was able to deal with it somewhat better. In his worry, he forcefully raised his hand and released a meter-long bolt of lightning to strike at the giant hand. However, the attack was completely ineffective. When the yellow hand was only 3 meters away from grabbing the woman, it suddenly disappeared. At that same moment, the yellow-robed spell warrior roared in furious alarm. The windstorm that trapped the core formation cultivator suddenly weakened before soon disappearing. It was as if what had just happened is only an illusion. The group of cultivators looked at each other with dismay and turned their gaze towards the bald spell warrior. However, he was angrily staring in a direction that was completely empty. They couldn't help but reveal astonishment. A fierce expression appeared on the spell warrior's face and he furiously shouted, "Since you've dared to break my technique, why would you so stealthily hide yourself?" He seemed to no longer pay the core formation cultivators any notice. A man's voice leisurely spoke. "It isn't that I'm hiding myself, but it's just that your cultivation is too lacking to see me. It seems your esteemed self should have just recently entered nascent soul stage. You are far weaker than other spell warriors I've seen." In an azure flash of light, a youth with a common appearance appeared before them. When he saw that the 5 cultivators were caught in a desperate situation, he released an azure essence sword streak towards the feather. Once it was struck, the windstorm was easily dissolved. The 5 were initially alarmed by Han Li's appearance, but after sensing that he was at nascent soul stage, they rejoiced, knowing that their lives were saved. The female cultivator promptly saluted him from a distance and respectfully said, "Junior's name is Yingning. Many thanks for Senior's rescue." Yingning. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but take another look at the woman. He faintly remembered her. However, now was not the time to deal with this, and he simply waved his arm, having the woman cease her salute. The woman and the old man didn't seem to recognize him. Came as no surprise. In the past he only met each of them once. Now that almost 200 years had passed, it wasn't odd that they didn't recognize him. With that thought, Han Li turned his gaze to the yellow-robed spell warrior and flatly said, "Since your esteemed self hasn't run, it seems you wish to take me on?" When the bald spell warrior heard this, he furiously smiled and heartily laughed. "Your esteemed self is also but an early nascent soul cultivator. Your words may be bold, but I must oblige you to demonstrate your abilities." With that said, the bald spell warrior formed an incantation gesture and he flicked his finger downward, shooting out 2 shining yellow pellets. Han Li was faintly surprised by this and didn't stop him. He merely narrowed his eyes and watched with interest. The large man was inwardly delighted to see that Han Li remained idle and promptly uttered an incantation. His body was then covered with surging yellow clouds. With an imposing voice he softly shouted, "Rise." When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred as he expectantly glanced around him, but he saw nothing appear. In his doubt he suddenly heard faint rumbling from the ground. The rumbling soon became thunderous and world-quaking. Han Li swept his spiritual sense to the ground and revealed slight astonishment. Without any further thought he swept his sleeve, sending 2 10-meter-long sword streaks out from his cuff down towards the sound's origin. Han Li frowned. Although the sword streaks struck, they were ineffective. With a rustle of wind, 2 40-meter-long horned yellow dragons flew out from the ground and shot towards the bald cultivator. They then surrounded the bald cultivator and continuously revolved around him as if to protect him. Han Li was amazed to discover the 2 fearsome yellow dragons were entirely formed from earth. They appeared as if they were truly alive. This lifelike aura seemed to originate from the yellow pellet on top of their heads. It pulsed with light, releasing a demonic yellow radiance. "Hee. Your esteemed self will be the first to witness the might of my constrained spirit beasts. Go." The bald spell warrior furiously smiled and struck the earth dragons with yellow spell seals. The dragons subsequently charged towards Han Li with overbearing force. Han Li furrowed his brow and lightly sighed. He opened his mouth and spat out a sliver of celestial ice flames. The sliver of flames split into 2 even thinner flames and accurately struck the heads of each of the earth dragons. The flames crackled and instantly enveloped the earth dragons in a layer of ice. The ice sculptures stopped 10 meters in front of Han Li before dropping towards the earth. Then with a flash of azure light there were 2 clear explosions. The 2 frozen earth dragons had been easily shattered by 2 sword streaks that Han Li flung. Afterwards he raised his hand and calmly summoned the 2 yellow pellets into his hand. He took a glance at them before placing them into his storage pouch. Han Li leisurely said, "What other abilities do you have? Please don't hesitate to use them. I wish to see the true might of the spell warrior's spirit techniques." Silence looked over the yellow clouds for a moment as the spell warrior was shocked to the core at Han Li's effortless disposal of his 2 earth dragons. A moment later, the spell warrior's sullen voice suddenly left the yellow clouds. "What sect do you come from? Might I know of your distinguished name? You don't seem to match the description of any better-known cultivators. Don't tell me you also entered Nascent Soul stage in the last 100 years." The last question was uttered with a savage tone. "I am a nameless individual. If I said my name you wouldn't know of it. Since fellow Daoist doesn't intend to attack, I won't be polite." Han Li's expression grew sullen and he slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing countless glistening golden flying insects into the air. They were the pure gold devouring beetles that Han Li had meticulously nurtured. This would be the first time that Han Li would be using them against an enemy. He wished to test how effective they would be against a nascent soul stage opponent. "Gold-devouring beetles. You actually possess them? And so many?" Much to Han Li's surprise, the yellow-robed spell warrior shouted the name of these insects with a voice of terror before Han Li could order the attack. Without another word, the yellow-robed cultivator turned around and tore through the skies as a streak of yellow light. His swiftness had caused Han Li to hesitate and abandon the idea of pursuing him. He wasn't confident in being able to exterminate a nascent soul cultivator that was wholeheartedly focused on fleeing. Once a nascent soul manifested, even the lightning movement technique was lacking in speed to match it. However, the bald spell warrior was able to recognize his gold-devouring beetles despite having somewhat inferior cultivation. It was truly shocking. Although he felt somewhat puzzled, Han Li dropped the matter and recalled his still untested spirit beast pouch. Afterwards, he slowly flew towards the core formation cultivators with a calm expression. Before the Han Li drew close to them, the fat old man took the initiative to fly forward and deeply saluted him. "Many thanks for your assistance, Senior. Might Junior know your esteemed name?" "Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Lei Wanhe. We cannot thank you enough." In addition to Nie Yen, who had introduced herself before, the others began to salute Han Li as well with gratitude and respect. The Giant Sword Sect's Shi Qiyun, Masked Moon Sect's Tang Minghua, Heavenly Imperial Fortress Qian Huan pays their respects to Senior. Chapter 709, Lei Wanhe's Shock, Senior. Han Li stroked his chin and wore an odd expression on his face. The fat old man was the senior martial uncle Lei, who had exchanged medicinal herbs for pill formulas. Although he was merely observing the common customs of the cultivation world, Han Li couldn't help but find this action odd. As for the gorgeous woman named Nie Yen, he had only met her once as Senior Martial Sister Nie, before when she had protected the Murong brothers from Senior Martial Brother Lu, back during his time at Yellow Maple Valley. 1. Although Han Li didn't have much of a relationship with her, he had heard much of her aptitude and her beauty both external and within. Back in the past there had been countless male disciples that had admired her. He didn't expect that after so many years she would form a golden core. Han Li remained silent and examined both Lei Wanhe and Nie Yen with a complicated expression. As this occurred, Lei Wanhe felt puzzled. Not only did this senior appear excessively young, for some unknown reason, Lei Wanhe found his face somewhat familiar as if he had saw him before. This had come as a shock to him and he began to feel apprehensive. As Nie Yen looked at Han Li, bewilderment suddenly appeared from deep within her eyes. Han Li was disinclined from wasting any more time with this silent display and eventually said, "It seems Martial Uncle Lei truly doesn't remember me. However, the pill formulas Martial Uncle gave to me during that year had been of great help to me." When Lei Wanhe heard Han Li call him Martial Uncle, his jaw dropped and found himself at a loss for words. But after he heard him mention pill formulas, he suddenly recalled something and began to astonishingly stutter. "Martial Uncle? Pill formulas? You're. 2. When the others heard this, they were also dumbstruck. This nascent soul senior had actually called Lei Wanhe Martial Uncle. This had truly sent their minds spiraling into confusion. But when Nie Yen heard him, she amazedly examined Han Li once more before saying, "You're Martial Uncle Li's disciple Han Li. Junior Martial Brother Han? The woman's voice was filled with disbelief. Han Li felt genuine surprise. I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Nya would remember me. While Han Li was unknown during Qi condensation stage due to his low profile and meager cultivation, truly few knew of him. But ever since he survived the trial by blood and fire, and successfully became Li Huayuan's disciple after entering Foundation establishment, many shrewd individuals had taken notice of him. This senior martial sister Nya was one of them. Once the 6 devilish Dao sects invaded the state of Yu, his reputation surged throughout lower-grade disciples from his achievements in killing so many similar-grade Devil Dao cultivators. Although she hadn't seen his face since then, he had left a deep impression on her. With Han Li's appearance exactly the same as before, she recalled the famous junior martial brother Han from the past and unconsciously shouted out his name in shock. You truly are martial nephew Han. Wanhe felt his throat turn dry and his mind grew blank. It was said that any strange events could happen in the cultivation world. Outstanding disciples rising to the same status as a senior was a common occurrence. But for a Foundation establishment junior to suddenly reappear at nascent soul stage was something that brought an individual as experienced as Wanhe into a stupor. Han Li glanced around and calmly said, Martial Uncle Lei, there is no need to be so surprised. However, this isn't the place to talk. Let's have a chat as we travel instead. Wanhe's expression wavered several times before bitterly chuckling. I don't dare to accept the title as martial uncle. Since Senior Han has already entered nascent soul sage, I am your junior. His words still preserved the same respect from the very start. Regardless of Han Li's identity in the past, his current cultivation was far beyond his own. He didn't dare to be addressed with such an inappropriate title. The other 3 cultivators finally realized the relationship between Han Li and Wan Tianhe. After glancing at each other in dismay, weird expressions appeared on each of their faces. Han Li didn't pay this much heed. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head. Since fellow Daoist Lei says this, I won't be polite. Let us immediately depart from here. Your speed is all radar slow, so I will be bringing you. Once that was said, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and a small, exquisite item appeared in his hand. Once he flung it into the air, a squarish item appeared before them in a flash of red light. Under control of spell seals, the wind-riding chariot quickly grew larger and appeared over 30 meters wide. Get in the chariot. Han Li bluntly ordered them. Wanhe and the others naturally didn't have any objections and they all flew into the chariot with a blur. Once Han Li stepped onto the wind-riding chariot, he began to infuse the chariot with his spiritual power. After gently trembling for a moment, it tore through the skies as a streak of white light. With its exceeding speed, it disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. The speed of the wind-riding chariot delighted the others. At this speed, the spell warriors wouldn't be able to pursue them, relieving them of worry that was on their minds. As Han Li drove the wind-riding chariot, he casually asked, Fellow Daoists, the state of Fengyuan should have already fallen into the grasp of the spell warriors. Why were you there and how did you come to be blocked by a nascent soul spell warrior? If that area weren't so remote, it wouldn't have been easy to escape even if I took action. When the 5 heard this, they glanced at each other with various expression. The clear leader of their party, Wanhe, hesitated for a moment before answering, Senior might not know this, but we didn't act out of our free will. We were under orders from the 9 Nations Union to carry out an important task. As a result, we were occupied for several days and were present during the Milan invasion. Helpless, we could only choose a remote route and fly back. However, we encountered a few low-grade spell warriors along the way and had no choice but to kill them. But who could have possibly known that there was a nascent soul spell warrior that was located nearby? Just as we finished killing the last low-grade spell warrior, we were discovered by the old eccentric and were chased down. Although we knew we weren't a match, if we scattered, we would have only met our end sooner, so we could only do our utmost. It was only by a fluke that Senior Han came our way, else we would have met our end. As Wanhe spoke with gratitude, he examined this martial nephew Han. To tell the truth, he still felt as if all that happened was a dream. When Han Li heard this, he lost interest and indifferently grunted. A short moment later, he then asked, Fellow Daoist Lei, is my master Li Huayuan still doing well? As there was no point in concealing the matter, Wanhe honestly answered, Senior Han Junior Martial Brother Li died 100 years ago in the war with the Mulan Spell Warriors. As for his wife, she wasn't able to form a golden core and reached the end of her lifespan. Han Li was slightly shaken by his words and revealed a trace of sadness. He then asked, "Were my fellow martial brothers and sisters able to form a golden core?" Wanhe sighed and said, "No, although 3 of Junior Martial Brother Li's disciples had exceptional aptitude and entered false core stage, they weren't fated to form a golden core." Han Li grew silent for a moment. The appearances of Yu Kuan, Song Meng, Zhong Wenyang, and the others appeared through his mind. Past events slowly began to appear. A moment later he took a deep breath. Since his martial brothers and sisters were unable to form a golden core, he didn't further ask about them. It was likely that they died during meditation. His time spent at Yellow Maple Valley seemed as if it had all happened in an old dream. At that moment, Nie Yen suddenly said, "Senior Han, would you happen to be interested in rejoining Yellow Maple Valley?" Han Li raised his brow and immediately answered, "Return to Yellow Maple Valley? I have no such interest. I've already become an elder of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's Drifting Cloud sect, and I am satisfied there." Disappointment appeared from Nie Yan's expression and Wanhe's expression wavered. As for the other 3, they didn't dare to speak as they were unfamiliar with Han Li. After a moment of hesitation, Nie Yan then asked, "Would Senior happen to recognize Xiao Chuier?" Han Li was stunned for a moment. He asked with an odd expression, "Xiao Chuier, 3? Of course I do, you know that little girl?" At that same moment, the appearance of that young strange-spirited girl came to mind. Chapter 158. In Chapter 236, Han Li traded medicine herbs for Wanhe's pill formulas. Prior to this, Wanhe had assisted Han Li in getting rid of a few thousand bamboo sect cultivators. 3. Introduced in Chapter 291 while Han Li was guarding the mortal Qin clan. At the time, Xiaoxiu and her grandfather were qi condensation cultivators. For payment of the nameless qi restraining incantation, he had introduced her to his senior martial brother Ma at Yellow Maple Valley as a disciple. Chapter 710. Information on Nangong Wan. Han Li had a deep impression of the young girl he had recommended to join Yellow Maple Valley. But soon after he recalled the small old man that had accepted her as a disciple, senior martial brother Ma. When Han Li recalled him he felt a trace of sadness. That small old man couldn't have formed a golden core given his age, but he was the one who Han Li shared the deepest friendship with at Yellow Maple Valley. Odds were that he already passed away. With both feigned annoyance and delight she faintly smiled and said, "Little girl. Junior martial sister Xiao is no longer some little girl. She is already married and entered core formation stage several tens of years ago." Once Han Li recovered from his surprise he smiled, "Oh? She also entered core formation. Now that is surprising." Nie Ying gently said, "I have heard junior martial sister Xiao speak several times about how senior drew her into the sect." Junior martial sister Xiao always felt deep gratitude and concern for senior Han. Han Li's smile faded away and he insipidly said, "At the time I simply introduced her to senior martial brother Ma because her aptitude was good, nothing more. It is now only a matter of the past." Nie Yan and Wanhe could only bitterly smile at each other in silence at her failed efforts in an attempt to make Han Li rejoin the sect. As for the reason why Han Li was unwilling to rejoin, the two could guess. During the year the core disciples joined the 9 Nations Union. Since Han Li wasn't amongst them because he was but a minor Foundation establishment disciple, he was grouped up to be bait and was abandoned. It was no wonder why he felt so detached towards Yellow Maple Valley and had no intention of returning. As the two had nothing better to say, Han Li suddenly asked the middle-aged masked moon cultivator, "Did you have a female cultivator by the name of Nangong Wan? How is she now?" Han Li's voice suddenly grew gloomy. The middle-aged man named Tang Minghua was surprised and he soon respectfully replied, "Ah. Senior knows Martial Aunt Nangong? She is currently overseeing the sect and is doing well." In Han Li's shock he wasn't able to conceal a trace of joy. Martial Aunt? She already entered Nascent Soul stage? Martial Aunt Nangong successfully entered Nascent Soul stage over 100 years ago, and she is now an elder of our sect. Is Senior an old friend of Martial Aunt Nangong? Han Li sighed and his eyes became dim. Old friend? Could be considered so. I received great kindness from your martial aunt in the past, and I've always wanted to meet her again. It's a shame that I was occupied with so many matters over the year and I've never had the opportunity. Hee. Although martial aunt Nangong rarely sees guests, Senior should be able to easily see her. In 3 months, martial aunt Nangong will marry the Flowing Mind Sec's elder Wei, and their Dao companion ceremony will officialize them as pair cultivators. This celebration originally only invited high-grade cultivators of the 9 Nations Union, but since Senior is her old friend, he will certainly. Han Li felt his mind buzz and he couldn't hear anything else the middle-aged man said. He suddenly faced the masked moon sect cultivator and coldly asked, Dao companion ceremony? Yes, she plans on marrying Elder Wei Lycan of the Flowing Mind sect, who formed a nascent soul 300 years ago and possesses profound abilities. He is a cultivation genius who didn't come from the heavenly south. Both of our sects spent much effort to make this matter possible. Han Li's icy expression frightened the middle-aged cultivator. All kinds of strange thoughts began to well up inside him, but under Han Li's freezing gaze, he couldn't help but continue to speak. Lei Wanhe and the others revealed an odd expression. Even an idiot could tell that the relationship between Han Li and Nangong Wan wasn't so simple. Why else would Han Li have such a strong reaction upon hearing this? Much to the others' surprise, Han Li's icy expression lasted only a moment more before suddenly disappearing. With a gentle tone he said, There is no need for fellow Daoist Tang to be afraid. I have no evil intentions. I merely heard that an old love of mine is about to become someone else's woman and I became somewhat restless. Now that I know of this matter, I will naturally have to celebrate my good friend's ceremony. The middle-aged cultivator sighed in relief at seeing Han Li so calm and repeatedly uttered words of welcome. However, Han Li only replied with a slight smile. The others in the chariot were also relieved. After all, the 6 sects of you were now practically one united existence. They didn't wish for anything to happen to one another. Following this, Han Li casually asked a few more questions related to the 6 sects of you. Since the matters weren't important, the 5 were able to answer all of them. But when he heard that the Yellow Maple Valley ancestor Linghu had reached the end of his lifespan, Han Li frowned for just a moment and quickly unfurrowed his brow as if he hadn't heard this. Han Li suddenly recalled something and asked, Ah yes, your martial aunt Nangong should have a younger cousin by the name of Nangong Bing. She should also be a cultivator of the masked moon sect. The middle-aged cultivator seemed confused and asked, Nangong Bing? Senior must have heard wrong. Martial aunt Nangong was always a solitary figure. I've never heard of a younger cousin. Is Senior not mistaken? When Han Li heard this, he was dumbfounded. After taking a deep breath, he urgently asked, Nangong Bing should have been a female core formation cultivator of your sect. Could it be that you don't remember? Tang Minghua wryly smiled. If this person truly belongs to our sect, this junior would definitely know of it. I can pledge with certainty that there is no such woman in our sect. With an astonished expression, Lei Wanhe couldn't help but interrupt. Fellow Daoist Tang speaks the truth. We would know if such a core formation cultivator existed in the masked moon sect. Where did Senior come to learn of this person? It's nothing. I merely had a misunderstanding. Although Han Li said this, he was flabbergasted and appeared to be at a loss. Han Li now knew that Nangong Bing wasn't the cousin of Nangong Wan, but was Nangong Wan herself with the use of some appearance alterations. It was no wonder why she hadn't treated him so ruthlessly or why she had such a queer expression when they departed. After that, Han Li completely lost interest in further discussion and simply dropped the chariot forward with a gloomy expression. When the others saw that this senior Han wasn't in a good mood, they didn't dare to carelessly chat. For a time, the wind-riding chariot was completely silent. Less than half a day later, Han Li stopped the wind-riding chariot at some nameless mountain. Han Li stood up and calmly said, We will have to part here. This place is only a day away from the border of the state of Fengyuan. It should be safe here. I have matters that I must attend to and I cannot continue to keep you company. Lei Wanhe and the others didn't dare to say anything else and simply thanked Han Li once more for saving their life before flying out of the wind-riding chariot. Han Li didn't say a single word more and promptly turned the chariot before disappearing off the horizon in the blink of an eye. The older heavenly imperial fortress cultivator surnamed Qian saw that the wind-riding chariot had disappeared from sight and couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Daoist Lei, is it true that Senior Han was once a disciple of your Yellow Maple Valley and was your martial nephew in the past?" Lei Wanhe frowned and annoyedly said, "What, do you think I'm someone who speaks empty words?" Although his life had been saved by Han Li, his past junior's cultivation now vastly exceeded his own and he became a genuine senior. Given how careful he had to be, he couldn't help but be in a bad mood. Hee. There is no need for Brother Lei to be angry. I simply found it odd. If fellow Daoist spoke truthfully, Senior Han should be around the same age as fellow Daoist Nye. Fellow Daoist Nye, how long have you been cultivating? Cultivator Qian asked earnestly. As if realizing what he asked, Nye Yen answered with a changed expression. I cultivated for 200 years before reaching early core formation stage. Cultivator Qian rubbed his chin and sternly said, "It seems Senior Han spent only 200 years before condensing a nascent soul. Do you know what this means?" The giant sword sect cultivator couldn't help but shout in surprise. Could it be Brother Qian means? Cultivator Qian solemnly said, "That's right. It is quite possible this person may reach deity transformation stage. It had been tens of thousands of years since this last happened. Although cultivators who reach deity transformation stage soon disappear from this world, each of them were unrivaled in the short time they were here. The entire heavenly south, be they righteous, devilish or even neutral, all unite during this time as there is none capable of withstanding an early deity transformation stage cultivator. Chapter 7:11. Han Li's determination. After some thought, Nye Yen smiled and said, "Brother Qian must be exaggerating. Although fellow Daoist Han managed to reach nascent soul stage in such a short amount of time, reaching deity transformation is still a matter far out of reach. It isn't so easily done. In fact, so long as he reaches late nascent soul stage, he is able to proclaim his own sect a hegemon of their side. That seems much more likely." With a spirited glint appearing from his eyes, the cultivator surnamed Qian slowly said, "Hee. I merely think too much. If Senior Han doesn't come across any mishap, he'll surely become a greatly influential character in the heavenly south. Given the deep ties he has to Yellow Maple Valley, if he joins, I reckon it won't be long before we can reclaim the state of you." After a moment of silence, Lei Wanhe sighed and said, "Relationship? Fellow Daoist just saw that although Senior Han originally came from our Yellow Maple Valley, he is now the elder of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's Drifting Cloud sect. Moreover, he doesn't have any intention of returning. Regardless of what sect power he belongs to, Yellow Maple Valley will not be able to rope him in." Once that was said, the others were at a loss for words. The giant sword sect cultivator doubtfully said, "Why does Senior Han treat your sect as such? After all, that was where he came from. Does he have intention of paying back what the sect has done for him?" Lei Wanhe shook his head and said, "I cannot divulge the specifics, but the odds aren't good. However, from how I see it, his relationship with the masked moon sect Senior Nangong seems deep. Perhaps Senior Nangong can try talking with him. Even if he will not rejoin our 6 sects, a good relationship can still be formed." Tang Minghua doubtfully said, "This is possible. I'll have to go back to the sect and inquire about the relationship between Senior Han and Martial Ant Nangong. Leave it be. Roping in a nascent soul stage cultivator isn't something that we can handle. Have the elders deal with it. This Senior Han should appear at the ceremony in 3 months. Lei Wanhe then glanced around him and frowned. "Regardless, let's hurry back to the 9 Nations Union. It isn't safe here." When the others heard this, the 5 ceased their chat and took to the skies. Although Lei Wanhe spoke with an effortless tone, he became inwardly worried. How could he inform Ancestor Linghu of this matter? Could he just say that a disciple he had abandoned in the past had become an existence as powerful as the ancestor himself? Moreover, that matter had caused Han Li to resent Yellow Maple Valley. Wouldn't telling his martial senior this be the same as directly rebuking him? He could only helplessly sigh several times along the journey before gloomily continuing on his way. Because the wind-riding chariot was far too eye-catching, once Han Li was out of sight from Lei Wanhe and the others, he put away the chariot and began to fly using ordinary light. Now that he suddenly acquired news on Nangong Wan, and bad at that, he needed to calm himself and have a long thought about the subject. Back in the past they only had intercourse once and he only saw her 2 times. Because there was such a vast difference in their cultivation, they simply acted as indifferent strangers. But at some unknown time, Hanli had unconsciously thought of Nangong Wan as his own woman. With the successful formation of his golden core and nascent soul, Hanli recognized himself as being worthy of Nangong Wan, and this idea was even further cemented in his mind. As a result, he had nearly lost his sensibilities once he heard that Nangong Wan was about to become Dao companions with someone else. Pretending not to know that Nangong Wan was marrying someone else was something that Hanli couldn't possibly do. The only man who could marry her in this lifetime was Hanli. Moreover, he was convinced that as the man who took Nangong Wan's vital yin, she should have some semblance of feeling for him as well. He definitely couldn't allow the celebration to smoothly carry out. He was currently pondering about whether he should directly head to the masked moon sect and stealthily steal Nangong Wan away or crash the celebration 3 months later. These 2 methods clearly had their own advantages. Although the first method was easier to carry out, he truly doubted whether or not Nangong Wan would leave with him without objection. After all, she had stayed at the masked moon sect for many years and had become an elder of her sect. There was no way she wouldn't have any apprehensions about leaving. The second option was to directly appear on the day of the celebration. It could be said to be far more challenging as he would face the masked moon sects, the 6 sects of you, and even the 9 Nations Alliance. So long as he was able to settle the problems that arose, he could be together with Nangong Wan in a just and honorable fashion without any future worries. Of course, there was a more simple method. He could have this Wei Lycan mysteriously disappear from this world. However, this method was also the most dangerous. The Flowing Mind sect wasn't any small sect. It was the largest sect in the 9 Nations Union, possessing 5 nascent soul stage elders. It was far stronger than the Drifting Cloud sect. If this Wei Lycan stayed inside the sect the entire time, even if he had amazing abilities, Hanli wouldn't even have an opportunity to make an attempt. And even if he managed to kill him, if Hanli's identity was exposed, he would suffer the full brunt of the consequences. As Hanli pondered, he repeatedly came up with different plans. In the end, he decided on a compromise of these methods for the sake of reliability. He decided to first hurry on his way to the masked moon sect to see Nangong Wan and ask about her intentions. If she had heavy misgivings or some other difficulties in leaving, he would pay a visit to the Flowing Mind sect and see whether or not there would be an opportunity to stealthily exterminate Wei Lycan, risking it all for a smooth solution. If there was no opportunity to attack, he would simply appear on the day of the celebration and openly make his own proposal to marry Nangong Wan. Regardless of what happened or her willingness to agree, he must forcefully take her away. There are few things in his lifetime that had ever made him feel this way. He normally acted with regards to reason, not emotion, but this time Hanli could not allow Nangong Wan to marry someone else. With his current abilities, anything short of a late nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to stop him. With this all decided, his spirits were roused. After regaining his bearings, he increased the speed of his flight and quickly traveled. When the 6 sects of you were defeated, they could only take refuge with the 9 Nations Alliance. They planted down their sects in the country with the least other sects, the state of Bailiang. The state of Bailiang had sparsely few cultivators due to the lack of cultivation resources. As for selecting who would join the 6 sects, they couldn't possibly be choosy. Additionally, the 6 sect cultivators were secretly and openly feuding with the local sects for over 100 years before managing to barely establish themselves. Of course, spirit veins and other resources the 6 sects of you had access to were far inferior to what they had in their original country. But after so many years of desperate fighting, the 6 sects eventually recovered a bit of their strength and their standing in the 9 Nations Alliance grew. With the masked moon sect being the strongest amongst the 6 sects of you, they managed to occupy a mountain range with decent spirit veins. The west side of the state of Bailiang's gem-cut mountains was the base of the masked moon sect. They had constructed countless buildings of all sorts and laid down various grand restrictions here. The gem-cut mountains was divided into 3 levels. The lowest level being at the base of the mountain and was where the low-grade cultivators lived. Naturally, only core formation cultivators had the qualifications to live in the middle level. Although foundation establishment cultivators weren't worthy of notice in the eyes of those at core formation stage and above, In the eyes of stagnant qi condensation cultivators, they viewed them as important pillars of the sect. The masked moon sect's various stewards were naturally exceedingly capable people, and all possessed foundation establishment cultivation, the exception being the mortal affairs steward Yuan Kun. He was the sole qi condensation steward in the sect. The reason this was possible was because the Yuan clan, a mid-sized clan native to the state of Bailiang, had welcomed the six sects when they had just entered the country. They had expended much effort on behalf of the masked moon sect in particular. As a reward for the Yuan clan's actions, the masked moon sect would only assign Yuan clan disciples to this minor position for generations to come. But as luck would have it, Yuan Kun was the nephew of the Yuan clan lord and had no future prospects in cultivation. As a result of the personal request of the Yuan clan lord, the upper echelon of the masked moon sect appointed him as a sect steward. While Yuan Kun may not have much prospects in cultivation, he was well adjusted to the mortal world and was able to smoothly handle his tasks without any mishap, consolidating his position as a steward. But due to the rules of seniority in the cultivation world, the low-grade cultivators in the masked moon sect didn't treat him with much more respect as he was still only a qi condensation cultivator. He was also held in contempt by the other foundation establishment stage stewards. However, Steward Yuan didn't care about this in the least and leisurely spent his days in the masked moon sect, drawing from his connections and lowering his head when needed. One day Yuan Kun appeared at a mortal village closest to the Gem-Cut Mountains, bringing along 2 masked moon sect disciples along with him that possessed lower cultivation. As normal, they went around several stores and purchased a few everyday goods. But unbeknownst to him, after he walked through 3 of these stores, an indiscernible trace of spiritual sense stealthily wrapped around the clothes of the steward, attentively watching this trifling qi condensation cultivator. Chapter 7:12. Entering disguised not long after Yuan Kun began shopping in the village, he smoothly gathered all the items he needed and flew back to the Gem-Cut Mountains with his 2 assistants. But when the 3 only traveled 15 kilometers away from the city, silver light suddenly flashed ahead of them, revealing a gorgeous young woman. She looked at the 3 with a captivating smile. "We are masked moon sect disciples. Senior." Although Yuan Kun's cultivation was low, the strange scene that appeared before him indicated that the woman was beyond ordinary. He immediately fell back on his identity as a sect member to protect them. However, it seemed as if the woman didn't hear him. She chuckled and blew out a pink mist from her mouth. The mist appeared to be slow, but it enveloped the 3 in an instant. Yuan Kun and company were unable to resist due to their meager cultivation. After smelling a trace of the scent, they felt their minds fade away as they fell unconscious, promptly collapsing onto the ground. Without any hesitation, the young woman waved her sleeve and released a white mist from her cuff. The mist immediately grabbed the 3 and brought them to her side. After glancing at their faces, the young woman giggled and glowed with silver light, immediately taking to the skies with her captives. The white light traveled over 5 kilometers away before dropping down at a desolate forest. There was an azure-robed youth that was sitting down cross-legged beneath a large tree and peacefully resting. Right after the white light suddenly appeared before them, it disappeared. Yuan Kun and company were silently laid down in front of the youth, and the young woman gracefully floated down from the sky. The woman stood in front of the youth and respectfully said, "Master, I've brought people. They called themselves masked moon sect cultivators. They should be what you're looking for." The youth opened his eyes and indifferently asked, "You didn't alarm any others?" Of course, the youth was Han Li, who had spent most of the last month rushing to the state of Bailiang. Since he planned on stealthily finding Nangong Wan, he couldn't brazenly pay her a visit on her doorstep. It would better to avoid any unnecessary trouble. As such, he needed to understand a few details about the masked moon sect, and he decided to stay at a small town nearby. As one who had once tread the path of cultivation since he was a low-grade cultivator, Han Li understood that a sect's low-grade disciples were incapable of completely separating themselves from the mortal world. The town closest to the sect should be a place well frequented by low-grade disciples. With Han Li's immense spiritual sense, regardless of how many cultivators entered the city, they would be incapable of escaping his notice. Originally, Han Li was eyeing another masked moon sect qi condensation disciple, But when a Qi condensation disciple wearing steward robes arrived in town, Han Li's target had changed to him. A disciple of higher rank would naturally know of the sect far better. With a thread of spiritual sense tied around him, he ordered Silvermoon to capture him and his associates. Afterwards they were brought to the forest where he was waiting. Knowing that Han Li was currently in a poor mood, she abandoned any intent to jest and tactfully replied in an earnest manner, "Master, be at ease." It was an easy task to capture 3 Qi condensation cultivators. It definitely didn't catch anyone's attention. Han Li expressionlessly glanced at Yuan Kun's body and coldly grunted, "Well done. With your Demon Fox illusion techniques and my Dream Tear technique, we will have him tell us everything." Silvermoon immediately answered, "As you command, Master." Afterwards she turned around and blew several breaths of pink mist onto the 3 on the ground, filling the entire surrounding area. Han Li stood up and slowly entered the mist. Not long after, faint azure light faintly pulsed from within it. Although the Gem-Cut Mountains had a notable name, the first time anyone that came to its mountain wouldn't know why it had the name Gem-Cut. It didn't appear exquisite as its name had implied. Rather, it appeared strange and oversized. The Gem-Cut Mountains didn't have many branching mountains, but the main mountain spanned tens of kilometers in length. Moreover, the bottom half the mountain appeared quite smooth and flat without any cliffs, as if it were a huge slope. But the center of the mountains suddenly grew steep. Not only was the mountain stones frighteningly steep, but the spiritual qi was far more plentiful. It was where the core formation cultivators placed their own cave residences. But in order to prevent any attacks from the sky, ferocious spell restrictions were placed down around the top of the Gem-Cut Mountains. Low-grade disciples have no method of climbing the mountain apart from a few set pathways. Han Li currently stood at the center of the Gem-Cut Mountains on a simple stone road. He looked up to the top of the Gem-Cut Mountains with a soft expression. His current appearance had greatly changed through the use of the appearance exchange arts. His entire body and stature had precisely changed to that of Yuan Kun. Of course, he had also restrained his cultivation to Qi condensation stage. After acquiring the information that he wanted from Yuan Kun and his subordinates, he imprisoned the 3 in a dry tree hollow and boldly entered the Gem-Cut Mountains. With Yuan Kun's steward command medallion along with the information he had acquired from the Dream Tear technique, he was able to easily enter the masked moon sect. He currently stood at a market city that was constructed at a corner of the Gem-Cut Mountains where thousands of disciples traded for wanted items. Among them were a few stores that sold mortal goods which were specifically managed by this steward Yuan. Han Li didn't directly head to the top of the mountain. Instead, he patiently brought the items that Yuan Kun purchased at the mortal town and delivered them to these stores. He left each of these stores under the respective gazes of the shopkeepers and glanced up the mountain. From these 3 disciples' memories, although Nangong Wan was on the verge of getting married, she wasn't freely accepting visitors despite not being in secluded cultivation. Even the high-grade disciples of the sect found it difficult to meet their martial ancestor Nangong. As for why Nangong Wan would agree to become the pair cultivation companion of the flowing mind sect's Wei Lycan, it was still unknown to Han Li. The 3 he had captured were lowly ranked and didn't know anything of the matter, much to Han Li's disappointment. But from their memories, Han Li was able to clearly see, as the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the masked moon sect and an amazing world-shaking beauty, Nangong Wan held the vast adoration of many of the low-grade disciples in the sect. There were even vast amounts of male disciples that secretly held romantic feelings for her, Yuan Kun being one of them. Although he had only seen Nangong Wan a couple of times in the many years that he spent there, he was infatuated. When he heard that Nangong Wan was to be married, Steward Yuan felt depressed for a long while. When Han Li saw these memories, he was speechless. Now that Han Li had finished delivering the mortal goods, he casually dealt with other matters in accordance to Yuan Kun's memories. Fortunately, Steward Yuan didn't have any particularly deep relationships in the sect and none were able to see through any gaps in behavior. A while later, Han Li saw that the sky was dimming and felt that it was about time. According to the Yuan Kun's ordinary behavior, he calmly climbed the mountain. Although Yuan Kun was only a Qi condensation cultivator, he was still a sect steward, and possessed a small, unremarkable residence on the second level of the Gem-Cut Mountains. Han Li was able to make it into the second level of the Gem-Cut Mountains without any problems, but he came across a few Foundation establishment cultivators along the way. When they spotted Han Li disguised as Steward Yuan, they each glanced at him with disdain. There were a few that ignored him. When Han Li was alone, he bitterly chuckled as he stroked his chin. It seems that apart from Steward Yuan's subordinates, this person didn't get along well with others. After entering the second level, Han Li didn't go to Yuan Kuan's small residence. Instead he flew towards the top of the mountain along the path on a low-altitude flying tool. Although the other areas appeared empty, Han Li knew that formidable restrictions had been placed there. He naturally didn't dare to touch them. Eventually Han Li arrived at the border entrance between the second and third level of the mountain. There were 2 Foundation establishment cultivators that had bluntly blocked his way. The pale-skinned cultivator frowned and loudly shouted, "Yuan Kuan, what did you come here for? You should know that you have no business here." After a long while of hesitation, "Martial uncles, this martial nephew wishes to see martial ancestor Nangong. Would martial uncles be able to report this?" Once the 2 cultivators recovered from their shock, they harshly rebuked him without further thought. "What are you saying? Yuan Kuan, are you awake? You must be daydreaming to think you can see martial ancestor Nangong." Chapter 7:13. Nangong Wan. Han Li wore a miserable expression and said, "When this martial nephew went out to purchase a few items, I encountered a senior with an unfathomable cultivation. He wanted me to give something to martial ancestor Nangong. He even placed a restriction on my body, saying that only martial ancestor Nangong would be able to dispel it." The pale-skinned cultivator asked bewilderedly, "Senior? Was he a core formation cultivator?" Continuing his dejected expression, he helplessly said, "This martial nephew isn't sure. But this cultivator stated that he was an old friend of martial ancestor Nangong and wished to send her a congratulatory gift, having heard that he grand celebration was drawing near. There are still some things that I have to personally say to her." An old friend of martial ancestor? Could he also be a nascent soul senior? This time the burly cultivator had spoken with alarm. After the pale-skinned cultivator recovered from his surprise, he doubtfully said, "It is possible, but since senior was already there, why didn't he personally arrive at the mountain and present the gift? Who knows? Maybe this senior has some of other matters to attend to, or maybe he finds it inconvenient." After a few of his musings, the burly cultivate bluntly said, "Martial nephew Yuan, extend your hand and let us see the restriction on your body." Having expected this, Han Li calmly extended his arm towards him and surged spiritual power throughout his power, simulating a bizarre magic power restriction on his body. The burly cultivator grabbed onto Han Li's arm and revealed astonishment after sensing it for a short moment. The pale-skinned cultivator also curiously placed 2 of his fingers on Han Li's arm. Not long after, he wore a similar expression on his face. The pale-skinned cultivator eased his expression and his tone grew less harsh. "That's right, a fearsome restriction has been placed on your body. From the degree of its complexity, it appears to have been laid down by a nascent soul cultivator. However, we cannot allow you to easily climb the mountain on this alone. First, take out the congratulatory gift. One of us will take it to martial ancestor Nangong and see whether or not this person is truly an old friend of hers. If martial ancestor is willing to see you, you can climb the mountain. Do you understand, martial nephew Yuan?" When Han Li heard this, he wore a bitter expression, but after some thought he nodded his head. Han Li took out a long wooden box from his storage pouch and handed it over to him. He anxiously added, "This is fine. However, martial uncle must clearly explain the matter of the restriction placed down on my body." The lid of the wooden box had a faint silver restriction talisman placed on top of it. From its spiritual chi fluctuations, it appeared to be quite importantly. It was clear to see this was to prevent anybody from opening the box as it was delivered. "I understand. Properly wait here for the time being. Junior Martial Brother Ma, I am going." The pale-skinned cultivator spoke impatiently to Han Li and gave a word of warning to the burly cultivator before flying off on his magic tool with the wooden box in hand. Han Li could only calmly stand in place. Although he was confident that Nangong Wan would see him once she opened the box, he still felt somewhat apprehensive. He answered the intermittent questions from the guard that was left behind. However, when he asked of the appearance of the senior who had delivered this gift, Hanli answered that this senior was wearing a cloak and that he couldn't tell whether or not they were a man or a woman. After the time it took to finish a meal, the pale-skinned cultivator returned with empty hands. Martial ancestor Nanlong said that this person is truly an old friend of hers, and that I am able to bring you to see her to dissolve the restriction. After curtly speaking, the pale-faced cultivator had Hanli follow him up the mountain. Hanli was overjoyed by this and wore an excited expression as he followed the pale-skinned cultivator. Be careful. There are paths that you cannot take no matter what. These restrictions are far more formidable than the restrictions on the center level. Even I wouldn't survive if I fell into them. Of course, Hanli answered with acknowledgement. At that moment, a streak of blue light shot forwards to meet them. The pale-skinned cultivator seemed to recognize the owner of this light and stopped in place with a respectful expression. Soon, the light arrived before the two and faded away to reveal a middle-aged, embroidered-robed cultivator with an imposing appearance. The embroidered-robed cultivator glanced at Hanli and said with a cold tone, "Martial nephew son, why have you brought a chi condensation cultivator to the top of the mountain? Do you not understand the rules here?" The pale-skinned cultivator seemed to hold much reverence towards the embroidered-robed cultivator and hastily explained, "Martial Senior Lon, this martial nephew is only following martial ancestor Nangong's orders. I wouldn't have the courage otherwise to dare to do this." At that moment, Hanli swept his gaze past the embroidered-robed man to discover that he was merely an early core formation cultivator, and that he need not pay him much heed. Although these were his thoughts, he also assumed a respectful expression and didn't dare to rashly speak. When the embroidered-robed cultivator heard this, he was stunned for a moment before astonishedly asking, "Martial Aunt Nangong wishes to see this person? Tell me how this came to be." "It's like this. Martial nephew Yuan." Unknown whether the pale-skinned cultivator didn't dare to conceal this matter from his martial senior or that he was indifferent about the matter, he narrated the events that had occurred. An old friend of martial Aunt Nangong placed a restriction on his body? The embroidered-robed cultivator frowned and suddenly looked at Hanli with a penetrating gaze. The embroidered-robed cultivator bluntly ordered, "Let me have a look at the restriction on your body." Hanli cursed at this person's nosy meddling and could only helplessly obey. The embroidered-robed cultivator grabbed Hanli's wrist and deeply examined it for a moment before nodding his head. This is truly odd. However, although this restriction is complex, it isn't malicious. It seems this person didn't have any ill intent. Go ahead and see Martial Aunt Nangong." Afterwards, he paid the two no further heed and shot down the mountain in a flash of faint blue light. A short moment later, the light dimmed and grew indistinct, disappearing soon after. The pale-skinned cultivator waited until the embroidered-robed cultivator departed before taking a deep breath and gazing in the direction that the light disappeared. He muttered, "Martial Uncle Lan's incorporeal evasion technique can be said to be as blue as his name, Wan. Although he is only at early core formation stage, even late core formation cultivators would find it difficult to deal with him." The incorporeal evasion technique. When Hanli heard this, his heart stirred. Could this person have something to do with the old eccentric Cheong, too, that he saw during the trial by blood and fire? Perhaps he was a descendant or disciple. At that moment, the pale-skinned cultivator had relaxed and continued to lead the way. Soon after, Hanli tossed the matter of the embroidered-robed cultivator to the back of his mind. Because the top level of the gem-cut mountains didn't house many cultivators to begin with, the two didn't encounter anybody else as they traveled to a cave residence close to the peak of the mountain. The pale-skinned cultivator spoke with a tone of admiration. "This is martial ancestor Nanlong's meditation area. Speak carefully when you reply to the martial ancestor, and don't say anything unrelated to the restriction placed on your body. Perhaps she may have some benefits in store for you." After he said that, he turned towards the gate and respectfully said, "Reporting to martial ancestor. The disciple is already here." "And, I understand. Have the disciple enter alone. You may take your leave." The voice faintly carried a trace of familiarity and strangeness. Once those words were said, the door to the cave residence flickered with yellow light and the stone opened. Hanli walked forward without any hesitation. To Hanli's surprise, There was a beautiful female cultivator wearing yellow short-sleeved robes that stood behind the door. She appeared to be the age of 18 and possessed early Foundation establishment cultivation. The woman examined Han Li's transformed figure of Yuan Kuan and found nothing to be wrong. She coldly said, "Follow me. Martial Ancestor is waiting for you in the main hall." The woman turned around and entered the cave residence. Han Li lightly sighed and closely followed after her. Nangong Wan's cave residence couldn't be considered large. The Foundation establishment woman brought Han Li down a short corridor and through several small side rooms before arriving at the main hall. The hall was elegantly decorated and there was some unknown essence being burned at an unknown corner of the room. There were 2 interesting small flower pots, each with a precious herb flourishing in them. There was an exquisite square wooden table at the center of the hall. Each side had a light green straw chair. One of the chairs was occupied with a black-haired, white-clothed young woman. She was looking down at the huge sparkling silver sword in her hand. The wood box on the table was open, now laid empty. 1. His surname Lon is the same character for blue. 2. First mentioned in Chapter 176, Elder Cheong was a formidable core formation cultivator from the Masked Moon sect. Chapter 714. Thoughts of the past. When the white-clothed woman saw Han Li enter, she stroked the silver sword before returning it to the wooden box. She then raised her head and gently glanced at Han Li. The face that Han Li yearned for in countless dreams had appeared before him. A slightly pointed chin, a delicate nose and bright, enchanting eyes. These traces of familiarity caused Han Li to feel a trace of excitement along with a trace of warmth in his heart that had remained dormant since he had last spent time with her. It felt like it had been ages ago. Any thoughts or words had already been released from his mind at that moment. Only an overwhelming passion remained. When Nangong Wan saw that Han Li was so imprudently staring at her, she was stunned for a moment. With a pensive expression appearing on her face, she unconsciously frowned. Nangong Wan raised her head and turned to the yellow-clothed woman that had guided Han Li. She calmly said, "You go down first. I will be speaking with him alone." After a moment of brief surprise, she immediately lowered her head. "Yes, Martial Ancestor." She then quietly left the hall and disappeared from sight. Han Li calmly waited for the yellow-clothed woman to disappear before glancing around with his spiritual sense. Seeing that there was no one else present, he stared at Nangong Wan and formed a hand incantation. With a series of explosive crackles coming from his body suddenly grew a few inches, and a flicker of azure light revealed his true face. "So it really is you, Han Li." A complicated expression appeared on Nangong Wan's face, but there was no trace of surprise, only a faint sigh. Not knowing how to address her, he stuttered before clumsily saying, You knew I was coming." After he said this, Han Li felt a tinge of regret and couldn't help but feel annoyed with himself. "Wanner will do instead." Han Li's clumsy reaction had caused Nangong Wan to unfurrow her brow. She softly smiled, displaying her bright eyes and mesmerizing beauty. "Wanner." Han Li felt overjoyed and couldn't help but softly shout her name. He had finally released the apprehension that was lingering in his heart. She truly harbored some feelings for him. She wouldn't have shown him such an appearance otherwise. For a moment Han Li stared at her with fascination. Nangong Wan blushed and turned her head insipidly saying, "What's nice about looking at me? Could it be I'm more beautiful than your new concubine?" When Han Li heard her unhappy words he couldn't help but be alarmed. "Concubine? So you knew of that as well?" Nangong Wan lowered her head and glanced down at the floor. She snorted and annoyedly said, "Your newly joined elder of the Drifting Cloud sect and recently condensed a nascent soul at around 200 years of age. How could I not know?" After a short moment something soon came to mind. Was it the cultivator surnamed Tang? Nangong Wan wiped away a sliver of her hair and mysteriously smiled at Han Li. "So you aren't dumb. It truly was that martial nephew Tang. He had made use of a special method to send me a sound transmission talisman. When I received it I couldn't dare to believe it. After disappearing for so many years, you return as a nascent soul cultivator. In the past I hadn't particularly paid much attention to this field. As such I immediately called for recent information on the Drifting Cloud sect. Although it was a bit slow, I know of your general circumstances. With your sudden appearance, you became an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect. You left the trade fair halfway and departed, but I know little of this. But your concubine still remains at Soaring Skies City until this day. Han Li touched his chin and revealed a trace of embarrassment as he tried to explain. At the time I told her to follow an elder back to the sect. It seems there is something delaying her. However, this concubine... Nangong Wan interrupted. Enough, there is no need to speak more of it. I'm not going to complain about how you took in a concubine. After all, am I not getting married myself? Her expression suddenly grew saddened and incredibly weak. Han Li's expression slightly changed. With a sullen voice he unhurriedly asked, "What's going on with that? Could it be you truly planned to marry that person?" Nangong Wan bit her red lips and bright eyes flickered. "Before I answer that question, I have questions of my own. Why have you come? Do you want me to not marry this person, or do you wish to take me away?" With complete and unwavering determination, Han Li immediately answered, "Of course it is to take you away. I want you to become my wife. No matter who it is that wishes to take away the one I cherish, they will have to go through me first." "That is quite the dream, but when I have ever agreed to become your wife?" Nangong Wan blushed and shyly rebuked him in a charming display. Han Li silently smiled and said nothing else. As he was new to matters such as this, it would be better to not delve too deeply. Soon, Nangong Wan's shyness had disappeared and she expressionlessly said, "You should know that in the year of the trial by blood and fire, my first thought was to slash you into countless pieces after you took my virginity. Afterwards I would use the vermilion bird band to turn your body into ashes to fulfill my revenge. After all, I had bitterly guarded the purity of my body for over 100 years, but you came along and took it. How could I not bear great hatred towards you? From what you've said, I should have already died." Han Li rubbed his nose and found himself not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Once that was said, Nangong Wan's face grew scarlet and she unhappily rebuked him. "Of course. Were it not for some unexplained coincidence that caused my heart to soften, I wouldn't have released you. Do you believe that core formation cultivators are so easily dealt with?" Han Li grinned and said nothing else. Once Nangong Wan explained a trace of the grudge she held against him, she continued, "After we left and returned to the sect, for some unknown reason, I was unable to cast off your image regardless of whether it be during cultivation or secluded meditation. Moreover, your image only became more distinct over time and it appeared more frequently in my mind. At that moment I realized that you became an inner demon of temptation. If I didn't cast you off, I feared that my cultivation would become forever stagnant. There were only two methods to cast off an inner demon of temptation. I had to either marry you and become one with you, fulfilling the temptation, or to have you disappear from this world. If you no longer existed, the inner demon would gradually fade. Because there was far too great a disparity in cultivation, it was impossible to choose the former. After a long while of inner torment, I eventually clenched my teeth and decisively decided to exterminate you. But before I could do this, the 6 Devil Dao sects had invaded us and I came across you at the war camp for the sex of you. You were a Foundation establishment cultivator at the time, and this had caused my determination to waver. If you were able to continue progressing, I felt that becoming husband and wife wouldn't be impossible." Han Li bitterly smiled and muttered, "So it turned out that you wished to kill me at the time. When I saw you during that time I was incredibly excited to see you, but your cold and detached attitude had been a rude awakening. It had depressed me for quite a few days afterwards." Nangong Wan smiled upon hearing this but continued without answering. "From then on, the sects of you had suffered a great defeat due to Spirit Beast Mountain's betrayal. Each of the 6 sects then began to evacuate their disciples from the state of you. As the youngest core formation cultivator, I was originally among those evacuated, but at the time I had a good friend within Yellow Maple Valley. In our letters I came across vague plans for Ancestor Linghu's evacuation plan. I knew that you were likely to be in the danger zone. I felt shocked at this fact and only one thought had filled my mind: to rescue you. When I left I was too slow. The battle had already concluded. A majority of the disciples had already died with only a few managing to escape. Not knowing whether or not you survived, I could only helplessly return to my own sect and assist the rearguard disciples in their fight against the Devil Dao. As a result, I was gravely injured against a core formation cultivator and was pursued by several juniors. I think you should know of what happened afterwards. There is no such person as Nangong Bing in this world. I had only changed my appearance. This wasn't because I didn't wish to reveal my true identity, but I couldn't tell you that a core formation cultivator like myself came to rescue you with the particular intention of marrying you. Moreover, because I absorbed most of your cultivation at the time, it was even more embarrassing to reveal my true face to you. However, I didn't wish for you to follow me back to join the Masked Moon sect. I just wanted you to follow me so I could reveal my true appearance and assist you in forming a golden core. We would marry afterwards. But who could have thought of how greedy you were, or perhaps due to chauvinistic stubbornness, that you would simply take the spirit stones. You had left me completely helpless. Once that was said, a faint smirk appeared on her face and she fiercely glared at Han Li. But how was it that Han Li had felt the sliver of happiness from her eyes? Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that if he agreed to follow her back to the Masked Moon sect, Nangong Wan would have definitely brought up the prospect of marriage. However, the most likely resolution was that he would have casually agreed to become another woman's Dao companion, resolving her inner demons in a disappointing fashion. The one who married him would have likely been someone that Nangong Wan had personally sought out. Chapter 7:15. Heart Restraint Technique. There isn't much to be said after we parted. I returned to the Masked Moon sect. Once my sect gained footing in the state of Baoyang, I snuck into the state of you to find you. However, the information I acquired was rather terrible. I only knew that you had been hunted down by the Ghost Spirit sect. The concrete details of the matter were unknown. Not long after, I was discovered by the Devil Dao and was forced to return to the Nine Nations Alliance. Afterwards, I never acquired information on you. I believed you dead and my inner demons with regards to you had gradually disappeared. Along the way, I managed to condense a nascent soul and smoothly became an elder of the Masked Moon sect. And here we are now. Nangong Wan spoke with a calm tone. Han Li's expression changed several times as he listened to Nangong Wan's unhurried explanation. In the past, she had done many things he was completely ignorant of, causing him to look upon her with even greater warmth. A moment later, Han Li couldn't help but ask, "What's this about Wei Lycan?" Nangong Wan coldly smiled. "Wei Lycan? I unintentionally encountered him as he was traveling several years prior. I'm not fond of him. He appears to be elegant and noble, but he is a thieving hypocrite and a philanderer. I heard that he secretly performs drawing techniques on each of his 8 female disciples. He most likely harbors ill intentions towards marrying me. That was why I refused his first request to marry me." "Refuse? What changed?" Han Li curiously asked. Nangong Wan didn't directly answer and suddenly asked, "Do you know of the 3 great nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly south?" Han Li's expression turned grim and faintly felt that something was amiss. "Naturally. There is a late nascent soul cultivator in the righteous Dao, the devilish Dao and the Nine Nations Alliance, each only a step away from entering deity transformation stage. This is how each of the 3 superpowers remain on equal footing. As for our Heavenly Dao Alliance, we have 2 mid-nascent soul stage Dao companions that are proficient in cooperative techniques. Together, they are capable of difficultly restraining a late nascent soul cultivator. What does Wei Lycan have to do with one of them?" "That's right. Wei Lycan's great uncle is Wei Wuya, one of these 3 great cultivators. As the highest-ranking elder of the Nine Nations Alliance, this Wei Wuya cultivates a rarely seen venomous cultivation art. With a sweep of his hand, he is able to take another life without any contact. His immense abilities are beyond imagination." Nangong Wan folded her fingers together and bitterly smiled. Han Li scowled and a malicious glint appeared from his eyes. "Could it be that this Wei Wuya personally made things difficult for you?" Nangong Wan wore an indignant expression. "No, but Wei Wuya is definitely personally involved. You may not know this, but our sect's past great elder passed and was replaced with an old senior martial sister. Although her cultivation isn't weak, she is of shrewd mind and is normally at odds with me. Although we get along with our other elder, the relationship between us is awful." Han Li's expression grew sullen as Nangong Wan was about to mention the heart of the matter. After Nangong Wan gritted her teeth, she said, "After refusing Wei Lycan's marriage request several times, Wei Lycan somewhat personally caused Wei Wuxia to pay a visit to this senior martial sister of mine. Although I didn't know what the two spoke about, half a year later during an incarnation period of my female essence incarnation technique, she suddenly restrained me to force me into wedding Wei Lycan. After a moment of shock, he incredulously said, "Is your senior martial sister not sick in the mind? Using such a method to deal with a nascent soul cultivator of the same sect?" Nangong Wan smirked and mockingly said, "Isn't that the truth? I hadn't expected her to be crazed to this degree." However, it seems Wei Wuxia's conditions were truly difficult to refuse. I later found out that so long as the Masked Moon sect agreed to this marriage, not only would the six sects expand out of the state of Baoyang, but Wei Lycan would be willing to leave the Flowing Mind sect after marrying me and join the Masked Moon sect. For these two benefits at the price of one, she acted without any hesitation. Regardless of my intentions, she released information that I was to be wed with Wei Lycan and prepared to hold a celebration, wishing to forcefully conclude the matter before it can be changed. If I wished to later back out, I would have no method of doing so. Han Li delightedly said, "So it turned out you hadn't agreed to this matter. These words of you deliberately wishing to marry came as a shock to me." Nangong Wan looked at Han Li and unhappily said, "I still have something I wish to ask you. Even after condensing a nascent soul for so many years, why is it that you haven't sought me out sooner? If you came a year earlier, this troublesome matter could have been avoided. It isn't that I didn't wish to see you, but rather..." Han Li threw to give an explanation, but after a moment he found this truly strange as well. Although Han Li faintly felt that Nangong Wan should have been someone that he truly cherished, for some unknown reason he never thought to touch upon this feeling. If it weren't for news of Nangong Wan suddenly marrying, he feared that he still would have hesitated on this matter rather than directly confront these feelings. As Han Li's expression remained calm, Nangong Wan gracefully stood up and took several steps toward Han Li. She directly looked into his eyes and said, "In truth, my own circumstances are about the same as yours. Although our own experiences and abilities are far beyond that of mortals, we are fearful and unfamiliar towards our first venture of our emotions. Even if we have a deep impression of each other, we aren't a mortal pair after all. We cannot release all of our passions in an instant and have our emotions blaze like a star. For an optimal attitude for cultivation, cultivators have no option but to weaken our emotions and bury a majority of them. What is left behind is only an ordinary and flat relationship that is enduring. But when I heard that you were still alive, I felt more than happy and spent 2 days in careful consideration before eventually deciding to accept you in accordance to my feelings." After she said this with a soft tone, Nangong Wan extended her slender hand and grabbed Han Li's palm. After a moment of silence, Han Li placed his other hand on top. The soft sensation of her hand caused him to feel a trace of comfort. Nangong Wan blushed and she quickly pulled her hand away, bashfully glaring at Han Li in the process. Han Li didn't mind this and simply smiled. "Wanhe, although you are trapped here, from how calm you are, you should already have a plan for escape. Why else would you appear so worry-free?" When Nangong Wan heard this, she smiled and sly intent was betrayed from her eyes. "You're a quick thinker. Yes, although I am under house arrest, only the sparse few in the upper echelons are aware of this matter. Ordinary disciples are completely ignorant. Else, I wouldn't have been able to directly receive a sound transmission talisman from Martial Nephew Tang. However, many restrictions have been placed on my body in fear that I would flee. The other restrictions are of no matter to me as they were placed without knowledge of what amazing abilities I was capable of once I entered nascent soul stage. These common restrictions can be removed at any time, restoring my original cultivation. But there is one restriction that isn't easily dissolved. The heart restraint technique was personally placed on my body by that senior martial sister. This technique was something that she prepared from a record. If I was unwilling to agree to the marriage, she'd be able to use this technique to temporarily control me. She even used her own blood essence to place down the restriction, creating a restriction talisman that serves as the crucial point of the restriction. Through the use of this restriction medallion, I will not be able to escape her control within 50 kilometers of her, unless it is destroyed. Fortunately, there isn't too great a gap between our cultivation and she is only able to control me to perform a few simple movements. She will have no control over my body's magic power." Han Li curiously asked, Then your plan was to. Nangong Wan softly smiled and chuckled. She said with a worryless tone, I originally thought to restore my magic power when security was the lightest, several days before the ceremony was about to take place. Afterwards I would immediately flee far away. So long as I am outside of the restriction talisman's range, she cannot control me. But since you're here now, I'll leave this matter to you. After all, you are the man that wishes to marry me. From what I've heard, you were able to easily defeat a cultivator of a similar grade. You should be quite skilled. Han Li frowned and muttered, heart restraint technique? That restriction is truly troublesome. Are there other methods of dissolving it apart from destroying the medallion? Nangong Wan's bright eyes flickered and she carelessly said, even if there isn't, leave it be. We'll be far away from the masked moon sect anyhow. Han Li's eyes narrowed and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. He imposingly said, it's fine. Isn't it just a restriction talisman? It should be in your senior martial sister's grasp. I can simply go and fetch it. I'll be able to vent some anger on your behalf as well. Nangong Wan shook her head and pursed her lips in a smile, revealing a trace of mischievousness. I was merely saying it to test your intentions. I truly had no intention of having you go and take the restriction talisman. My senior martial sister is a mid-nascent soul cultivator and possesses abilities beyond that of early nascent soul cultivators like us. Let us sneak away stealthily. At worst, I'll just spend another 10 years whittling away at the formation. Han Li grew silent. The time for him to be united with this otherworldly woman was soon to come. Chapter 7:16. Preparing an ambush. Han Li smiled and confidently said, no matter. Let us first see how it goes. If it doesn't succeed, we can make our escape. With me around, I'll be able to bring you out regardless of the restrictions on your body. After studying at Han Li for a while, she seemed to understand that there was no changing his mind. She bit her lips and said, fine. Although I don't know how vast your abilities are, you should be somewhat skilled given your confidence. But there is no need for you to take the initiative to go find her. My senior martial sister's residence is layered with restrictions, so I'll draw her here instead. Afterwards, we'll be able to draw assistance from the restrictions to capture her while her guard is down. After a brief moment of thought, Han Li smiled and said, that method is truly more reliable. However, can you still use the restrictions on your cave residence? When I arrived, it appeared that the restrictions were shattered. Nangong Wan quickly replied, no worries. Although a few of the surface restrictions have been shattered by my senior martial sister, there is still one very formidable hidden restriction that she has yet to discover. It can still be used. Han Li rubbed his chin and said, good. Since we can use that, I also have several spell formation toolsets. Although they aren't powerful after they are placed, they will be able to provide a certain level of impedance. Having heard Han Li, Nangong Wan became more confident. You have formation flags? All the better. We cannot delay. I will need half a day to remove the restrictions on my body and restore my magic power. You should start placing down the spell formations during that time. After a moment of thought, Han Li puzzlingly asked, if we manage to restrain your senior martial sister, can't you take control of the masked moon sect? That way we wouldn't have to flee. After a moment of surprise, Nangong Wan shook her head. That won't be possible. Apart from our senior martial sister, there is one other nascent soul cultivator. Although my relationship with him is good, he certainly won't allow me to take the title of Grand Elder illegitimately. I also have no desire for a power struggle. I only want a peaceful place where I can quietly cultivate. Han Li shook his head and coldly smiled. If that's the case, then leave it be. If this succeeds smoothly, you can follow me back to the Drifting Cloud sect. Even if the Nine Nations Union were stronger and Wei Wuya heavily doted on Wei Lycan, he wouldn't dare to rashly offend the Heavenly Dao Alliance along with two nascent soul cultivators during an invasion of spell warriors. Soon after, he slapped the storage pouch at his waist and flipped his hand, summoning a pile of formation flags and formation plates. When Nangong Wan saw this, she faintly smiled and sat back down. With her eyes closed, she formed an odd incantation seal with her hands. A short moment later, her snow-white clothes began to emit a scarlet-red flame. It reached a meter tall and enveloped Nangong Wan. Han Li then set into motion. his body blurred and circled around the hall, placing down formation flags and plates all over the hall. Radiance of various colors briefly shone before sinking deep into the hall and disappearing from sight. Arranging the formations took little time, but in order for the spell formations to display as much power as possible, Hanli had the spell formations cover only the area of the hall. Additionally, he also placed the spell formations so that they would remain hidden unless they were meticulously searched for. These formation flags and plates were all something Hanli had refined during his time as a core formation stage cultivator. They lacked even the power to deal with core formation cultivators, let alone nascent soul cultivators. Hanli didn't have much hope for them. After placing down all the spell formations, he muttered to himself and suddenly swept his sleeve. A streak of white light shot out from his buff and flew a circle around Hanli before dropping down in front Hanli, revealing itself to be small white fox. Silvermoon beamed and said, "Master, are you not scared that you'll make Mistress Nangong jealous by summoning me?" Hanli raised his brows and glared at the small fox. "Humph! Who'd get jealous over an artifact spirit like you? I will be facing a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator soon, and I cannot allow her to flee. Although I have some restrictions assisting me, I will also need you to help. A mid-nascent soul cultivator is incomparable to an early nascent soul cultivator. It will be difficult to overcome her even while using all my power." Silvermoon swiftly replied, "Master, how do you plan on having this servant assist you?" Hanli took something out from his storage pouch and handed it over to Silvermoon. "It's simple. Use this treasure during a suitable moment. You cannot allow her to escape." Silvermoon clasped the item with her claw and incredulously said, "You're letting me use this?" Hanli calmly said, "Right. If you're controlling this item, you should be able to display even more of its might than I can. And I would consume magic power by using this item, so it'd be better to let you use it. Of course, you will only be able to use this for a short time. After all, artifact spirits aren't able to control other treasures for a long period of time." Silvermoon lowered her head and dejectedly said, "Silvermoon understands." At the same time, she rubbed the object several times as if she were fond of it. When Hanli saw this, he felt his heart stir. After Silvermoon grasped this item, her entire body flickered with silver light and she disappeared into the ground. Afterwards, Hanli walked several circles around the hall, and suddenly raised his head to look at the ceiling with sudden inspiration. After muttering to himself for a moment, he tossed his spirit beast pouch into the air and summoned a large swarm of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. They revolved above him as a 3-meter-wide cloud. Hanli took a deep breath and blew an azure mist onto the cloud. With his 2 hands in an incantation seal, he softly uttered an incantation, and the insect cloud buzzed for a moment before transforming into specks of starlight. The specks of light then floated up to the ceiling and disappeared with flickers of azure light, completely masking their aura. Hanli narrowed his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a moment more. Having sensed nothing obvious, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Having laid this all down, Hanli turned his gaze to Nangong Wan. At that moment, the flames on her body wandered and shifted until they took the shape of a round red disk that strangely pulsed with light. The changes in the flame also influenced the spiritual qi in the hall, causing it to grow restless. Hanli frowned at the sight. After some thought, he struck a nearby stone pillar with a spell seal and caused a layer of azure barrier to suddenly appear with Nangong Wan at its center. Soon, the spiritual qi around the hall returned to normal. When Hanli saw this, he smiled and extended his arm, summoning a straw chair into his grasp. He then casually took a seat across from Nangong Wan and silently stared at her. With such a good opportunity to glance at her captivating face, he naturally wanted to take a good look at the woman he yearned for many years. Not long after, Hanli became entranced and his expression grew lax. But soon Hanli's figure abruptly disappeared without warning. The woman who had been spying from outside the hall was alarmed by this. Cursing inwardly, she immediately attempted to flee. But she was too slow as she heard Hanli's calm voice from behind her. "Why are you spying on us? Are you not scared your martial ancestor will rebuke you?" Not daring to turn her head, she stuttered, I wasn't spying. It was just that martial ancestor hasn't emerged after such a long time, so I grew worried." This was the yellow-robed woman who had led Han Li into the hall. At that moment she already sensed a huge pressure appear behind her, compelling her to give her apprehensive explanation. With his hands behind his back he stared at the young woman emotionlessly said, "Oh really? Since you only wish to take a look, why is it that you've hid yourself so thoroughly? You even used such a rare high-grade talisman as a concealing spirit talisman. How did a meager foundation establishment cultivator like you get your hands on that?" In the young woman's alarm, Han Li coldly said, "There is no need for any further explanation. You will obediently follow me back. Once your martial ancestor finishes, she will decide how to deal with you." Once the yellow-robed woman heard this, she grew fearful and instantly squeezed the talisman in her other hand. Her body flashed with yellow light and she shot down the corridor in an attempt to escape. Han Li coldly stared at her but made no move to pursue her. Once she traveled about 30 meters, a nearby wall suddenly spat a cloud of pink mist which enveloped her. The light surrounding the young woman's body scattered, and her body swayed several times before falling to the ground. In a flicker of yellow light, Silvermoon emerged from the wall and gracefully shook her tail several times before walking up to the young woman with a smile. Chapter 717. Ambush Setting Sun Hall was the residence for the Great Elder for many successive generations of the Masked Moon sect. Not only was a spirit well placed there, but the hall was also heavily layered with restrictions. Apart from a few other elders, none are able to easily approach the hall without the permission of the Great Elder. At that moment, a streak of red light flew across the horizon. It revolved several times around Setting Sun Hall and was able to enter without obstruction. The red light passed through several layers of restrictions as if they weren't there, and entered a side room after taking a few turns. Inside the room was a woman of graceful beauty meditating on a prayer mat. Her skin seemed icily pale and her age appeared to be in her early 20s. Her body faintly emitted an icy chi. In the instant the red light appeared before the woman, she slowly opened her eyes and frowned. She beckoned to the red light and it then dropped down into the woman's hand in a fist-sized ball of red light. The icy woman stared at the flame and expressionlessly flipped her hand, extinguishing it. "What is that girl planning? Taking the initiative to see me? But since her tone is so gentle, I better have a look." In a swift and decisive manner, the woman quickly flew off in a streak of white light and instantly flew out of Setting Sun Hall. Not long after, the woman arrived in front of Nangong Wan's cave residence. She descended onto the ground and examined her surroundings. It appeared ordinary and the restrictions outside the cave residence were still damaged beyond use. Having noticed nothing strange, she walked towards the cave residence with confidence and struck the stone door with a white spell seal, opening it of its own accord. The pale woman then calmly walked in without a word. "I pay my respects to martial ancestor." A young yellow-clothed woman that was standing behind the stone door immediately saluted the icy woman as soon as she appeared. The icy woman took a casual glance at her and indifferently said, "It seems your cultivation has progressed since the last time I saw you. It seems you should have already taken those medicine pills I've given you." She then began to slowly walk deeper into the cave residence. The yellow-clothed woman lowered her head and quickly replied, "Many thanks for the medicine, martial ancestor. This disciple wouldn't have progressed so quickly without it. It is good that you know. Has junior martial sister Nangong taken any strange actions in her cave residence? Tell me, has junior martial sister Nangong been taking any strange actions lately?" The young woman obediently said, "Nothing much. Apart from seeing a sect disciple today, she hasn't done anything else." "No. She hasn't done anything today apart from meeting with a disciple." The young woman spoke meticulously. "Your martial uncle Lon already told me about this from a sound transmission talisman. What gift did that disciple bring? Has he already left?" That disciple was merely a low-grade steward in the sect. He had already left a few hours ago. After martial ancestor Nangong received the gift, she actually seemed somewhat unhappy. The icy woman's expression stirred upon hearing this. "Oh? What kind of gift was it that made her unhappy?" The yellow-clothed woman further lowered her head and uttered each word with deliberation. "It was simply a silver sword magic tool. Martial Ancestor Nangong felt ill at ease upon seeing it. After pondering for a moment, the icy woman's face revealed a trace of astonishment and said, "It most likely came from a vagrant cultivator that Junior Martial Sister Nangong had befriended while she was traveling. This isn't anything too strange." Martial Ancestor's words are certainly true. When Martial Ancestor Nangong received the silver sword, she became pensive for a long while. Afterwards, she decided to send a voice transmission talisman to Martial Ancestor. The icy woman curiously mused, "It is truly surprising that this was able to change her mind." She then casually ordered, "In the future, continue to pay attention to Junior Martial Sister Nangong's actions. With her restricted cultivation, the high-grade talisman I have should allow you to spy on her undetected. So long as you perform well in this task, I will compensate you with vast rewards." By the time that was said, the two had already arrived outside the main hall. "As you command, Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor Nangong should be waiting for you in the hall ahead." The yellow-clothed woman spoke softly and led the way to the hall's entrance. The icy woman originally thought to be cautious out of habit and examining her surroundings before entering the hall. However, when she arrived in front of the hall, she heard Nangong Wan's voice from within, "Senior Martial Sister. Come in. I've thought about the matter and I am able to reluctantly agree on one condition. You need to make a promise." Her voice sounded exceptionally calm. The icy woman was pleasantly surprised and walked in without further thought. She spoke in a pleasant tone, "Junior Martial Sister Nangong. It is great that you finally came to a realization. So long as you agree to marry the Flowing Mind Sect's Elder Wei, I will agree to any condition that you raise. With the assistance from Wei Wuxia, our masked moon sect will soon flourish." After she spoke, the entire hall entered her view. Nangong Wan was sitting in a straw chair and was holding a crudely refined silver sword in her hand. It was held across her body and she was carefully examining it. It was as if she hadn't spoken just a moment ago. When the icy woman saw this, she stepped forward and walking into the large hall. A trace of bewilderment appeared on her face and she thought to ask Nangong Wan something more, but suddenly her expression abruptly changed and her arm shot backwards at the speed of lightning. She shot 5-inch-long sword lights from her fingers towards where the yellow-clothed woman was standing. When the yellow-clothed woman faced this attack, a strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. The woman's body suddenly sunk into the stone in a flash of yellow light, leaving only tatters of her yellow clothes behind. She immediately shot towards the hall with her body clad in light upon seeing this fantastical earth evasion technique. But once she made her way to the exit, she heard a whistle approaching her. A 10-meter-long azure sword was fiercely shooting towards her in an attempt to cleave her in half. Her expression had vastly changed. With a sudden flick of her fingers, 10-foot-long streaks of icy light shot out and struck the huge sword. The streaks of white light met the sword in a series of loud bangs. The impact of the strikes caused both the huge sword and the woman to recoil. The icy woman retreated about 10 meters before coming to a stop. The huge azure sword dimmed and diverged into several tens of flying swords that began to circle in place. Gradually, a silhouette appeared from within the revolving swords, revealing a youth with a common appearance. He gazed at the woman with a faint smile. When the woman clearly saw Han Li's true cultivation, her pupils shrank. She coldly said, "What is going on? Junior Martial Sister Nangong, who is he and what was that doppelganger of yours?" The woman immediately reached at her waist and took out a red command medallion. Han Li shifted his gaze towards the command medallion and sullenly said, "The restriction medallion." With a cold snort, she hastily said, "As expected, Junior Martial Nangong has told you everything. I don't know who you are, but these matters are the affairs of the masked moon sect. You had best stand down or our 6 sects will hunt you down." Having already placed away the silver sword from before, she gracefully stood up and coldly said, "There is no need for Senior Martial Sister to speak such frightening words. I am not without friends in the 6 sects. If they knew what Senior Martial Sister did to a fellow sect member, would she receive the blade? And while you are able to activate the heart restriction technique with that command medallion, do you believe that I will give you the opportunity to use it?" Soon after, Nangong Wan spat out a ring of flame, her magic treasure, the vermilion bird band. A sinister glint flickered from the icy woman's eyes when she heard this. She had no intention of retreating against Han Li and wore a resentful expression on her face. She suddenly shook her sleeves and tossed out a streak of white and black light, 2 flying swords. They revolved once around her and they suddenly grew in size, extending to 3 meters in length. The white flying sword was as pure as snow and emitted a bone-chilling icy chi. As for the black flying sword, it possessed a fantastical heat and occasionally flickered with black flame. There were a rare pair of yin-yang swords. The woman coldly laughed and lightly shook the red command medallion in her head and muttered a few words into it. Red light immediately flickered from it, slowly covering it in a layer of light. Closely observing her actions, Han Li instantly attempted to interrupt her without another thought. The small silver bell had already revolved around his head. Under the command of Han Li's incantation gesture, the bell began to ring, striking at her with silver sound waves. At nearly the same time, Han Li rolled his hands together, sending a streak of red and a streak of azure light towards some nearby pillars in the hall. As the hall's restrictions were activated, the ground trembled. Chapter 7:18. The light stasis mirror threads of red and azure lights began to emerge from all over the hall and followed after the silver sound waves, engulfing the icy woman at their center. In the face of these oncoming attacks, the woman simply pointed to her 2 swords. Black and white light flashed from the swords as they easily spun once in the air, instantly releasing a wave of glacial and scorching chi. With the white icy chi on the outside and the black scorching chi on the inside, they conformed into a strange barrier of light around the woman. When the sound waves struck the barrier, they were entirely absorbed without a trace. But soon after, the red and azure lights from the hall's restrictions had managed to envelop it. Nangong Wan took action at that moment. In a burst of flame, the vermilion bird band turned into a huge fireball and suddenly exuded a vast pressure. Then with a casual wave of hand, a dim scarlet light flashed from her hand and she vanished from sight. Were it not for Han Li's vast spiritual sense, he wouldn't have been seen through Nangong Wan's sneak attack. Following a muffled hum, the dim light suddenly revealed it in a colorful burst. With furious alarm bared on her face, she said, "To think that you would use a devil-slaying thorn to injure me. Well done. I had always thought that junior martial sister had used all of them. I hadn't expected that you managed to preserve one." The woman appeared to have somehow suffered a heavy blow, but her vitality still held strong. Han Li knew that she merely suffered a minor injury and that Nangong Wan simply intended to interrupt the icy woman's use of the restriction medallion. After Han Li activated the restrictions in the hall, he flipped his hand and the pitch-black thousand-layer mountain in his hand. He tossed it into the air and quickly struck the mountain with quickly formed spell seals. Appearing momentarily trapped by the restrictions, the vermilion bird band shot towards the icy woman as a ball of flames. But in that instant, 8 ferocious arm-thick flame pythons became tangled with it. A roaring sea of flames soon appeared in the hall. At that point, the mountain had expanded to 20 meters in height. Just as Han Li was about to command the treasure, he saw a bowl-thick beam of rainbow light shoot out from the sea of flames. Be it flame or light, anything that was struck by the beam of light were unable to resist it. Clanks suddenly rang out, and the beam of light had abruptly stopped on the spiraling vermilion band ring and completely locked it down. The light stasis mirror. Han Li narrowed his eyes with a solemn expression. Before the woman arrived, Nangong Wan gave Han Li a general explanation of her senior martial sister's techniques and treasures to Han Li, allowing him more opportunities for Han Li to strike her. The light stasis mirror was the ancient treasure that Nangong Wan has mentioned the most amongst her senior martial sister's treasures, and was also among the most fantastical of them. The azure stasis mirror that Han Li saw during the trial by blood and fire was most likely a replica of this ancient treasure. Although it only possessed 1/100th of its power, the magic tool was still renowned amongst low-grade cultivators as a magic tool that was amongst the best. The azure restrictions and the flames had been thrown into chaos by the light beam's overwhelming power, rendering them completely ineffective. As a result, the icy woman reappeared once more. Within her black-white barriers, she held a mirror in one hand and formed an incantation gesture with the other. Han Li's gaze flickered and fell onto famous mirror that was in her hand. The mirror wasn't large and appeared the same as the azure status mirror. However, a pitch-black light shined from its body that left a deeply eerie impression on those who saw it. As for the rainbow beam of light that it emitted, it created such a harsh contrast it made from a bizarre sight. The hand that formed an incantation gesture was blood-stained, and the restriction medallion that it originally held had disappeared without a trace. It was truly unfathomable how she was injured through the barrier. This devil-slaying thorn was quite effective. With Nangong Wan's bonded magic treasure was restrained by the mirror, Hanli wasn't about idly stand by. He silently pointed to the Black Mountain, and had it disappear with a faint tremble. A short moment later, it reappeared above the icy woman and began to fall with tremendous momentum. The woman scoffed and slightly adjusted the direction of her light stasis mirror while striking it with a spell seal from her free hand. Suddenly, the existing beam of light faintly trembled and a slimmer branching beam shot out from the mirror towards the Black Mountain. Surpassing the speed of sound, the beam pierced through the air in an attempt to restrain the Black Mountain. Already prepared that he wouldn't be able to easily succeed, he clutched his hands together in an incantation gesture without further thought. The falling Black Mountain suddenly stopped in the air and revolved once before expelling a large cloud of black light from underneath it, just in time to interrupt the beam of light before it struck. The black cloud of light engulfed the beam of rainbow light as soon as it had appeared, flowed down to strike the icy woman's barrier. The black layer of the barrier trembled and began to throw her body's spiritual chi into disarray, nearly causing the beams of light from the mirror to scatter. The woman's silhouette grew dim from behind the barrier of light and her expression faintly changed. She opened her mouth and spat out a mist of azure chi onto the mirror without further thought. With the reinforced power, the rainbow light dissipated into a mist and stopped the Black Mountain and its aura from descending further. The confrontation between the two forces eventually resulted in a series of muffled explosions. Nangong Wan's spirits were roused by the sight of the deadlock, and she suddenly willed the restricted vermilion bird ring to vastly fluctuate in size. It screamed with phoenix cries as it attempted its utmost to break free. For a time, the two joined hands to withstand Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. Of course, the three weren't simply maintaining this deadlock. They were also observing each other's actions. Hanli was the first to move, slapping at his waist and summoning a spirit beast pouch. With a loud buzz, countless sparkling golden beetles surged through the air and formed a malevolent golden cloud. Nangong Wan followed by uttering an incantation in the cadence of an otherworldly song. A huge scarlet barrier suddenly appeared a meter above her head. The barrier glowed with fluid light that gradually grew intensively bright. The icy woman suddenly tossed the mirror in her hand above her and slapped her hands together, summoning a small triangular flag into her grasp. Despite her preparations, she still gloomily said, "Divine Incarnation Light. Junior Marshal Nangong, you truly aren't holding back. You dare to use this." Although she found the golden insect swarm to be somewhat strange, she paid them little heed. She was clearly unfamiliar with the gold-devouring beetles. Wearing a faint smile on her face, Nangong Wan said, "If Senior Marshal Sister doesn't wish to fight with her life on the line, then hand over the contraining heart restriction medallion and leave us be." The icy woman snorted and malicious intent appeared on her face. She then opened her mouth and spat out a small blood-red sword. The sword was only several inches long, but its body glistened with blinding red light and a thread of black chi faintly wandered around the sword's body. As soon as the sword appeared, the sword began to tremble of its own volition, filling the air in the hall with the scent of blood. The smile disappeared from Nangong Wan's face with the appearance of the small crimson sword, and she icily stared at her senior martial sister. "Blood Devil Sword. Since when did you acquire that evil treasure? Are you not scared of the devilish chi backlash?" "Backlash? Have no worry. With this artifact I will defeat you so quickly there won't be any opportunity for any devilish chi backlash. But now I will ask you one last time. Are you truly unwilling to marry Wei Lycan for the prosperity of the sect? If you are still unwilling, I will have the Blood Devil Sword go mad. I am not entirely confident of my ability to restrain its power. Do not blame me for not warning you." The icy woman's voice was brimming with certainty. Hanli glanced at the Blood Devil saber without much care and calmly said, There is no need for you to ask any questions. Even if Wanhe was willing to sacrifice herself for the masked moon sect, I would not allow it. You will cease this foolishness. And who are you? It seems your cultivation and abilities aren't weak, but I don't recall a nascent soul that compares with your description. Could it be you are a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator? But to call her in such a sappy manner as Wanhe? You must have been the reason she had been unwilling to marry Wei Lycan all along. With a cold glint shining for her eyes, Nangong Wan's senior martial sister stared at Han Li with murderous intent. Chapter 719. Blood Devil Sword. Han Li responded to Nangong Wan's senior martial sister with an unhurried tone. It doesn't matter who I am, but it does matter why you are being so obstinate. Just give the Contraining Heart Restriction Medallion to us and we'll immediately release you. As for the Blood Devil Sword, I have nothing to fear from it despite not knowing of it. It would be best if you didn't rely on it. The icy woman sinisterly stared at Han Li and curled her lips. You are overestimating yourself. If you knew about Blood Devil Sword, you wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. I'll kill you first and see if junior martial sister Nangong changes her mind. Immediately after, she bit the tip of her tongue and puffed a large mist of blood essence onto the small crimson sword and clutched her hands in an incantation seal. In a bright flash of crimson light, the small sword grew to 1 meter in length, flourishing its wicked, bloody appearance. The scent of blood it emitted became all the more repugnant and pervasive as well. The icy woman then grabbed onto the sword's handle without much care, and she began to glare with brilliantly light as she began to pour the entirety of her spiritual power into the crimson sword. Quickly act. We cannot allow her to attack first. Unable to retain her calm, Nangong Wan shouted fearfully to Han Li. She knew much about the fearsomeness of the Blood Devil Sword and couldn't hold much confidence in Han Li's words. Before she could finish condensing her divine incarnation light, she pointed to the huge barrier of light above her head. The dome of light trembled and began to quickly revolve. A short moment later, a gorgeous emerald green light flew out towards the icy woman in an instant. When the icy woman saw this, she casually waved her hand and tossed out the triangular flag. When the flag left her hand, it turned into a large cloud of eerie green fog as it intercepted the attack. As soon as the ray of emerald light struck the green fog, a flood dragon suddenly appeared from the emerald light. The flood dragon suddenly gained the upper hand in the struggle and surged through the fog in an attempt to disperse it. But like a tenacious disease, a layer of the fog stuck onto the flood dragon and prevented it from breaking free. Nangong Wan grimaced at the sight, and the icy woman revealed a trace of joy. The icy woman then swept the air with the crimson sword and slashed the sword over Han Li's head. A spatial fluctuation soon followed, carrying a 3-meter-wide wave of sword chi towards him. The sword chi was scarlet red and flaunted an ominous, evil aura as it cut forward without restraint. After the icy woman consumed a majority of her power in her attack, her complexion increasingly reddened several times in the following instant. Then in a flash of light, the crimson sword returned to its original small size. As the sword chi traveled through the air, the nearby spiritual chi flowed forward with the force of 1,000 streams, dragging the blood sword chi forward and concealing it. Han Li could only feel his body tense and suddenly felt his body shackled. Let alone cast any techniques, he couldn't even bring himself to move a single finger. He could only stare at the sword chi as it slowly made his way towards him. Nangong Wan's complexion turned deathly pale at the sight of this, and her senior martial sister simply smirked. Both of them believing that Han Li was about to meet great catastrophe, Han Li simply took a deep breath as he stared at the blood sword chi. With ringing thunder and wildly flickering golden light, a net of faint gold lightning appeared around Han Li. The icy woman was stunned at the sight. Before she could even react, the blood sword chi struck the net of lightning. A huge explosion sounded out as the divine lightning and the blood chi collided. Despite overbearing sword chi savage attempts to break through the golden net, it was incapable of severing the thin strands of lightning. Instead, the golden net gradually wrapped around it as if it were a fish. Then, the net of divine devilbane lightning around Han Li disappeared as it quickly moved to wrap around the sword chi. Han Li glanced at the lightning-restrained sword qi in the air with a trace of astonishment. The divine Devilbane lightning appeared to be quickly consumed in its struggle to contain the sword qi despite its evil warding properties. Had he not released a third of his lightning reserves, it was quite possible he wouldn't have been able to restrain this wicked sword qi. Actually, this was the first time he had even encountered an evil Devil Dao treasure that he hadn't been able to easily subdue with the Devilbane lightning. But if this continued, both the blood sword qi and the Devilbane lightning would likely both scatter. This wasn't something that he was going to allow. With that thought, Han Li raised his hands with a sullen expression, violently releasing 2 extremely dense bolts of lightning onto the net of lightning that was already restraining the crimson sword qi. With the reinforced vigor, the golden lightning was able to defeat the sword qi, leaving only a small cloud of crimson mist in the air. Without any further thought, Han Li pointed to the golden lightning in the air, and had it completely encase and condense the golden mist into a golden fist-sized ball. After it fell into his grasp, he expressionlessly glanced at the woman across from him. The scene had left the icy woman completely dumbstruck with completely disbelief on her face. Nangong Wan was also shocked to the point where her mouth was slightly hanging open. Seeing the full force of the Blood Devil sword rendered ineffective was beyond belief for the 2 women. Ever since this sword made its appearance in the heavenly south, it was unknown whether or not it was an ancient or a magic treasure. This sword was similar to an ordinary magic treasure by which it can be kept within one's body, but it was incapable of refined by an owner like an ancient treasure. Despite this, it was still capable of displaying astonishing strength. Unless one avoided the sword's spatial slash ahead of time, there was no method of blocking it. Any techniques or magic treasures used to block the attack would most likely be cleaved into 2. As for the sword's user, unless they used a large amount of blood essence and vitality to activate it, they would have to be wary of devilish qi backlash. This was because the body's true essence became increasingly tainted by devilish essence the longer the sword was used. If too much devilish essence was accumulated, one would experience devilish qi backlash. They would lose any rationality and transform into a raging devil until their death. There are only a few of these devilish artifacts in the entirety of the heavenly south. It could be said to be a name that was both feared and admired. Just after Han Li dispersed of the blood sword qi, he took action without waiting for the 2 women to recover from their shock. With a fierce whistle, he had the gold-devouring beetles swarming above him roar and flood the room as they charged towards the icy woman. Han Li's had awakened the icy woman from her stupor. In furious alarm, she opened her mouth and spat out a small silver sword from her mouth and quickly formed an incantation gesture with her hands. The silver sword brilliantly shined and created a barrier of blinding silver light. With a sudden pop, the silver sword trembled and shot out over 1,000 strands of silver light towards the incoming swarm of golden beetles from within the barrier. Sword condensed threads. Han Li muttered to himself with a frown. So it turned out that Nangong Wan's senior martial sister was originally a sword cultivator. It was no wonder why she had so many sword-type magic treasures. In the following moment, the silver threads struck the golden insect cloud. With a loud burst of crackles, countless golden shells fell from the sky, thinning out much of the swarm. Holes were left in the cloud of beetles from where the silver sword threads had struck. Han Li's heart sank at the sight. Were his current gold-devouring beetles still incapable of contending against nascent soul cultivators? He had spent such meticulous time and effort to develop them. The icy woman felt relief at the result of the strike. With several more waves of attacks, the entire swarm of these odd insects should be fully exterminated. It appeared there was nothing to fear from them. However, Han Li's disappointment was soon replaced with joy. The beetles that had fallen from the strike had begun to move once more. With a shriek, they began to fly once more and followed the rest of the beetles towards the icy woman. At that moment, a phoenix cry suddenly sounded out from the green fog and a radiance of 1,000 suns suddenly shined and cleanly scattered it away to reveal a vermilion moon from within it. The moon shimmered with light before rushing towards the icy woman's barrier. The icy woman's expression vastly changed. Suddenly, the light barrier began to spin around her and her body transformed into a streak of black-white light as she attempted to escape from the hull. After this exchange, the woman finally realized that it would be extremely difficult to take on Han Li and Nangong Wan together. As such, she decided to flee the cave residence and restrain the two once she gathered reinforcements. While Han Li and Nangong Wan were particularly formidable, they couldn't stand up to the countless disciples of the masked moon sect. And once she arrived outside, she'd be able to activate the masked moon sect's sect guarding formations and trap the two inside. Chapter 720. Another ring. Nangong Wan's Scarlet Moon was lagging behind in its attempt to chase her senior martial sister, granting her senior martial sister the opportunity to fly towards the ceiling and strike it. With a muffled thump, a red light pulsed from the ceiling, but it was unbroken. Only a few loose pieces of rock had fallen down. The icy woman was stunned. Before she realized what had happened, the roof flashed with light and swarms of black, gold, and silver beetles emerged from it. Buzzing, they quickly gathered at the room's center and formed a tricolored shield. In the icy woman's alarm, she waved her hand without any further thought, summoning a silver talisman in between her fingers. When Nangong Wan saw this, she naturally knew what her senior martial sister planned to do. Her expression immediately sank and slapped her storage pouch rather than using the divine incarnation light. A small red flag appeared in her hand and she immediately flung it into the ground. The icy woman waved her hand and activated the talisman in her hand. The talisman flew from her hand enveloped in a ball of yellow light and streaked towards the ceiling like a shooting star. The yellow light broke through the huge shield as if nothing had been there and directly flew towards the hall's ceiling. But at that same moment, Nangong Wan had finished uttering an incantation and activated the hidden restrictions in her cave residence. The entire hall began to glow with a red light, surrounding all the surfaces in a barrier of blinding light, the ceiling included. As if a nemesis of the icy woman's shooting star, the shooting star immediately stopped moving once it struck the light barrier as if sealed onto it. A large expanse of red light then gathered and wrapped around it. Nangong Wan's senior martial sister was astonished by this sudden change, but as a greatly experienced cultivator, she immediately realized what restriction this was. She immediately flicked her finger with a sullen expression, launching a bone-chillingly cold white sword streak from her hand. It circled once around the enveloped talisman and quickly scattered the red light that imprisoned it. The icy woman was delighted by the result. In a flash of yellow light, she immediately flew towards the ceiling through the opening of the scattered red light. But as soon as she arrived halfway through the opening, purple light suddenly flashed before her. Something suddenly enveloped her and forcefully dragged her away from hall's ceiling. With a light chuckle, a white silhouette appeared in a blur, revealing a white-clothed young woman. Silvermoon had suddenly appeared from the ceiling and was grasping a translucent purple thread in her hand. The other end of the purple thread led directly towards the icy woman's body. At that moment, Nangong Wan's senior martial sister discovered that her body was enveloped in a net of sparkling purple thread. The thread was nearly invisible to the eye. In the icy woman's furious alarm, she flicked her fingers without any further thought, shooting over 10 streaks of black-white sword chi. Soon after, she followed up by spitting out a dense green flame from her mouth onto the purple net. Purple light flourished from the net. But regardless of whether it be the green flame or the black-white sword chi, they were incapable of harming the purple thread in the slightest. The icy woman became truly flustered by the sight. Just as she resolved herself to consume a great amount of vitality to employ a secret technique, Silvermoon smiled and pulled on the purple thread, uttering the word, "Restrain." The originally loose net immediately tightened and completely fettered the icy woman, completely preventing her from making even the slightest movement. The woman's face grew blood red. Ever since she condensed a nascent soul, she had always been looked up to with respect. She had never been caught in a situation such as this one, especially ever since she entered mid-nascent soul stage. With shameful fury, a cold glint appeared in her eyes as her entire body magnificently shined with light. In a moment, the light violently surged to double its size and began to faintly contain a faint tinge of crimson. When Silvermoon saw this, her smile disappeared and she knew things wouldn't end well. But just as she commanded the purple cloud lace to release all of its Jade Sun true fire, Nangong Wan sent her a voice transmission. "Do not harm her. Leave her to me." As soon as she said this, Her vermilion moon flew up from below and enveloped the icy woman within it. The moon hurriedly revolved and it soon began to ripple, filling the hall with silhouettes of itself. As Han Li stared at the twirling moon from down below, he was shocked to find his mind completely shaken and his focus broken. It was no wonder why the icy woman felt so fearful towards Nangong Wan's divine incarnation light. After the moon revolved for the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Nangong Wan finally stopped, her face pale from exhaustion. Then with a wave of her hand, the vermilion moon scattered into starlight with a light bang. Her senior martial sister reappeared from within it as she floated in the air, still restrained by the purple cloud lace. However, the spiritual chi in her body grew completely calm and she remained unconscious with a strange smile on her face. "What's this?" Han Li bewilderedly said. With a bit of color returned to her face, Nangong Wan smiled. "Those trapped by my divine incarnation light are incapable of escaping it, even if they manifest their nascent soul. This technique also possesses an incredibly powerful bewitchment effect. My senior martial sister's mind had been lost to the divine light for a time being. This way we are able to spare her." Han Li rubbed his nose and helplessly said, "It was no surprise your senior martial sister was so fearful of it. It is able to prevent even a nascent soul from manifesting. However, there would have been no need to go through such troublesome methods if we didn't need to keep her alive. Lethal methods would have been far easier." Nangong Wan sighed and forced a smile. "Exterminating my senior martial sister, the sect's grand elder, is unacceptable. Since I plan on following you, the masked moon sect will already suffer a blow to its strength. If we kill her as well, the sect will become crippled. The past masked moon sect grand elder had treated me with great kindness. Although I cannot sacrifice myself for the sect, I cannot bring myself to doom it to extinction." Han Li wryly smiled and said, "But your senior martial sister sure didn't treat you leniently when she attacked you and restricted you. That doesn't matter. Since I've spared her life, I can consider the debt to the sect's previous master repaid. I won't feel uneasy later when I've left with you. However, the last battle was truly dangerous. I truly didn't know that senior martial sister had a heaven-defying devilish artifact such as the Blood Devil Sword. It nearly led to a disastrous outcome. Had I known of this earlier." Nangong Wan brightly flickered and she wore an apologetic expression. However, Han Li simply smiled and showed not the slightest concern of it. "It's nothing. Wasn't the Blood Devil Sword incapable of harming me either way? Anyhow, let's quickly acquire the restriction medallion and leave." Nangong Wan nodded her head in response. Silver Moon obediently shook her hand and unraveled the purple cloud lace from the icy woman. Nangong Wan took several steps forward and bluntly tapped several places on her senior martial sister's body, placing several restrictions on top of it. She then reached out for the dark green storage pouch at her waist and gently shook it open. Then in a bright flash of light, a pile of items appeared on the floor. When Han Li saw this, he curiously walked over. The heart-constraining restriction medallion was quite easy to find. Nangong Wan quickly took it into her hands with a smile. As for Han Li, he quickly swept his gaze past the pile and suddenly beckoned a small exquisite ring into his hands. It was completely dark and lightless. Han Li frowned and brought the item to his eye and began to examine it. Nangong Wan astonishedly said, "What are you doing with that? Looks like just an ordinary magic tool." Han Li chuckled and suddenly slapped his storage pouch, summoning a jade box into his hands. The box then opened in a flash of azure light, revealing an identical jet black ring. Nangong Wan couldn't help but yelp in surprise. Han Li brought the two rings together and felt that they both possess a similar absence of qi. He then placed both of the rings back in the box before placing it into his storage pouch. Nangong Wan sweetly smiled and said nothing else as her mind began to wander. Then paying no further attention to the large pile of items, she walked towards her senior martial sister. With a flash of red light glowing from her hand, Nangong Wan nimbly touched her senior martial sister's head before closing her eyes in silence. When Han Li saw this, he silently walked over with a faint smile on his face. A short moment later, Nangong Wan opened her eyes and raised her hand, revealing the Blood Devil Sword in her grasp. Nangong Wan glanced at the sword for only a moment before tossing the devilish artifact to Han Li. This devilish artifact is mighty and proves to be a great threat against us, so it'd be best to take it with us. While I am incapable of using this item, you are able to restrain this treasure with your golden lightning. Let's leave it in your hands. Chapter 721. Return to Soaring Heaven's City. Although Hanli didn't know the full details of the Blood Devil Sword, he did know of its devilish chi backlash. He quickly put it away, not wishing for Nangong Wan to use such a dangerous devilish artifact. As for the other items such as the light stasis mirror and her other treasures, Nangong Wan had no intention of taking them. It seemed she wished to save her senior martial sister a bit of face. Not to mention that the light stasis mirror was made famous while in this woman's possession. If others were to discover that it had been taken, it would cause no end of problems. At that moment, Nangong Wan held the restriction talisman in her hand and gently squeezed it. In a flicker of red light, it released a thread of inky black chi before fading away into nothingness. In high spirits from dissolving the restriction, Nangong Wan sweetly smiled. The heart-containing restriction is already dissolved. But before we go, I have to leave a message behind for my senior martial sister. Hanli didn't raise any opposition to her. Nangong Wan then took out a white jade slip and gracefully placed it against her forehead. The jade slip sparkled with a series of light before Nangong Wan's spiritual sense began to leave a message behind in the jade slip. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, she placed the jade slip on the pile of remaining items on the floor. She then placed them all in the icy woman's storage pouch and put it back on the icy woman's waist. Nangong Wan smiled to Hanli with a trace of bashfulness. Let's go. Senior martial sister is still under effects of my divine incarnation light. It'll take her more than just a day for her to break free. When Hanli saw Nangong Wan's gentle expression, his heart began to stir. He gently pulled her close to him and they flew out the hall in a streak of light. On a small nameless mountain on the border of the state of Baoyang, Nangong Wan stood underneath an ancient tree and frowned. What do you mean? Why would you have me go ahead alone to the Drifting Cloud sect? Hanli stood shoulder to shoulder with Nangong Wan. He slowly said, my concubine and my senior martial brother Lu have still remained in Soaring Heaven's City for some reason. I reckon it likely has to do with the Mulan invasion. Since the two are related to me, I cannot go back on my own. I have no choice but to check up on them. Nangong Wan glanced at Hanli with a displeased expression and said, since that's the case, I'll go with you. Why must I leave on my own? Wanhe, you're a masked moon sect nascent soul cultivator. There will be many high-grade cultivators in the 9 Nations Union that will recognize you. Although I already taught you the appearance exchange technique, those possessing greater cultivation than you will have a chance of seeing through your disguise. It'd be best for you to head back to the Drifting Cloud sect first. Nangong Wan wrinkled her nose and worriedly said, but you've already offended our masked moon sect and the Flowing Mind sect. I feel uneasy that you're still heading to Soaring Heaven's City. Hanli chuckled and said, don't worry. It's not like you haven't seen what I'm capable of. Perhaps there are plenty of people with greater cultivation than mine in the heavenly south, but there are sparsely few that are able to trap and kill me. Moreover, I am an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect. And with the full brunt of Mulan invasion bearing down upon the 9 Nations Union, they won't dare to meddle. Besides, I reckon your senior martial sister will have followed what you've suggested to excuse your disappearance. Otherwise, her dealings with Wei Wuya will turn for the worse. There is hardly anything to worry about. Since you're insistent, I won't block you, but you'd best take care of yourself. So that you're a bit more safe, I'll hand this treasure over to you. Seeing that Hanli had made up his mind, she said little else and slapped her storage pouch. She then calmly handed an embroidered scarf over to Hanli. Hanli felt a strange spiritual chi from the scarf and curiously asked, what's this? Nangong Wan warmly explained, this is a nameless ancient treasure that I unintentionally happened across while I was traveling. It is extremely convenient to use and will move in accordance to your thoughts. You might encounter danger on your trip. I will feel less worried if you have it by your side. Hanli grew silent and stared at Nangong Wan's fluid eyes for a long while before seeing her faintly blush. He then took the item with a smile and carefully put it away. When Nangong Wan saw this, she also wore a faint smile. Soon something else came to mind and she took out a sparkling red jade pendant. This fire-repelling ornament is a token I often carry around. Although I dislike being tied down with external affairs, there was a time where I had taken in a few unnamed disciples out of a passing interest. Although they recognized me as their master, they weren't masked moon sect disciples. There are 2 that have currently opened a shop in Soaring Heaven's city. If you are in need of assistance, hand over this token to them and they will follow your instructions. She then whispered the names of these 2 disciples. Han Li felt a trace of warmth and sentiment and silently committed the names to memory. It had been a while since he's experienced someone else's concern. A month later, Han Li found himself in the wilderness outside Soaring Heaven's city. He glanced at the huge city from a distance in silence. After he and Nangong Wan reluctantly parted, he made his way directly to the State of Yu. Along the way, he heard from a few passing cultivators that war had already begun on the borders of the state of Fengyuan and Yu. The outcome: the main forces of the 9 Nations Union had suffered vast losses 3 times in a row. They had no choice but to rely on many grand spell formations to difficultly protect their vital strategic locations. The 9 Nations Union were clearly losing. When Han Li heard this, he frowned, but it was unfortunate that no one knew of the specific details, let alone the reason for such vast defeats. He could only continue on his way. After he entered the State of Yu, he managed to acquire more detailed news. The Mulan spell warriors seemed to have found several huge savage beasts. The 9 Nations Union were caught unprepared by the attack, resulting in their repeated losses. This had greatly shocked Han Li when he heard this, and hastened on his way to Soaring Heaven's city. Although Soaring Heaven's city had already removed their restrictions of flight, they had already activated a majority of the restrictions for the Greater Light Extinguishing Formation. Strange, nearly indiscernible fluctuations filled the air. It appeared as if the cultivators in the city were already preparing for war. After taking a glance at it, Han Li calmly flew to the city's front gate. There were 8 cultivators guarding the gate. Apart from a core formation elder, the rest were Foundation Establishment cultivators. When they saw Han Li approach them, the core formation cultivator thought to interrogate him. But after his spiritual sense swept past Han Li, he wore great shock on his face. Once the light surrounding Han Li's figure faded away, the old man respectfully saluted him. "Welcome, Senior. Have you arrived to participate in the treaty's meeting? May I ask for your esteemed name? I'm afraid I must register your name in accordance to the rules." Han Li's mind stirred and expressionlessly asked, "Treaty's meeting? What meeting?" After a moment of surprise, the old man asked, "Senior isn't here to participate in the treaty's meeting? Could it be that Senior is a vagrant cultivator?" "No, I am a cultivator of the Heavenly Dao Alliance." The old man carefully explained, "Because of the overbearing assault of the Mulan, our 9 Nations Union have found it difficult to block them. As such, there has been a treaties meeting being held with the other powers. Since Senior is a cultivator from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, so long as he states his name and sect, he can enter the city." Han Li's eyes flickered and he said, "I am the Drifting Cloud Sec's Han Li." He inwardly scowled. It appeared this trip wouldn't prove as simple as he imagined. The old man didn't have the slightest intention of validating Han Li's name, and he hastily stood to the side and allowed Han Li into the city. Han Li nodded his head and he calmly entered the city. There were far fewer cultivators on the streets of Soaring Heaven City compared to when the trade fair was taking place. Furthermore, all of them wore worried expressions. It seems the news of the losing war had reached their ears. Han Li directly flew towards his previous residence. If Mu Peeling and Senior Marshal Brother Lu still hadn't left the city, they should be there. Not long after, Han Li arrived before the building and used his spiritual sense to search for any auras. He found a weaker spiritual chi fluctuation on the 2nd floor. It should belong to Mu Peeling. Han Li faintly smiled and silently opened the restriction before entering the pavilion. Mu Peeling couldn't help but reveal delight upon seeing him. "My lord, you've returned." Han Li sighed and helplessly said, "Why is it that you and Senior Marshal Brother Lu haven't left as we discussed? I might have not returned." He then took a glance at Mu Peeling and smiled. But I didn't think that you'd actually break through your bottleneck so quickly. Congratulations on entering mid-foundation establishment stage. I broke through by chance half a month ago thanks to the medicine pills my lord has given me. It wouldn't have been the case otherwise. Mu Peeling spoke with great excitement and appeared all the more beautiful for it. Han Li felt his mind shake and calmed down once he stroked his nose. Han Li then casually asked, "Does your prolonged stay with Senior Marshal Brother Lu in Soaring Heaven City have to do with the spell warriors?" Mu Peeling bit her lip and carefully said, "My lord already guessed it. Senior Lu and I planned on returning once the trade fair ended, but who could have thought that news of the spell warrior invasion had spread before the trade fair concluded? As a Heavenly Dao Alliance nascent soul cultivator, he had no choice but to remain and negotiate a plan with the other powers. I also remained behind as a result. In that case I can't blame you. But where is Senior Marshal Brother Lu?" Han Li suddenly wore an odd expression when he interrupted himself. Mu Peeling was startled by this sudden stop. Before she realized what Han Li intended, she suddenly heard a young man's voice from outside the building. "Fellow Daoist Mu, are you there? I am Bai Shujun. I wish to discuss something with you." After Han Li swept his spiritual sense past him, he discovered a core formation youth with a scholarly appearance that was standing outside the building's restrictions. Han Li pensively asked, "Who is this? Seems you've made friends." In the instant Mu Peeling heard the man's voice, his face instantly paled. She hastily explained, "Lord, please don't misunderstand. This person is a disciple of a Heavenpeak Sect elder. We had unintentionally met a few days ago and he had been bothering me ceaselessly ever since. I've already said that I am your concubine, but this person has bothered me ever since. I'll drive him away right now." Han Li raised his brow and asked, "So it was like that? Does Senior Marshal Brother Lu know of this?" Mu Peeling was relieved that Han Li wasn't angry and replied with a sigh of relief. "I've already spoke to Senior Lu of this matter, but Senior Lu seemed to recognize this elder of the Heavenpeak Sect. He even seemed somewhat fearful of him. For the time being he's left me to fend for myself with regards to his matter. He's been waiting for Lord to return before dealing with this matter." After a moment of silence, Han Li coldly smiled. "Oh, isn't the Heavenpeak Sect one of the 4 great sects of the Righteous Dao Alliance? It is no wonder why Senior Marshal Brother Lu was so careful in handling this matter. However, this meager core formation cultivator must be quite brave to act so imprudently. Follow me out. Let's see what this junior intends to do." Mu Peeling respectfully replied, "As you command, master." At that moment Han Li wordlessly climbed down to the ground floor with Mu Peeling closely following after her. "Fellow Daoist Mu, you finally... This senior is..." When the youth named Bai Shujun saw someone leaving the building, he originally believed it to be the woman he fancied. But when he saw Han Li with his profound cultivation, his expression vastly changed. At that moment, Mu Peeling followed behind Han Li and stood closely behind him. When the youth saw this, his expression wavered several times. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he spoke bluntly to the youth. "You are a disciple of the Heavenpeak Sect?" Displaying an unordinary guile, he regained his calm after only a moment even as he faced a nascent soul cultivator like Han Li. He then spoke with a courteous tone, "That's right. This junior is a disciple of the Heavenpeak Sect Elder Lu. Could it be that you are Senior Han? Speak. What are your intentions in coming here? Why is it that you bother my concubine without end? You should have some other purpose in performing such a brainless task." Han Li's harsh tone had caused a trace of astonishment to appear from Mu Peeling's face. Bai Shujun smiled and eloquently said, "Senior is wise. In truth my master wishes to meet you. But since there has been no news of Senior Han, Junior has done this. However, I am truly fond of fellow Daoist Mu. If Senior would agree to accommodate me, I wouldn't be able to thank you enough." "Can't thank me enough? What use is your gratitude? Don't get caught up in your dreams. I have no such habit of giving my own concubines to others. I also have no connection with your Heavenpeak Sect, so why is it that you've come to find me?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and glanced in an empty area. After squinting his eyes, he wore a weird smile and suddenly released an astonishing spiritual pressure from his body. Bai Shujun recoiled several steps with a greatly alarmed expression. bearing a pressure of what seemed to be a huge mountain. His legs folded and he fell to a half kneel. He hastily attempted to resist, but after his body trembled several times, his knees still remained unsteady. As he knelt, a white silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Bai Shujin. He gently patted Bai Shujin's shoulder and suddenly relieved him of the pressure, allowing him to stand once more. The white silhouette was a white-robed old man with light gray hair and a friendly face. As Han Li examined him, the old man smiled at him and said, "Fellow Daoist Han, please don't be angry. My disciple has been doing this on my command. How could I meet you otherwise?" When Han Li saw the old man, the pressure emitting from his body vanished and his expression became calm once more as if it had never happened. "Who is your esteemed self? And why do you wish to see me? If I remember correctly, this will be the first time I ever made contact with you and your sect." He. This old man goes by the name of Lu Wang, and is an elder of the Heavenpeak Sect. As for why I wish to see you, this is not a convenient place to speak of it. If fellow Daoist wishes to know why, let us meet later tonight. At that time fellow Daoist will surely come to know the details. Showing not the slightest anger, he waved his hand and tossed a green jade slip he had already prepared to Han Li. Han Li expressionlessly waved his arm and caught the jade slip in an azure mist. After sinking his spiritual sense into the jade slip, he found the details of a location and thought to ask about it. But when he raised his head, the old man had already saluted him and was leading Bai Shujin away. Han Li frowned. He acted rather mysteriously, but they seemed to misunderstand that Han Li had been hiding in Soaring Heaven's city all this time. Han Li rubbed his chin and felt this matter to be somewhat unclear. As such, he left the matter alone for now and brought Mu Peeling back into their residence. After Han Li entered the pavilion, he calmly asked, "Where is Senior Martial Brother Lu currently?" It was as if he had thrown the recent matter to the back of his mind. "I heard that the war situation was dire and Senior Lu went to discuss a countermeasure with the other powers." Han Li interestedly asked, "Where are they having this discussion?" "It is at Soaring Heaven City's official hall. I heard that only nascent soul cultivates affiliated with a superpower are allowed to attend. Does my lord wish to go take a look?" The official hall? Han Li recalled a huge palace hall at the center of the city that was heavily covered in restrictions. "Alright, I do wish to see how the matters of spell warriors are being handled. Wait here and don't go out without a reason." With his mind set, he departed to where his senior martial brother Lu was located. The official hall was the towering building built at the center of the city, and was extremely noticeable. Apart from matters concerning the life or death of the Nine Nations Union, it was hardly ever used. But now that the Mulan had begun another assault since their ceasefire 100 years ago, the upper echelon of the Nine Nations Union showed no hesitation in opening this hall and convening with cultivators of other powers. After all, with the overbearing invasion of the Mulan spell warriors, it would be extremely difficult for the Nine Nations Union to defend against them alone. When Han Li arrived in front of the official hall, a guard standing at the front noticed Han Li's cultivation and asked for his name before reporting it to his superior. Soon Han Li was granted permission and a cultivator respectfully led him inside the official hall. There couldn't be said to be many nascent soul cultivators in the meeting, only over a dozen, far fewer than Han Li had imagined. However, Han Li understood that despite the large number of nascent soul cultivators that had gathered at Soaring Heaven City, there was no need for each of them to personally attend. They merely had their powers representatives stand in their place. As for senior martial brother Lu, he was currently sitting on a chair to the left. He smiled when he caught sight of Han Li. Closely sitting beside him was the child fire dragon. Apart from the yellow-robed old man, Han Li found the others to be unfamiliar. After taking 2 glances at the yellow-robed old man, he couldn't help but inwardly sigh. This old man was martial ancestor Linghu of Yellow Maple Valley. 1. The Heavenpeak Sect elder is surnamed Lu, and the Drifting Cloud Sect elder Han Li's senior martial brother is surnamed Lu. They are homonyms. Chapter 723. Discussion. When martial ancestor Linghu spotted Han Li, he didn't reveal the slightest change in expression. It was unknown whether he was hiding his emotions with his profound shrewdness or that he simply didn't recognize the past Foundation establishment disciple. Han Li's gaze shifted to the others in the hall. At the center of the hall there was an old man with a purple face and a gorgeous woman in palace robes. When Han Li swept his spiritual sense past them, his heart trembled. The two were mid-nascent soul cultivators, the main representatives of the Nine Nations Union. As Han Li examined in the other cultivators in the hall, they had examined him as well. A majority of them were surprised by Han Li's appearance as a youth. Hardly any male cultivators cultivated techniques for maintaining youthful appearances. The Drifting Cloud Sect elder Lu called out to Han Li with a smile. "Junior Martial Brother Han, you've finally arrived. Have a seat. We were having a discussion with Sect Master Wu about the Mulan invasion." The child fire dragon also smiled and kindly nodded his head. Following suit, Han Li smiled and saluted the other cultivators in the hall before taking a seat by his senior martial brother Lu. The purple-faced cultivator took a seat across from Han Li and smiled. "So this is the Drifting Cloud Sec's fellow Daoist Han. I am the Enlightened Leaf Sec's Wu Peng. We just heard from Brother Lu that fellow Daoist had entered nascent soul stage only after 200 years of cultivation. You truly a genius among the cultivators in the Heavenly South. Perhaps you will be met with great success on the Great Dao." Although Han Li's cultivation was still a grade lower than his own, he didn't dare to underestimate Han Li's future potential. "Sect Master Wu is being polite. I only managed to enter nascent soul stage from a fluke. I don't dare to speak of any future obtainments in the Great Dao." As the Enlightened Leaf Sect were one of the sects that stood side by side with the Flowing Mind Sect in the Nine Nations Union, Han Li didn't dare to grow overly familiar with him and simply gave a polite response. As Han Li spoke, his gaze fell onto the beautiful middle-aged woman that stood at the old man's side. Since the purple-faced old man was the Enlightened Leaf Sect master, this beautiful woman was likely a cultivator from the Flowing Mind Sect. As Han Li began to ponder, the purple-faced old man Wu Peng sighed and said, "This is the Flowing Mind Sect's Lady Qi. She will handle matters with regards to the Nine Nations Union along my side. The other fellow Daoists are." The old man gave Han Li an introduction to the other cultivators in the hall. When martial ancestor Linghu was introduced, he simply gave a curt response, nothing out of the ordinary. Han Li's heart faintly trembled, but he simply nodded. After introductions were finished, Wu Peng's expression grew tense. "Fellow Daoist Han, you've come just in time. We were currently discussing how the vast power of the spell warriors are greatly beyond our expectations. I've already heard from the Elder Yu and the others that they've already suffered a great defeat. Even two important areas are about to have their grand formations broken by the huge beasts the Mulan control. We have many casualties in the war against the Mulan, including even fellow Daoist Huan of the Shadow Form sect. He will be the third nascent soul cultivator to have perished. There is a pressing need for assistance from all powers due to the overbearing Mulan assault." The smiles of all the cultivators present had disappeared once Wu Peng had solemnly spoken. A grave atmosphere immediately filled the hall. A green-robed old man with a sharp, thin nose sullenly said, "Sect Master Wu, we've also have a bit of information ourselves, considering we have sent our own disciples out in accordance to the pact. However, we still don't have concrete information on the true circumstances behind fellow Daoist Feng's defeat. Could Brother Wu give us a detailed explanation on the matter? It is unfathomable that so many nascent soul cultivators have fallen in such a short amount of time. Could it be that high-grade spell warriors have already begun to take action?" When Han Li heard this, he took another look at the old man. From Wu Peng's introduction, he was an elder of the Devil Dao's controlling spirit sect. He didn't know whether or not he had a relation to Lu Yu or Han Yunji. Wu Peng responded with an odd expression. "We still don't have information on whether or not their high-grade cultivators are acting in full force. However, fellow Daoist Feng and fellow Daoist Exin were verified to have perished in a one-on-one battle. They were not surrounded." When the green-robed old man heard him, he revealed alarm. Impossible. Even if they were defeated by a mid-nascent soul stage spell warrior, they would still be able to flee for their lives. Could it be that the Mulan divine sages have begun to act? Already anticipating his question, Wu Peng readily said, "No, the two were only early nascent soul spell warriors. However, they were rather odd. Not only were their spirit techniques far beyond what other spell warriors of the same grade were capable of, they also used an incredibly strange treasure. Just as the two fellow Daoists manifested their nascent souls upon defeat, they were trapped by this treasure and were rendered incapable of using instantaneous movement, leading to their demise. The green-robed old man felt his breath run cold. He asked with slight disbelief, "What kind of treasure is capable of stopping a nascent soul's instantaneous movement? Is it an ancient treasure? A magic treasure?" The cultivators who listened had vastly changed expressions. The reason why it was extremely difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator was cause of how easy it was for a nascent soul to escape once it manifested. It came as a great shock to the cultivators present that there was a treasure capable of restraining a nascent soul. Our disciples that witnessed the battle weren't able to clearly see it. But when it was activated, it momentarily flashed with red-black light and seemed unblockable. Furthermore, Wu Peng trailed off with a hesitant expression. The green-robed old man unhappily said, "Fellow Daoist Wu, with matters having reached this far, what is it that you find hard to say?" The flowing mind sect's Lady Qi smiled and spoke on behalf of Wu Peng. "It's not that Brother Wu finds it hard to say. He only hesitates to speak because he feels that the matter is uncertain. Allow me to say it. As a fellow member of the Nine Nations Union, it was natural for her to assist him." Han Li grew greatly curious by their words. The others were also more or less waiting for what Lady Qi had to say. Lady Qi sighed and explained, "The disciples observing the previous battles have noted that the two nascent soul spell warriors appeared almost as if they were feeding off the souls of those who died in battle, regardless of whether the souls had belonged to spell warriors or cultivators. As a result, Sect Master Wu became doubtful as to whether these two spell warriors are actually human, instead being some sort of heretical transformation. But since the two didn't emit an obvious demonic or ghost chi from their body, the disciples were incapable of making any precise judgments. Of course, there is also the matter of the sudden appearance of the huge fearsome beasts that appeared amongst the ranks of the spell warriors. It seems to have something to do with the appearance of these new spell warriors. We suspect that the Mulan have begun to collaborate with other powers. This explains how they were able to invade the heavenly south on such a vast scale." The cultivators in the hall were all stunned by her words. In his alarm, Ancestor Linghu solemnly asked, "Not human? Lady Qi means to say that they are transformed demon beasts?" Wu Peng solemnly said, "That should be the case. Even if they aren't demon beasts, they may be heretical cultivators that cultivate the ghost or demon Dao. If that were the case, it'd be far more troublesome than encountering transformed demon beasts." Han Li's expression stirred as he slowly asked, "When did Sect Master Wu come by this information?" Wu Peng blinked in surprise and twirled his long beard with curiosity. "This information came from the report on the last battle." "Why does fellow Daoist Han ask this?" Han Li held his chin in his hand and pensively answered, "It's nothing. I merely felt that regardless of whether these unfamiliar spell warriors are men or demons, they have no fear of revealing their identity to us, given that they dared to act so boldly at the beginning of this war. It appears the Mulan will not be attempting a battle of attrition as they did in the past. They will most likely use thunderous strikes, seeking decisive battles with our main forces. Could it be that a great change had occurred in the Mulan Plains?" Wu Peng and Lady Qi both glanced at each other with astonishment upon hearing Han Li's analysis. The other cultivators also grew sullen. It was quite natural that they picked up on what Han Li meant. In the past, the Mulan's invasions were always battles of attrition, with each war lasting years if they were short but decades if they were long. Whenever this happened, both sides of the conflict had always avoided direct confrontations or their main forces, as it would only result in a Pyrrhic victory at best, with most of the forces on either sides annihilated. Both the Heavenly South and the Mulan spell warriors had no such desire for such heavy losses of strength. This was further strengthened by the fact that the Mulan consisted of many tribes, as the Heavenly South were consisted of grand alliances of variously sized sects. Neither side were able to work entirely as one. But now the Mulan were acting with overwhelming force, a vast change from their previous invasions. With the addition of those huge sage beasts and those strange spell warriors, the changes from the Mulan were clear to see. A long while later, Wu Peng bitterly smiled and spoke with a grave tone, "Brother Han's words are reasonable. It seems there is something amiss with the Mulan. We cannot be careless. The sects in the heavenly south must form a second army to help the Nine Nations Union to resist them. Else the Mulan will break through and shatter us. I hope you fellow Daoists will return quickly and explain this matter to your sections. The Nine Nations Union will not be able to hold out for much longer. After Lady Qi pondered for a moment, she said, although fellow Daoist Han's words are very likely, they are still only a guess. I hope you fellow Daoists will discuss these matters only among other nascent soul cultivators in order to prevent an unnecessary chaos. However, if the Mulan truly wishes to have a grand confrontation, their divine sages will be certain to take action. These late nascent soul stage spell warriors aren't something we are able to contend against. I will be informing Elder Wei Wuya of this, and see whether or not the three great cultivators can gather together and deal with this matter. A shriveled old man worriedly nodded his head. Lady Qi makes sense. This matter is urgent. When we return, we will immediately inform our sect of this matter. The other cultivators also agreed, all knowing that the matter was grave. Afterwards, the cultivators began to discuss about a few particulars and decided to first send some reinforcements to slow down the Mulan, buying the various powers the time they needed to prepare. Han Li, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, and the Child Fire Dragon walked out of the hall side by side. When they arrived outside, Han Li frowned. Elder Lu caught sight of Han Li's expression and asked with surprise, "Is there something wrong, Junior Marshal Brother?" "It's nothing. There is just an old acquaintance that wishes to see me. I'm afraid that it will take a moment. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, Brother Lon, please go ahead. I'll quickly return." Elder Lu nodded his head and smiled. "Yes, of course. We'll first head back to have a discussion amongst the cultivators of the Heavenly Dao Alliance and then send information back to our Senior Marshal Brother. We'll see how each of our alliance's sects will handle the matter." The Child Fire Dragon also responded with a smile. Han Li saluted in response before slowly walking away. Elder Lu stood at the hall's entrance and glanced in the direction that Han Li had taken. "Is there something that Brother Lu is worried about?" the Child Fire Dragon asked with a mysterious smile. Although Elder Lu's heart was uneasy, he maintained a calm exterior. "Worried? What is there to be worried about?" The Child Fire Dragon smiled and said, "Brother Lu should have already guessed. Fellow Daoist Han was originally from Yellow Maple Valley, and that eccentric Linghu is nearing the end of his lifespan like your Senior Marshal Brother. As eccentric Linghu is the only nascent soul cultivator in Yellow Maple Valley, he may already be burning with anxiousness. While this might not matter to a smaller sect, to a sect as large as Yellow Maple Valley, the absence of the protection of a nascent soul cultivator could likely lead to a sect's extermination. It would be odd if eccentric Linghu wasn't the one who had given Han Li the voice transmission." Brother Lu didn't immediately respond. Instead, he pondered to himself for a moment before asking, "How does Brother Lon know of Junior Marshal Brother Han's origins? I do not recall mentioning them." The Child Fire Dragon bluntly explained, "There was no need for Brother Lu to speak of it. Since your sect suddenly acquired a young newly ascended elder, our ancient sword sect naturally felt the need to investigate." Elder Lu had nothing to say in response. But after a moment he shook his head and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han simply said that he was going to see an old acquaintance. If he originally intended to go back to Yellow Maple Valley, he would have already done so. He wouldn't have waited until now." The Child Fire Dragon shook his head. "That may be true, but eccentric Linghu is a cunning old fox. Since he invited Han Li over, he should have some confidence of convincing him." Elder Lu grew silent for a moment. Eventually, a troubled expression appeared on his face and he sighed, "Let's leave it to fate." If Junior Marshal Brother Han truly wishes to return to Yellow Maple Valley, what can my Senior Marshal Brother or I do to stop him? Han Li stood in a small remote street and began to continuously observe his surroundings. He then caught sight of a two-story pavilion. It was only about 20 meters wide with a small banner at its entrance that wrote on it. There were two yellow-robed Foundation establishment cultivators standing there. Han Li smiled for a moment before approaching it. When the two saw Han Li walk over, they respectfully saluted him. "Greetings, Senior Han." Martial Ancestor is respectfully waiting for you. Han Li nodded his head and wordlessly entered. The entire building was extremely quiet, as if there were no one there. Han Li hesitated before climbing up to the second floor. As a result, he found someone calmly waiting for him. He was wearing yellow robes and had a sallow complexion. He was Ancestor Linghu, who he has just seen previously in the hall. He was currently sitting at the octagonal table in the center of the room, and was currently sipping on a cup of tea. Han Li's gaze flickered and he walked forward without hesitation. He silently took a seat across from Ancestor Linghu, noticing that there was a teacup that had already been prepared for him. Ancestor Linghu said nothing. He simply waved his and caused the teapot on the table to float. It poured some tea in the cup in front of him before floating back down. Eccentric Linghu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Han Li. He slowly said, "The spirit tea here is good. Will you not give it a taste?" Han Li smiled and brought the cup up his eyes, glancing at the clear green liquid within. Han Li then took a sip and said, "It is quite decent. It is truly a grade higher than common spirit teas." Eccentric Linghu put down the tea and chuckled. He unhurriedly said, "It seems fellow Daoist Han is also one fond of tea. It seems I was right to meet you here." Holding no intention to speak in circles, Han Li bluntly said, "Surely you didn't invite me here only to sample this spirit tea. If you have something to say, then say it." This Ancestor Linghu clearly recognized him. Han Li could already guess why he was invited here. "Since fellow Daoist is so impatient, I won't speak in circles. Would fellow Dan be willing to return to Yellow Maple Valley as an elder?" Ancestor Linghu calmly spoke as if he were speaking of a minor issue. Return to Yellow Maple Valley? Han Li didn't reveal the slightest change in expression and simply looked down at the teacup in his hand. A bright glint shined from Ancestor Linghu's eyes and he slowly said, "Needless to mention how you were treated wrongly in the past, I must tell you that my lifespan is running short. I only have 20 years more at best before I expire. So long as you return, Yellow Maple Valley will be yours. Surely you wouldn't have held on to some minor grudge for so long." Han Li raised his head and stared at Ancestor Linghu. He shook his head, "I no longer care about the matters of the past. If I found myself in your position, I would perhaps do the same. However, I am currently an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect. I have no intention of joining your sect. Fellow Daoist Linghu, you had best find another cultivator." Ancestor Linghu coldly smiled. "Of course I know you've joined the Drifting Cloud sect. However, the Drifting Cloud sect still has 2 other elders. Do you not have to share control? Wouldn't you be happy to be the sole holder of power?" Han Li pursed his lips, forming a faint sneer. "I believe you misunderstand. I didn't enter a sect for authority. I merely wished to find a suitable place for cultivation. I have no interest in control over a sect." Ancestor Linghu frowned, but he soon regained his calm. "Fellow Daoist Han doesn't realize how beneficial is it towards your cultivation to be the sole power over a sect. Not only will you not have to trouble yourself to find rare medicines and materials, you will gain an incomparable status in the cultivation world. Moreover, don't you have the slightest interest in your past sect members? Many cultivators of your generation are still within Yellow Maple Valley. If there isn't a nascent soul cultivator to protect them, they may as well be extinguished in a single night by a coalition of other sections. Who knows what will happen to them?" Ancestor Linghu had finally begun to appeal to emotion. Han Li smiled and carelessly said, "I have no lack of spirit medicines and materials as a Drifting Cloud sect elder. And how could I care for something as hollow as status and reputation in the cultivation world? As for the death of the sect, it had always been a common occurrence. No matter how long the sect existed, they eventually disappear with their legacy lost. As for my old sect members, I will not be involved with them. May fate treat them kindly." Chapter 725. Jade Talisman. When Ancestor Linghu heard Han Li's response, he frowned and didn't speak for a time. Instead, he slowly raised the teacup and took a sip. He then said, "Fellow Daoist Han, this is obvious to me, but I am very much unlike you. I've spent over 1,000 years overseeing Yellow Maple Valley and I've grown extremely attached to it. I don't wish for its legacy to be severed once I die. It seems fellow Daoist has little interest in fame or profit. However, if fellow Daoist is willing to succeed the position as the Grand Elder of Yellow Maple Valley, I am willing to present my own riches to you, the treasures that I have collected over many years. They will be greatly useful to your future cultivation. After a moment of shock, Hanli narrowed his eyes and asked, You will leave your inheritance to me? If I recall correctly, you should have personal disciples. Ancestor Linghu coldly smiled. Among my disciples, the highest only holds mid-core formation stage cultivation. If I leave my inheritance with them, it will only invite calamity. Even if fellow Daoist doesn't accept, I will not be leaving a majority of my treasures to the sect. Hanli rubbed his chin and pondered. To tell the truth, Hanli felt some temptation by Ancestor Linghu's words. However, he clearly understood that if he were to accept the position as a Yellow Maple Valley Elder, he would likely have to face many problems within the 6 sects of Yu and the 9 Nations Union, matters that would settle for quite some time. Furthermore, he would have more authority as the sole Elder of Yellow Maple Valley, but conversely he would be sacrificing the freedoms that he had with the Drifting Cloud sect. More importantly was the problem he would have when he faced the Masked Moon sect. After a long moment of thought, Hanli shook his head. Many thanks for your kind offer. However, I feel that this matter shouldn't be mentioned any further. Ancestor Linghu wasn't angered upon hearing this. Rather, his face only revealed helplessness. Ancestor Linghu sighed and said, Since you've refused these conditions, it seems fellow Daoist Han is unwilling to be involved with the 6 sects of you. If that's the case, I have another proposal. Han Li's expression stirred with curiosity. Another proposal? Ancestor Linghu bitterly smiled. Since fellow Daoist doesn't wish to be an Elder of Yellow Maple Valley, how about I give you 3 treasures in exchange for 3 requests for help from Yellow Maple Valley? Of course, these requests will be within your capabilities. After a moment of thought, Hanli quickly nodded his head. 3 requests within my capabilities? I can accept those conditions. Ancestor Linghu wore a faint smile on his face and placed 3 items on the table. It seemed he had prepared them beforehand. Without another word, Hanli's eyes wandered onto the 3 items on the table. There was a small shiny blue shield, a red jade bottle and a jet black jade pendant. Showing not restraint, he grabbed onto the small blue shield. When the small shield entered his grasp, it grew soft and light as if nothing was there. He examined it more thoroughly in surprise, still not knowing what it was refined from. Ancestor Linghu glanced at the blue shield with reluctance. There was an ancient treasure I acquired in my youth and had accompanied me for a long while. I simply called it as the Blue Light Shield. Its abilities are powerful and is particularly effective at resisting the attacks of fire attribute attacks. You will find this to be true when you test it. Han Li stroked the shield for a moment before returning it to the table. From how strange the treasure appeared, Ancestor Linghu's words should hold true. He then grabbed onto the red jade bottle. In the past, I snuck deep into the Mulan Plains and exterminated a grade 7 iron-winged demon beast. That bottle contains its core, an incredibly rare material. It will have no shortage of uses. A grade 7 demon core? Han Li inwardly sighed, but he displayed no change in expression. Although grade 7 demon cores were extremely rare items in the Heavenly South, they were of little value to him. As a result, he smiled and opened the medicine bottle. After taking a glance at it, he put it back in its original location. His eyes then turned to the last item on the table. This time, Ancestor Linghu simply wore a strange smile instead of taking the initiative to introduce it. Han Li's gaze silently wandered around the jade pendant. After pondering for a spell, Han Li doubtfully asked, This jade talisman was something that was refined by ancient cultivators? A trace of surprise appeared on Ancestor Linghu's face. He curiously asked, Fellow Daoist Han has seen a jade talisman before? According to what I know, these talismans were unique even during times of antiquity. They should have vanished in the Heavenly South, and even fewer cultivators of this land should know of them. Han Li smiled. I merely encountered a fellow Daoist that happened to know of these things. I heard of it from them. Ancestor Linghu glanced at the black jade talisman on the table and said, This jade talisman was something that I had risked my life to obtain. It is definitely valuable. Although I still haven't managed to grasp the proper way to use it and can only use a fraction of its abilities, the Jade Talisman's abilities are shocking. I've used it several times to strike down enemies. It should be a quality item that was meticulously created by an ancient cultivator specializing in talismans. Ancestor Linghu summoned the talisman into his hand and chanted an ancient and obscure incantation with muffled voice, transforming the jade talisman into a ball of black light. A bone-chilling wind then blew past him, forming a demonic black-red hand above Ancestor Linghu's head. This demonic hand shined with black-red light and was over a meter wide. Not only did it occasionally flickered with flames, it also carried an indescribable eerie chi that filled with entire tea house with its appearance. Han Li's heart trembled upon seeing it. After I acquired this jade talisman, I spent several hundreds of years studying it before managing to use this single divine ability. Unless this profound ghost hand is attacked by a Yang-type treasure, it will be nearly invulnerable. As for any magic or ancient treasures it may hold, their abilities will immediately diminish and they will obediently stay captured. Even top-grade treasures will have their might and spirituality reduced. As Ancestor Linghu spoke, he willed the large black hand to swell several times in size and grab a nearby table. Black flames silently swept past the wooden table and instantly consumed, leaving not even ash behind. Han Li felt his breath turn cold at the sight. This hand appeared like a profound Devil Dao ability to attack with manifested spiritual sense, but since the black hand originated from the Jade Talisman, there was no fear of any backlash from any harm the spiritual sense may experience. As for the strange fire, that should be in different divine ability. This Jade Talisman is certain to possess other divine abilities. Unfortunately, I don't have much time yet and I don't have many more opportunities to discover its secrets. On the contrary, fellow Daoist Han still has much time to unlock its secrets. However, a majority of its power has already been consumed. You had best use it cautiously. Ancestor Linghu then pointed to the black hand and had it turn back into a ball of black light before flying back to the table in the form of a jade talisman. Han Li's wore a smile, but he was very much interested in the jade talisman. Even if the talisman wasn't as powerful as Ancestor Linghu had described, he would be able to learn much of the ancient cultivator talisman techniques from the jade talisman itself. It would prove to be of great assistance to him. Once Ancestor Linghu finished presenting the items, he swept his sleeve across the table and the 3 items disappeared, leaving 3 white translucent white jade discs in their place. Han Li turned his eyes towards Ancestor Linghu and calmly said, "These formation discs are magic tools that I had personally refined. They are incapable of being replicated. After you die, I will not decline a request that Yellow Maple Valley will have of me." Ancestor Linghu smiled and said, "Good. With these words, I will be able to continue on to other matters." Now that the matter was finished, Han Li took his leave as he had no further business there. Ancestor Linghu didn't offer much resistance and simply spoke a few polite words as he watched Han Li walk away. Once Ancestor Linghu was alone, his smile faded and he stared at the table deep into through. Han Li didn't immediately return to his residence once he left the tea house. Instead he glanced at the sky and found a remote area before taking out the jade slip that the Heavenpeak Sec elder had given him. After carefully reading it with his spiritual sense, he wore a hesitant expression. Chapter 726. Heaven-Earth Rings. Han Li fiddled with the jade slip in his hand as he pondered. Then with a flash of azure light, the jade slip vanished and Han Li began to walk in large strides towards the location it described. After passing through a majority of Soaring Heaven's city, Han Li arrived at a remote corner of the city where an ordinary mixed goods store was located. This store had a black wooden sign on its entrance, reading the Jade Union Pavilion, in large flamboyant calligraphy. Han Li examined it before slowly walking into the building. The interior wasn't large. He only walked into a hall that was about 20 meters in length. A majority of the items being sold were common materials and talismans. To the side there was an exquisite side door that led to the back. There was a middle-aged man in gray robes behind the sales counter near the entrance. He appeared to be looking through a small ledger. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past him and saw that his cultivation was very low, only in the realm of qi condensation. Furthermore, the shopkeeper's appearance was rather ordinary. The middle-aged shopkeeper immediately smiled and stood up upon seeing Han Li enter, and he quickly welcomed him. "Senior, what is it you wish to look at? My store is filled with all sort of goods. It will definitely be to your satisfaction." Han Li smiled and he flipped his hand, revealing the green jade slip in his grasp. After he placed it in the shopkeeper's hands, the shopkeeper had a vast change of expression and he quickly placed it away. He asked with a respectful tone, "May I ask for Senior's name?" Han Li casually answered, "Han Li." So it turned out to be Senior Han. Martial Ancestor has already mentioned Senior Han would be coming, but I hadn't expected it to be this soon. Please follow me. The middle-aged man invited Han Li to the back once he finished speaking. Han Li nodded his head and silently entered. To his surprise, it led to a warehouse with all sorts of cabinets and trunks placed all over. The walls were particularly filled to the brim. The middle-aged man stepped forward and walked in front of wood cabinet. He gently pushed one of the corners, causing two of the adjacent cabinets to separate and reveal a stairway. The middle-aged shopkeeper led the way and explained, "Out of fear that occasional guests would sense any restriction, we had a mechanism placed from the mortal realm." Han Li didn't feel particularly surprised by this. The middle-aged man then stepped on a tile and caused a wall to open with a muffled creak, revealing an eerie passageway down. The shopkeeper stood to the side and smiled. "This junior doesn't have the qualifications to enter. Senior must go on his own." Han Li frowned and swept his spiritual sense downwards and felt faint spiritual qi fluctuations in the passageway. When he examined further, he found a layer of restrictions there, but Han Li was able to judge it with his spell formation knowledge to be a simple spirit obstruction barrier. Although Han Li could forcefully break through it, the people within it would be sure to notice it. Han Li revealed slight hesitation. Although he was sure that the Heavenpeak Sect elder wouldn't try anything foolish within Soaring Heaven City, he didn't wish to enter a sealed area with someone whom he didn't know was friend or foe. As Han Li hesitated, the people from within formation seemed to guess what Han Li thinking. A moment later, the barrier was removed, allowing Han Li's spiritual sense to see within. Han Li's heart stirred at the deliberate show of trust, and he was amazed by what he discovered. "It's him. That's a surprise." Han Li muttered to himself and walked down the passage without any further hesitation. When the middle-aged man saw that Han Li descended, he sealed the passage and returned the cabinets to normal before going back to tend to the shop. The passage was very long and descended about 100 meters deep to preserve its secretive nature. Eventually, Han Li saw the light from within the darkness and knew that he had arrived at an exit. He quickened his pace and found himself in a stone room. The room was rather large, but it was completely empty apart from a few praying mats. Facing its entrance were two men that were sitting cross-legged on such a mat. They both looked at Han Li with a smile. Han Li remained silent, choosing first to find an empty prayer mat to sit on. Han Li smiled to one of the two and returned the smile. "I absolutely didn't think that fellow Daoist would find me. It is truly a surprise to find you here." This person wore a tall crown and blue robes. Marquis Nangong Riley smiled and said, "Truly, even I found it difficult to believe that I had escaped calamity. When we separated, I believed I had escaped, but they had tracked me down using a secret technique. They had caught up to me at the edge of the Milan Plains. However, the heavens favor the persistent, and I later found a group of high-grade spell warriors that were looking for us. In the resulting confusion, I was able to fortunately return as my pursuers were vastly slowed down by the spell warriors." After that was said, a hidden intensity appeared on his face. His face was far more pale than Han Li had remembered and his eyes were listless. He must have suffered much damage to his vitality. Of course, the person by his side was the old white-robed Heavenpeak Sect elder he had met earlier. "Fellow Daoist Nangong has earned my appreciation from being able to escape under those circumstances. But shouldn't Brother Nangong be resting in his cave residence rather than urgently finding me? There was no hesitation either to send a disciple to bother my concubine. I am at somewhat of a loss." Han Li's smile faded away and there was faint annoyance in his tone. "Hee. Fellow Daoist misunderstands. I only did it because I had no choice. Fellow Daoist should know there are now people pursuing us. This secret plan was to escape their notice. This is fellow Daoist Jade Pearl of the Heavenpeak Sect, a friend I would trust my life with. He was originally to come with us on the last treasure hunt, but it was a pity that he was occupied with sect matters at the time. Marquis Nanlong's attitude towards Han Li had entirely changed from when he first saw him. It was no much more respectful. It seemed that he was deeply moved when he saw Han Li killing another nascent soul cultivator. At that moment the white-robed old man chuckled and saluted Han Li. He spoke with a regretful tone. If my methods have offended you, I hope fellow Daoist Han won't take it to heart. It was the only way. Han Li waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Since there was a reason, I'll let it go. However, did fellow Daoist Nanlong seek me out because or something from the jade box?" Marquis Nanlong solemnly said, "Fellow Daoist guessed right." According to my sources, the Ghost Spirit sect paid a heavy price to bribe our previous party members. They are determined to acquire Master Tsong Kuan's map and method to enter Devilfall Valley. Fellow Daoist Han just happened to acquire one of the items needed to enter Devilfall Valley. When combined with my map, we will be able to avoid a majority of dangers in the valley, allowing use to acquire the treasure. Something soon came to Han Li's mind. An item essential to entering Devilfall Valley? Do you mean the black ring? Marquis Nanlong grew excited and a bit of color returned to his complexion. The Heaven-Earth ring is true within Han Li's possession. This is great. The Heaven-Earth ring? Han Li frowned and felt the name to be somewhat familiar. He suddenly grew alarmed and looked towards Marquis Nanlong. He bewilderedly asked, "The Heaven-Earth rings that Wise Huang refined from meteor iron? I heard that ordinary, the ring doesn't possess great ability, but when it came across Great North Essence Light, it is able to control the Essence Light to kill others and become formless. It is considered a magic treasure of little interest." Fellow Daoist is truly knowledgeable. It is precisely that item. The Heaven-Earth rings are divided into Yin and Yang. The Yin rings are able to protect oneself from Essence Light, while the Yang rings are able to control the Essence Light to attack. Fellow Daoist Han should be in possession of the Yin ring. Originally, Master Tsong Kuan drew assistance from the ring and managed to pass through the valley's Essence Light area unscathed. To my knowledge, although there are other methods to pass through the Great North Essence Light, but it would require an extensive formation placed down by many cultivators or treasures that are lost or incapable of being acquired. Fellow Daoist means. Han Li glanced at the two and began to ponder about the dangers and what there was to be gained. Chapter 727. Ancient Flame Toad. Marquis Nanlong blinked and calmly said, "It's very simple. Fellow Daoist Master Jade Pearl, fellow Daoist Han, and I will act as one and seize the treasure inside Devilfall Valley. Once we find the treasures, our strength will greatly increase, and there will be no need to fear from anyone." Han Li didn't immediately respond. Rather, he narrowed his eyes as he stared the two. Having heard that the Black Ring were one of the Heaven-Earth rings from legend, he immediately recalled the other ring that he had acquired from Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. If his guess was correct, that should be the Yang ring of the Heaven-Earth rings. He truly didn't think that the two rings would be related to each other in this way. Han Li felt that the world was truly mysterious for such a coincidence to occur and couldn't help but laugh in his mind. He sighed and wore a hesitant expression. "From what you've said, fellow Daoist Nanlong seems to already have a means to enter Devilfall Valley. With the assistance of the Heaven-Earth ring, what are the chances of leaving alive and with treasure? Devilfall Valley is known to be the most dangerous place in the Heavenly South. It is no laughing matter, and I have no wish to meeting my death there and becoming feed for any passing animal." When they heard Han Li's words, the two glanced at one another. A short moment later, Marquis Nanlong spoke with a deep voice. "Since fellow Daoist Han asked, I don't conceal this from you. According to what Master Tsong Kuan left behind, Devilfall Valley is still an extremely dangerous place. If one is not careful, they will be absorbed into a shifting spatial tear or find themselves in a remnant of an ancient restriction. To tell the truth, there will be no problem entering. We have an almost certain chance of safely entering, but if it's hard to say when we're searching for treasure. The more dangerous the area, the higher likelihood of getting treasure. Even Master Tsongkuan is unsure what we will find within these areas. Because Master Tsongkuan suffered extensive damage to his cultivation at the time, he didn't treat deep into the center of Devilfall Valley. He simply found a few treasures around the outer area. However, this also illustrates there are truly treasures within the valley that had been left behind from times of desolate antiquity. By braving these dangers, we will be certain to return with vast rewards. At the end of his words, his voice seemed to carry a tone of temptation. Master Jade Pearl then said, "Of course, if fellow Daoist is truly unwilling to brave the danger, you can simply give the ring to us. However, we'll only be able to give you a few spirit stones. But I must say that the medicine pills of ancient cultivators are many and their effects are beyond imagination. If you acquire them, it will only be a matter of time before you break through mid and late nascent soul stage. Perhaps you may even be able to find some lost secrets that have to do with deity transformation stage cultivators. After all, we have no idea what truly happens after they enter deity transformation stage as to whether they truly ascend to the spirit realm or whether they undergo some other transformation. Could it be that fellow Daoist doesn't wish to find the truth?" Han Li's eyes glinted and he muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "If I am not mistaken, you too wish for me to enter Devilfall Valley for some reason. After all, you have plenty of nascent soul allies and have no need for me." Once that was said, their faces immediately froze before revealing a trace of embarrassment. Marquis Nangong pursed his lips in a wry smile and chuckled. With a helpless tone, he said, "To tell the truth, I would have mentioned this even if fellow Daoist Han hadn't raised the point. Not only are there spatial tears and remnant restrictions, there are also a few ancient beasts that had remained since ancient times. Among them is the ancient flame toad that have gone long extinct. Although this flame toad still hasn't become intelligent, it has lived for countless years, and has grown incredibly powerful with scales of otherworldly demon fire. According to what was left behind by Master Tsongkuan, its demon flames are several times more intense than our own nascent flames. With the blue ice flames that you use to instantly freeze a nascent soul cultivator, you should be able to restrain the flame toad." Han Li blinked with surprise before revealing an odd expression. "Are you saying that the flame toad is blocking your route into the valley?" Master Jade Pearl calmly answered, "Not at all. Rather, the beast has something to do with an ancient cultivator's remain. While there are no restrictions or spatial tears nearby the body, the ancient flame toad happened to place its nest nearby. Master Tsongkuan planned on acquiring the remains, but he quickly retreated after battling with the flame toad. However, he still suffered from its flame venom afterwards and nearly died as a result." Han Li chuckled and said, "I understand now. You two fellow Daoists wish for me to deal with the ancient flame toad and allow you to seize the treasure." Marquis Nanlong excitedly added, "Dealing with the flame toad will be far more preferable than dealing with the ancient restrictions and the spatial terrace. So long as we use an appropriate strategy, we should have no problems dealing with it given your ice flames. Not to mention that we don't even need fellow Daoists to exterminate the beast, only to capture its attention while we acquire the treasure. Once we have the ancient cultivator's storage pouch, we can simply disengage." After a moment of thought, Han Li indifferently said, "According to what you've said, it'll be safer to deal with the ancient flame toad once we've entered rather than risk other areas of Devilfall Valley." Marquis Nanlong nodded his head. "If luck would have it, the treasures in the ancient cultivator's storage pouch will be worth the danger." Han Li smirked and formed a mysterious smile. "Even if that's the case, you should be able to draw from the power of the Heavenpeak Sect and act together. That should be much better than just us three acting alone. I don't believe the Heavenpeak Sect can't find other cultivators that have ice attribute techniques." Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, "It seems fellow Daoist Han still doesn't know the fearsomeness of the Great North Essence Light. Even with the Heaven-Earth Ring, we'll only be able to use its power to shelter 3 at most. It doesn't have the strength for a 4th. As for the Heavenpeak Sect, I'm sure fellow Daoist should know how difficult it will be for me to trust others after what had happened with the Ghost Spirit Sect." At that moment, Marquis Nanlong's listless eyes suddenly revealed a cold glint. When Han Li heard this, he simply smiled without revealing the slightest surprise. "It seems Brother Nanlong trusts me quite deeply. I am truly honored." Master Jade Pearl took quick breath and stared at Han Li, asking, "Fellow Daoist Han, we've already handled our other affairs. Will you tell us your answer?" Han Li skirted the question and asked, "Could it be that you plan on going to Devilfall Valley soon?" Marquis Nanlong quickly answered, "No. Although the majority of spatial tiers constantly change, every 50 years there comes a year where the spatial terrace are comparatively calm. I particularly looked into it before we entered the Mulan Plains. This calm period will become in about 4 years. During this time we will have to make a few preparations." Han Li stroked his chin before eventually coming to a decision. "Since it is still a while away, I will have to deliberate carefully. How about I give you a reply a year before the period of calm for Devilfall Valley? Even if I can't enter Devilfall Valley, I'll still be able to give you the Heaven-Earth ring to you." The two weren't very satisfied with his answer, but Han Li wasn't about to rashly agree to head into such a dangerous area. After all, he was different from the two. He could tell from a glance that Marquis Nanlong and Master Jade Pearl were far older than he was and were even nearing the end of their lifespans. They were willing to brave the danger as this was likely their last opportunity. On the other hand, Han Li was still young and was hesitant to face such dangers. After all, changes occur quickly in the world. He would still be able to come to a decision after seeing how things have changed. Fortunately, Han Li had already agreed that he would give the Heaven-Earth ring to them, and the two hadn't further pressed the issue. After chatting a bit more on matters related to Devilfall Valley, Han Li tactfully took his leave. Before he left, Master Jade Pearl gave Han Li a medallion. He said that so long as Han Li showed the medallion to any Heavenpeak disciple, he would be able to contact Master Jade Pearl through his disciple. Han Li took the item without any reservations and left the stone room. Once he reached back to the store on the ground level, he made way to the street under the shopkeeper's respectful farewell. Han Li was certain that not long after he left, the two would change locations, particularly due to Marquis Nanlong's heavy wounds. He would surely be anxious to find a safe area to recover. However, it would be incredibly difficult for Marquis Nanlong to completely recover after a sparse few years. It was quite possible that his injuries could cause his cultivation to fall an entire level. Han Li inwardly shook his head and tossed the matter to the back of his mind before calmly heading back to his residence. The matter of Devilfall Valley was still quite a distance away, but the invasion of the Mulan spell warriors was happening now. It wasn't something that he'd be able to avoid. Han Li began to consider this matter as he slowly disappeared from view. Chapter 728. Providing assistance. Once Han Li returned to his residence, he found Senior Marshal Brother Lu and the child fire dragon waiting for him in the hall of the first floor. Mu Peeling was currently sitting to the side just like one would expect of a hostess. When she saw Han Li enter, she immediately stood up and said, "My lord, Senior Lu and Senior Lon have been waiting for you for quite some time. Did something happen?" Han Li gave Mu Peeling a rare smile and gently said, "It's nothing. You can go up first and rest. I'll be having a proper chat with my two senior martial brothers." "Yes, my lord." Mu Peeling gave an charming curtsy and climbed up the stairs without another word. When Han Li glanced at her from behind, he felt satisfied at the woman's intelligent response, but when he recalled the matter with Nangong Wan, he couldn't help but sigh. When Lu Luo saw that Han Li had returned in such an excited mood, he teased, "What? Does junior martial brother Han finally have desire for children?" Han Li smiled and sat down beside the two. He calmly said, "He senior martial brother jests. Since you two are here, it must be about the treaties meeting earlier today." Lu Luo slowly said, "Junior martial brother guessed correctly. It is about the Mulan invasion. We've already delivered the news to the other sects in the Alliance, and the matter has spread to our fellow Alliance members in the city. A majority of these fellow Daoists are willing to send reinforcements in acknowledgement that the matter will not be solved by hiding. They are willing to assist the 9 Nations Union in resisting the Mulan vanguard. Of course, these nascent soul cultivators will require a sizable amount of spirit stones as compensation. I'm sure the 9 Nations Alliance will be more than willing to pay. After all, the Mulan are a fearsome opponent, but it is true that the 9 Nations Union does bear the brunt of the invasion." Han Li nodded his head and spoke with slight puzzlement. "Since that's the case, what is there to discuss? Although I've reached Nascent Soul stage for only a few years, I am still capable of fighting enemies. The child fire dragon then spoke with a solemn expression. Fellow Daoist might not know that a group of righteous and devil Dao cultivators paid us a visit and spoke of a few matters. I feel that it is reasonable to tell you what they said. Han Li blinked several times before wearing a mysterious smile. What did they say? Don't tell me that they said the Nine Nations Union was using this as an opportunity to weaken the other three powers. Lu Luo replied with a wry smile. Junior Marshal Brother Han is truly intelligent indeed to have guessed correctly after only a moment. However, the Nine Nations Union would find it difficult to deal with all three superpowers at once. It is quite possible that they will ally with one or two parties and take down another. This isn't something that our Heavenly Dao Alliance is willing to see happen. The cultivation world will become unstable when the Mulan spell warriors retreat. Our alliance cannot allow this to happen and upset the balance of power. Han Li smirked and calmly asked, "Oh? You mean?" The child fire dragon said, "It's quite simple. Although the three superpowers will listen to the Nine Nations Union for the time being, we will not allow them to weaken any of us. We had discussed this together with the devilish and righteous Dao, and we came to a conclusion to have further discussions on some rules tomorrow in the official hall. At the very least, the Nine Nations Union will be forced to send their own elders into battle alongside ours, instead of covertly weakening our nascent soul cultivators. We will require Junior Marshal Brother Han along with the other cultivators to back this proposal." Han Li replied without further thought, "It is no problem. I also have no wish for cultivators to secretly plan behind my back while I fight spell warriors." Lu Luo sighed and said, "That is good. In addition to Junior Marshal Brother Han, we will contact other fellow Daoists and ensure that the Enlightened Leaf Sect and the Flowing Mind Sect will not be able to do this. I hope this war will end as soon as possible. Else the losses in the Heavenly South will be untold." The child fire dragon wore a cold smile and ominously said, "Hee hee. With our cultivation, so long as we are careful, we will be able to preserve our lives in the war. In the last Milan invasion I managed to slaughter a good number of spell warriors. This time I will want to also slay a good number." Han Li glanced at the child fire dragon with astonishment. This cultivator had the appearance of a boy, but his cultivation was at early nascent soul stage. The baleful chi his body emitted was also far more heavy than his peers. It appeared many lives had been slayed by his hand. The three chatted a bit more about the concrete details for tomorrow's discussion and had a few brief words on the sudden appearance of the huge beasts and the strange spell warriors before they departed. When Han Li saw the two to the residence's entrance, Lu Luo hesitated for a moment before asking Han Li, "Junior Marshal Brother, did anything happen from your meeting today with your old acquaintance?" At that moment, Lu Luo was staring at Han Li's face as if wishing to see if he would betray anything from his expression. Han Li blinked and calmly answered, "Nothing happened. We merely discussed about the past." "That is good. I am relieved." Lu Luo felt most of his worries disappear with his response and happily said a few more words with Han Li before leaving with the child fire dragon. Han Li stood in front of his residence and watched the two enter another building nearby, presumably to meet with another cultivator. It appeared that the two had been assigned a duty within the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Otherwise, the devilish and righteous Dao representatives wouldn't have sought them out. Han Li stoked his chin and pondered for a moment before going back inside. The second day of discussions had nearly doubled the number of nascent soul cultivators. In addition to the elders of the three superpowers, there were also a few vagrant cultivators. This sudden change had caught the hosts of the conference, the Flowing Mind Sec's Lady Qi and the Enlightened Leaf Sec's Kun Ping, off guard. They had been forced to agree to the many cultivators' conditions regardless of what they had in mind previously. The most important of these conditions being that high-grade assignments must be participated by an equal share of cultivators among the four powers, avoiding any machinations the other powers may have in store for another. Han Li had been particularly surprised to see that the coalition of nascent soul cultivators from the Heavenly Dao Union, after being informed by Lu Luo and the child fire dragon, had already came to decision to ascend nascent soul elders and core formation cultivators to support Soaring Heaven's city. Of course, since they were still quite a distance away, Lu Luo and the other cultivators already present would have to delay the Milan invasion in the meantime. And for the purposes of being fair, those that acquired vast merits in battle would be allowed to return to their sects once reinforcements arrived, and will not be required to participate in any later battles as the incoming cultivators would take their place. Additionally, whether it be the Child Fire Dragon Lu Luo or any others, all the cultivators in the hall have each been assigned various duties to support the front line. Han Li and the other 2 nascent soul cultivators were leading a party of 8 core formation cultivators to provide support to a strategic location on the border of the state of Yu. It was one of the tensome vital points along the border that would be a target of the Milan invasion. If these points remained uncaptured, the Milan wouldn't be able to truly hold any land going forward for fear of attack. As for the 9 Nations Union, their current strength wasn't enough to launch a decisive battle against the Milan. They could only rely on favorable conditions and meticulously placed grand formations to gradually delay the spell warriors' main army. Else, given the speed of the high-grade spell warriors, they would have been able to reach Soaring Heaven's city in only a month. The main army of the spell warriors had yet to reach the strategic location that Han Li was protecting. However, there was only one 9 Nations Union nascent soul cultivator amongst the high-grade cultivators that were guarding it. It appeared that in the past invasions, a single nascent soul cultivator was enough to contend against a number of spell warriors with the support of the restrictions and spell formations. However, this was nowhere near enough to top spell warriors' current attacks. As for the other nascent soul cultivators, there was Old Man Ma from the Righteous Dao's Grand Pavilion, a lean old man with a healthy appearance, and there was also the green-robed old man that he saw the other day in the discussion hall named Gu Shuangpu. Although he only had a single spirit beast pouch at its waist, Han Li felt uncomfortable from the qi that it faintly emitted. It appeared that it was quite unordinary. The 2 of them possessed similar cultivation to Han Li at early nascent soul stage. Because it was likely that the main army of the spell warriors would soon attack this location, the 3 nascent soul cultivators quickly decided to leave behind their core formation cultivators and hurried to reach the spell formation first, and have their core formation juniors lag behind. On the way, Old Man Ma had proven quite entertaining and spoke of humorous matters as if they were on a scenic journey rather than on their way to fight spell warriors. As for the controlling spirit sects Gu Shuangpu, he kept silent for most of the journey and wore a sullen expression. It was unknown what he was thinking. As for Han Li, he wore a smile on his face and spoke with Old Man Ma, giving the 2 a refined impression. The 2 both knew that Han Li was a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator, and they didn't hold Han Li's strength in much esteem. Chapter 729. Yellow Dragon Mountain. Nearly half a month later, in the Yellow Dragon Mountains of the state of Yuzli Prefecture, there was a large bald middle-aged man that stood inside a jade hall on top of the Yellow Dragon Mountains. He continuously walked in a circle with an apprehensive expression. A short moment later, the large man sat down on a straw chair and took a sip of tea from the cup on the table, calming his roiling heart for a time. But then a red streak of light suddenly flew inside and began to circle around the hall. The large man's expression changed upon seeing this, and he beckoned to the red light, having it fall into his hand. The light burst into raging flames upon touching his hand, and the large man sunk his spiritual sense within them. His expression immediately turned unsightly. Silence filled the hall for a time, and his expression grew ashen. Then he silently took out a small azure bell from his storage pouch and struck it with his finger. A melodious ring filled the entire hall, with unceasing echoes returning from a distance. Soon the ring spread to the entirety of the Yellow Dragon Mountains, and the jade buildings on top of the other peaks began to flourish with lights of every color. Then cultivators wearing various clothing hurriedly flew out from these buildings as if practiced. Not long after, a dense green mist began to spread throughout the entire Yellow Dragon Mountain, turning an area of tens of kilometers into a sea of strange dark green mist. Soon after, 4 cultivators appeared before the large bald man from within the hall, 3 men and 1 woman, all possessing core formation cultivation. There were 2 men that appeared 30 years of age, appearing similar enough to be siblings. The other man was wearing Daoist robes, wielded a horsetail whisk, and despite his gallant appearance he was middle-aged. As for the sole female cultivator, her figure was dainty and her face was exceptionally beautiful. The four were each standing next to one another in the hall with grave expressions. With an expression of disbelief, the female cultivator hesitantly asked, "Senior Lu, is it true that a spell warrior army has arrived so quickly? From what we heard last time, wasn't it only supposed to be a squadron of spell warriors? And what happened to Senior Bu? Could it be that in a mere week the Heaven Wind Storm formation was destroyed even under the guard of Senior Bu? Is this not a misunderstanding?" 1. This Lu is different from the past two Lus, Master Jade Pearl, Lu Wang, Lu Luo, that have been encountered. They're homophones. The bald man coldly smiled and grimly said, "Misunderstanding? I would think that also were it not for the fact that Hunchback Bu had personally sent me the message. He even mentioned that he sustained heavy injuries and was about to soon arrive at our Yellow Dragon Mountains along with a few of his defeated garrison. This is by no means a misunderstanding. We will have to face the enemy alone without any reinforcements." When the four core formation cultivators heard this, they could only glance at one another with a bitter smile and acknowledge him. Following that, the large man gave each of the four their orders in preparation for the oncoming battle. But suddenly yet another streak of red light flew into the building. The cultivators in the room were stunned by the sudden appearance. The large man grew still and reached for the sound transmission talisman without any hesitation. As a result, the talisman bursted into flame and clearly transmitted its message to him, causing him to wear an odd expression. The female cultivator couldn't help but ask, "Senior Lu, what's the matter? Spell warriors have already arrived?" When the other three core formation cultivators heard this, their expressions all grew tense. The large man grinned. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he slowly said, "No, our reinforcements have arrived." Three nascent soul fellow Daoists have arrived outside the Grand Formation. Quickly head out to welcome them and invite them inside. Immediately, the four core formation cultivators revealed delight and promptly accepted the large man's orders with a salute. Three silhouettes were floating outside above the green mist and were examining the restrictions of the Grand Formation down below. The three of course were Han Li and the other two nascent soul cultivator that had hurried on their way. Because the three would soon be relying on the Grand Formation to resist a siege from the Mulan armies, they each examined the sea of mist surrounding the mountains as they waited for the cultivators inside to respond, wishing to see the mysteries that it hid. Let alone whatever the true power of the spell formation may be, the green sea it produced seemed nearly limitless at a glance and emitted an unordinary pressure. With his hands behind his back, a blue light suddenly appeared in Han Li's eyes as he glanced at the formation, resulting in a pensive expression on his face. Not long after, a series of white flashes appeared from the green mist, and the mist rolled away to create a passage through. Old Man Ma and Gu Shuangpu seemed to pay this change no notice. One of them was looking at the sky in silence while the other was staring at another portion of the green mist as if he found something odd about it. Han Li was the only one that calmly glanced at the passageway with a faint smile on his face. A short moment later, four streaks of light shot out from the passageway, revealing themselves to be the four core formation cultivators from before. The gallant middle-aged cultivator in Daoist robes respectfully saluted the three. "Juniors pay their respects to these seniors. May we know of your venerable names?" When Han Li saw that the two had no intention of speaking, Han Li smiled and took the initiative to introduce themselves. "I am the Drifting Cloud Sect Elder Han Li. These two are fellow Daoist Ma of the Grand Pavilion and fellow Daoist Gu of the Controlling Spirit Sect. There are still another 8 core formation cultivators on their way. Us three left them behind in fear that we would be too late. And since the Grand Formation is currently activated, the Mulan must soon be arriving." The gallant middle-aged cultivator then gave an introduction to the 3 cultivators standing behind them, so it turned out to be Senior Han. "I am the Clear Void Sect's Chong Shuzi. These two are Yellow Maple Valley's Murong brothers, and this is the Saber Transformation Doc's Lady Li." The Murong brothers? Han Li's gaze flickered across the brothers and he wore a mysterious smile on his face. "Is fellow Daoist Nya still doing well?" The Murong brothers revealed delight upon hearing this. "Senior recognizes Senior Martial Sister Nya? We haven't seen her for several years because we've been stationed at this Grand Formation." Han Li glanced at the two brothers and pursed his lips into a beaming smile. Of course I do. I saw your senior martial sister not too long ago. But it seems you two don't recognize me. This comes as no surprise as I was but a passing face to you too. The two were greatly alarmed upon hearing Han Li and immediately stiffened. This senior seemed to be an old acquaintance, but why was it they had no impression of him? They took another careful look of Han Li before eventually finding him to feel somewhat familiar. The two then bewilderedly glanced at each other. Hee. Since you fellow Daoists don't recognize me, I'll leave the matter for later. Han Li then glanced at Old Man Ma and Gu Shuangpu from aside and indifferently said, Can we now go inside? Chong Shuzi felt somewhat baffled by the previous scene, but he roused upon hearing Han Li and hastily agreed. Of course. Seniors, please follow me. Senior Lu is eagerly waiting for you in the main hall. Afterwards, the 4 core formation cultivators led the way as they flew through the green mist. Not long after, the passageway within the roiling green mist quickly closed once more. A short moment later, Han Li and the others appeared within the hall before the large bald man. When the bald man saw the three, his stern expression was replaced with a smile. I welcome you three for supporting our defenses. Aren't you Brother Ma and fellow Daoist Gu? As for this young fellow Daoist, who might you name be? Upon seeing Han Li, the large man felt him to unfamiliar and he curiously examined him. Old Man Ma chuckled and said, It is no surprise that Brother Lu doesn't recognize him. Fellow Daoist Han just condensed his nascent soul a few years ago. His future prospects are limitless. A trace of disappointment momentarily appeared on the large man's face when he heard that Han Li was a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator, but he soon wore a grateful expression. Oh? So it turned out to be a newly ascended fellow Daoist. It is no wonder why I've never seen you before. But regardless of how it is said, I am most grateful for your support. I fear that we would have fallen in merely days had you not arrived. The bald man's momentary lapse hadn't escaped Han Li's notice. However, he simply smiled in silence and didn't betray the slightest discontent. The bald man then spoke of a few past matters before moving on to the difficult situation that was currently facing them. Chapter 730. Reappearance of Yingning. Skipping further pleasantries, the large bald man bluntly said, You three fellow Daoists arrived just in time. I just received information that an army of spell warriors attacked fellow Daoist Bu's Sky Terrace Valley and are coming here in passing. In less than half a day, our defeated allies from Sky Terrace Valley will arrive. I hope when the time comes, you three fellow Daoists will be able to rescue them. Showing not the slightest dissatisfaction at the request, Old Man Ma said, This will be handled. It is but a trivial affair. I'll be able to do it myself, so there's no need for fellow Daoist Han and Brother Gu to act. This caused Han Li and Gu Shuangpu to glance at each other with slight surprise. The old man twirled his beard and wore a mysterious expression. Fellow Daoists, don't be surprised. It isn't that I wish to show off, but there is a recently acquired treasure that I wish to test. Surely you won't fight me on this? Gu Shuangpu chuckled and indifferently said, Hee. Fellow Daoist Ma must feel confident. I'll definitely leave it to you. That's good. Let's have fellow Daoist and Brother Gu take a rest first and leave it to fellow Daoist Ma. However, I'll have the Murong brothers accompany fellow Daoist Ma on the trip. The two have cultivated the lightning bind spell technique. It should prove quite powerful. The old man had no intention of opposing him. After all, having allied accompaniment in an unfamiliar area was proper conduct. Afterwards, Old Man Ma and the Murong brothers immediately set off to receive the defeated 9-nation cultivators. As for Han Li and Gu Shuangpu, they were led inside the hall by the remaining 2 core formation cultivators and were given a place to rest for the time being. Along the way, Han Li and the old man separated, and Han Li was led to a small serene building by the young woman. The dainty woman pointed to the building and stood to the side as she spoke. Senior Han, this place is normally strictly prohibited from low-grade disciples. It should be an optimal place to meditate. Senior may rest here. It is quite good. Han Li nodded with a trace of satisfaction on his face. The woman didn't immediately depart. Instead she hesitated and asked, Senior, is fellow Daoist Nye Yin doing well? I haven't seen Senior Marshal Sister in a long time. With some surprise, Hanli shot the young woman an appraising look and calmly asked, "What, are you familiar with young Lady Nye?" At that moment, Hanli discovered that although the woman felt somewhat familiar despite being the first time he had ever seen her, he unconsciously developed a good impression of her. As Hanli gazed at the woman, she began to feel slightly apprehensive and upset, and her complexion turned scarlet. "I was able to enter the Saber transformation dock in much thanks to Senior Marshal Sister Nye's recommendation," the dainty woman explained with a lowered her head. "How could I not be close with her? Yingning? Yingning?" When Hanli heard this, he couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. Yingning unconsciously raised her head and astonishedly asked, "Has Senior heard my name before?" Hanli didn't answer the woman and simply took a deep breath before asking, "What was your mother's name? What country did she come from?" The woman hesitated for a long while, debating inwardly whether or not the information should be hidden. Something then came to her mind and replied, "My mother's name was Mo Yuju. She came from the state of Yu. Why does Senior ask this?" After a moment of silence he said, "Do you still have the passing spirit jade pendant?" "I do have it. I've kept it close at hand ever since I was small." After she replied, she blushed underneath his stare and turned around. She fumbled within her robes for a moment and turned around with a white jade pendant in her hand. Hanli beckoned to it as soon as he saw it and had the jade pendant fly into his hand. Once he rubbed the smooth surface of the jade pendant, Hanli let out a long sigh and wore a listless expression. "You should realize who I am now," he said after a long while. "What did your mother say of me?" He examined the woman once more and eventually found a trace of Mo Yuju's resemblance after knowing what to search for. Although her beauty was somewhat less than her mother in her prime, he could still find a similar trace of country-shaking beauty. With a wavering expression, Linghu muttered, "In the past, Mother didn't speak much of you. I only heard that she had a close friend who gave me a congratulations present at the time, a cultivator. After I entered the cultivation world, I attempted to find the gifter of this jade pendant several times, but I found no information. I didn't expect that Senior gave it to her. After all, Senior is a drifting cloud sect cultivator." Hanli stroked his nose and wryly smiled. "I only recently entered the drifting cloud sect several years ago. In the past, I was no longer able to remain in the state of Yu, so it is no surprise that you've heard nothing of me. How was it you were able to enter the Saber transformation dock? It is reasonable to say that it would come to no surprise if you joined the controlling spirit sect." Linghu blinked in astonishment and asked, "Why would that come as no surprise if I were a disciple of the controlling spirit sect?" With a tone of surprise, Hanli asked in turn, "You didn't know about your father's affairs?" The woman's expression grew dim and she forced a smile. "I know little of my father. From my earliest memory, my grandfather and my father died from unknown causes, and I lived alone with my mother. She brought me away from the state of Yu and we wandered for a long time before finally arriving within the territories of the Nine Nations Union." Hanli nodded his head as if he had suddenly realized something. "So it was like that. It seems that your father and mother were caught in the crossfire of the Devil Dao's inner struggle. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect were the ones who had ended up controlling the state of Yu, not the controlling Spirit Sect. An internal struggle amongst the Devil Dao?" The woman seemed confused by what Hanli had said. Hanli didn't further elaborate upon seeing this and instead returned the jade pendant to the woman and smiled. "This passing spirit jade has followed you throughout many years, so naturally I won't be taking it from you. Before I entered the world of immortal cultivation, I was your mother's senior martial brother of sorts. You may call me Marshal Senior Han in the future." Still puzzled, the woman blinked several times with large eyes, but she still softly shouted, "Marshal Senior Han." Although she felt slightly embarrassed, she was more than willing to accept having another nascent soul senior. She was even secretly delighted over it. Hanli wore a friendly smile on his face and he summoned 2 jade bottles with a flip of his hand. "Since you've called me Marshal Senior, I can't ignore it. Here are 2 medicine bottles. They are quite useful for breaking through bottlenecks at core formation stage." In his point of view, if he could assist the descendant of an old friend, he wasn't going to be petty about it. "Many thanks, Marshal Senior." The woman accepted the medicine pill and revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. Her voice sounded both crisp and sincere. "What sort of magic treasure do you use?" Han Li asked after a moment of thought. "Could it be the flying saber that you were flying on?" Yingning paused for a moment and replied with a puzzled tone, "That's right, it's that magic treasure." The flying saber was refined from intense flame iron and profound blossom crystal. Its power is quite good. Han Li shook his head and said, "Were this ordinary times, the flying saber would be sufficient. But now that you must contend against spell warriors, I fear it would be quite dangerous to rely on that magic treasure alone." Yingning helplessly said, "However, if Marshal Senior were to give me another magic treasure now, I wouldn't have the time to refine it." When Han Li heard this, he muttered to himself with a pensive expression. A short moment later, he slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist and a large swarm of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles flocked around him, forming a 3-meter-wide insect cloud above him. A bright glint flickered in Han Li's eyes and he pointed to the insect swarm. A small portion of the insect swarm separated off and were struck by an azure spell seal. The cloud of gold-devouring beetles then gathered together in a flash of azure light and instantly transformed in a sparkling fist-sized ball of black, silver, and gold. Once the ball slowly fell into Han Li's hand, Han Li tossed the ball to the woman and he solemnly said, "Place this item well. I meticulously transformed these insects. When you encounter an enemy that is difficult to deal with, throw the ball. It will save your life." Linghu was stunned by the sight and was awakened by Han Li's words. She immediately accepted the ball and uttered her thanks. "Many thanks for Marshal Senior Han's deep kindness." The last doubts regarding Han Li in this woman's heart had finally disappeared. At this moment she completely trusted Han Li. Why else would he give her such valuable gifts without having a previous relation? "Alright, you may leave now. I wish to rest." After that was said, Han Li took back the remaining insect cloud and waved his hand. The hurried rush to this strategic location had drained much of his magic power and he needed to restore it. Using a faintly intimate tone, Yingning said, "Marshal Senior Han, have a proper rest. If the spell warrior army arrives, I will come and inform you." Chapter 731. Purple Apex Flames. Han Li sat cross-legged in the meditation room on the building's second floor. His eyes were tightly shut and azure light flowed from his body. With hands forming a strange incantation gesture, an egg-sized ball of purple flame floated from his palm, gently wavering without end. This devil flame was something that Han Li created from the celestial ice flames and the 6-winged frost centipede's glacial chi. This flame's power was an entire stage higher than that of the celestial ice flames, causing it to become Han Li's greatest killing move at the moment. This purple devil flame was something that Han Li gradually created after he refined a sliver of the celestial ice flames. And in order to differentiate it from the sacred Azura flames, he named it the Purple Apex Flames. He was convinced that if this flame caught onto the body of even a late nascent soul cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. As for whether or not it could actually kill them, there was no way of guessing. However, it was pity that although the flame's true might was inconceivable, it was limited on the quantity of celestial ice flames he could refine. If he somewhat managed to gather together several times his current amount, he may find himself capable of openly contending against late nascent soul cultivators. Han Li heard Silvermoon click her tongue in astonishment from the back of his mind. "Congratulations, Master. I seem to have underestimated the Purple Apex Flames. They appear quite a bit more powerful and there will be even greater potential in the future." He silently smiled in response and simply took a breath, turning the Purple Apex Flames into a strand of flame and breathing it inside him. He then released the incantation gesture he was holding and ceased his casting. Han Li opened his eyes and slowly said, "Although the Purple Apex Flames were potent, the quantity is just far too little to be reliably used. What I am hoping for the most is that I will be able to open the Heaven Void Cauldron. If what you said about it being a divine spirit treasure was true, I'll be able to sweep across the entire heavenly south with it in hand, and reach a realm of power where I will have no worries." Silvermoon sweetly chuckled and confidently said, "Please don't worry, Master. The Heaven Void Cauldron is as powerful or even greater than what I've said. Han Li nodded his head and thought to say something else when a streak of white light suddenly flew inside his room. Yingning's clear voice suddenly echoed through the air. Marshal Senior Han quickly hurried to the main hall. Senior Ma has returned and the Mulan are about to arrive. Once that was said, the streak of white light flew back outside. With a sullen expression on his face, a cold glint shined through his eyes as he flew out. When Han Li arrived inside the main hall, Gu Shuangpu, Old Man Ma, and the large bald man were already present, along with a hunchbacked embroidered-robed cultivator with a pale complexion. He was currently walking with the others. As for the core formation cultivators, there were two unfamiliar additions to the four from before. They were currently standing by at the side with solemn expressions. But when Yingning saw Han Li enter, she sweetly smiled at him. The large bald man forced a smile and spoke with feigned ease. Fellow Daoist Han has arrived. Let me give introductions. This is fellow Daoist Bu Yunhe, the one who was in charge of Sky Terrace Valley. Fellow Daoist Bu, this is fellow Daoist Han of the Drifting Cloud sect. When Han Li saw this, his mood sank. It seemed the situation was worse than he had imagined. Wearing a kind expression, Han Li politely said, I have long heard of fellow Daoist Bu's grand reputation from Brother Lu. I admire you for being able to safely escape. Already informed of Han Li by the others, the cultivator surnamed Bu didn't reveal any surprise by his appearance. Rather, Bu Yunhe bitterly smiled and said, I've made a sorry display of myself and have earned fellow Daoist Han's mockery. It was only thanks to fellow Daoist Ma's assistance that I was able to escape danger. He then turned towards Old Man Ma with a grateful expression. The old man chuckled. It was nothing but a slight effort. However, those pursuers took the initiative to retreat before I even had the chance to test my ancient treasure. It was quite disappointing. With trepidation on his face, Bu Yunhe said, Fellow Daoist's ancient treasure possesses truly astonishing might. The pursuing spell warriors naturally didn't wish to encounter you as they felt uncertain of their victory. But it must be said that the current Mulan invasion is far different from the ones in the past. Not only do the spell warriors have far better training, they are supported by ancient, ferocious beasts. These beasts are incredibly huge with dense rough flesh clad in battle armor. There are also many strange restrictions that are placed on their bodies. When these creatures charge into any grand formations, the grand formation's destruction will only be a matter of time. A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. Don't tell me that several nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to slay this beast together? Although he already knew the spell warrior armies brought along huge beasts, he had no idea they would be as unfathomably formidable as this. After a moment of thought, Bu Yunhe's expression relaxed. With the full might of a strike from my magic treasure, I was able to wound a beast. However, I was jointly attacked by two high-grade spell warriors, and was too occupied to slay the beast before it destroyed the grand formation. Fellow Daoist Lu should be able to easily hold this formation with reinforcements from fellow Daoist Ma and the others. It shouldn't fall as easily as Sky Terrace Valley. Gu Shuangpu gloomily said, Fellow Daoist Bu, how many sage-level spell warriors are there in this army? If there are few, our force of 5 nascent soul warriors should be able to catch them unprepared. Even if we can't slay 1 or 2 of their nascent soul-grade spell warriors, we should be able to gravely injure them. Bu Yunhe sighed and said, I'm afraid I must disappoint Brother Gu. I spotted one of the strange spell warriors that had been earlier described together with 2 of the sage-level spell warriors. While that strange spell warrior didn't attack, his body carried an extremely strange aura, perhaps due to some transformation. Moreover, I suspect there were more high-grade spell warriors hidden amongst their army. The large bald man nodded. So it seems that we still have much to ponder if they're hiding their strength. If they are too powerful, we will have to drag them into the grand formation. In any case, our main objective is only to stall for time. Gu Shuangpu frowned, appearing dissatisfied with this decision, but he didn't press the issue. Neither Han Li or Old Man Ma raised any objections as well. As a result, the large bald man had Chong Shuzi lead Bu Yunhe to a meditation room to recover, and had Yingning and the others make arrangements for the routed Sky Terrace Valley cultivators as well added them to the garrison. The large man's thorough arrangements were much to Han Li's approval. The Nine Nations Union had sent this man to guard this location for a reason. At that moment, the rumbling sounds of a drum could be heard from a distance. Additionally, the sounds began to echo like rolls of thunder. Those in the hall grimaced at its appearance. Suddenly, a layer of frost seemed to exude from Old Man Ma's face. With killing intent contained in his voice, he said, "It seems the Mulan have arrived. They were only a step behind us." The large bald man cupped his fist to Han Li and the other two nascent soul cultivators. "That's fine. Let us test them first and see if the army of spell warriors have any formidable characters to speak of. For now I'll have to trouble you three fellow Daoists." He then turned his head to the two core formation cultivators that had arrived with Bu Yunhe. "You two come and follow us out. As you've already fought them before, you should know of a few sinister tricks up their sleeve, and be able to give us a warning." One of the core formation cultivators had thick eyebrows and tan skin. The other had a gloomy horse-shaped face. When they heard the large bald man, they both glanced at each other before promptly saluting him and acknowledging his orders. Han Li then turned his head in the direction of the beating drums and expressionlessly gazed into the distance. To the south of the Yellow Dragon Mountains, a large number of Mulan spell warriors made their approach. They densely filled the horizon with dots in an orderly arrangement as they flew above the green mist down below them. At the very front of the spell warrior army, there were over a dozen people standing side to side, with various spirit lights and treasure auras flickering from their bodies. They were the high-grade spell warriors of the Mulan army. Among them there were three that were particularly eye-catching. A man enveloped in red light with a thick malevolent flame snake twisting all over his body. A shriveled man as tall as a bamboo pole, appearing as if the very wind could throw him to the ground. And a figure enveloped in black robes. This black-robed figure had covered their face, but a black demonic chi exuded from their body along with the faint sounds of ghostly wails. This was enough to inspire fear from those around them. Despite this, there were two others that were escorting the black-robed figure. However, the black-robed spell warrior flew alone at the very front of the army as if he didn't belong to it. The other spell warriors turned their eyes away from the black-robed figure as if possessing both fear and awe of him. However, if one were to closely examine them, they could also see a trace of hatred as well. Chapter 732. Fire Spirit Flood Dragon. The two high-grade spell warriors at the black figure's side whispered something as if discussing how to destroy the grand formation ahead of them. Once the two finished their discussion, the oddly tall, shriveled cultivator blurred out of sight and reappeared at the side of the black-robed figure while wrapped in azure light. "Sir Heavenpeak, shall we start? The grand formation here should prove to be more powerful than the last. I've also heard that there should be a few nascent soul cultivators there. I fear that it will take quite some time. There is no need for us to attack first." The black-robed spell warrior shook his head. "They have already decided to emerge. Let's first see how powerful these cultivators are before we decide what to do." He spoke hoarsely and unclear, almost as if he didn't have a tongue, much to the unease of those who heard him. When the lanky spell warrior heard this, he blinked in surprise and glanced down towards the green mist. As expected, a previously still area of the green mist suddenly began to roil and split into two with flickers of light that could be seen from within. Soon after, 7 streaks of light shot out from within. They circled once around in the sky before revealing themselves. They were the party of 5 nascent soul stage and 2 core formation stage cultivators. Under the bald man's command, there would be no low-grade cultivators following them with the exception of the core formation cultivators from Sky Terrace Valley and Chongshuzi. Han Li stopped in the air and glanced across the army of spell warriors. Of course, the 10 spell warriors leading them had attracted his attention, particularly the sinister black-robed figure. He wasn't able to stare for long as he unconsciously averted his gaze. When he saw this black-robed figure, he was immediately reminded of the bone sage, Xiaocha. Could it be this person was also a ghost Dao cultivator? Han Li's heart trembled and he grew vastly more diligent. Before the bone sage seized Crooked Soul's body, his material form was dense with yin and ghostly qi. However, there was something slightly different with the black-robed figure's aura that Han Li couldn't describe for the time being. As Han Li and company arrived, the spell warriors above began to stir. The spell warrior with the python wrapped around him suddenly transformed into a huge ball of light as it shot down towards the cultivators. When Han Li and company saw this, they coldly watched in silence, revealing not a single trace of panic. So long as that spell warrior wasn't seeking his own death, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to attack alone. As a result, the group of cultivators simply watched with hostile gazes as the huge fireball arrived 20 meters away from them. The flames emitted a scorching heat even from a distance, to the alarm of the many cultivators before them. A silhouette leaked through the flames, followed by a thunderous voice that shook the very air nearby. "I am the Fire Right Tribe's great sage Ku Yao. Since you've arrived, you must be planning to first test our skills. How do you intend to have a competition? One-on-one? Or melee?" The bald man glared at the fireball and icily replied, "One-on-one. May the heavens decide who survives." Ku Yao wildly laughed from within the fireball. "Good, that's just what I wanted. I will be the first of your opponents. Prepare someone to come forward." The cultivators were furious by this, but Old Man Ma was particularly sullen. With an expression filled with killing intent, his body transformed into a streak of white light and he flew forward. The bald man hesitated for a moment, but he didn't stop the old man and silently allowed him to be the first to battle. From his point of view, he had no idea who amongst them possessed the greatest strength. Of course, he hadn't considered Han Li, who had just recently entered Nascent Soul stage. When Ku Yao saw the streak of white light fly forward, he silently flew back and Old Man Ma followed until they were at the center between the spell warrior army and the green mist. In this manner, both of them would be able to act without any need to hold back or fear of a sudden ambush from either side. The bald man turned to look at the horse-faced cultivator and solemnly asked, "What are the abilities of this Mulan sage? Does he have any particular techniques?" A trace of resentment appeared on his face as he answered, "His fire attribute techniques are incredibly powerful. The flame python on his body is particularly nimble as well. It is difficult to defend against." A fellow core formation guard of Sky Terrace Valley had been turned to ashes by that python after being caught. "Oh, it was like that." The bald man then turned to the side and doubtfully said, "Brother Gu, if I remember correctly, the Grand Pavilion's Grand Righteousness arts is impervious to heat and flame, not to mention ghosts and wickedness. He should have an advantage against this spell warrior." With a hesitant expression in his eyes, Gu Shuangpu slowly said, "It's hard to say. If they're common fire attribute techniques, the Grand Righteousness arts would be able to deal with them without a problem. But if it's against a spell warrior's techniques that display the three essences of worldly spirit flames, I fear it would be beyond the scope of the Grand Righteousness arts. Regardless, fellow Daoist Ma is still the most suitable among us to fight this person. Even if his Grand Righteous arts are unable to suppress the flames, they should be able to withstand the devilish influence of the flames. There won't be any worry of inner demon backlash." When the bald man heard this, he felt his thoughts were certain and he relaxed for a moment before breathing out a long sigh. Han Li glanced at the fire python that laid within the huge fireball and he felt his heart stir. With blue light flickering from his eyes, an odd expression was momentarily betrayed from his face. At that moment, Old Man Ma held his hands together in an incantation gesture and a layer of soft white light began to glow from his body. At that same moment he opened his mouth and spat out a silver speck of light the size of a walnut. In a large gust of wind, the silver light transformed into a ruler. It trembled for a moment before flickering with 1,000 silver lights and releasing a cry similar to the holiest phoenix of the highest heavens. Rather than act, Ku Yao remained still and indifferently glanced at the old man with folded arms with a sneer on his face. This display had inspired fury in Old Man Ma, and he coldly snorted before deciding to take the initiative to attack. At that moment he suddenly heard a faint voice transmission in his ear, so faint it was nearly inaudible but clear nonetheless. Old Man Ma was alarmed by what he heard, and he bewilderedly glanced around before his gaze fell onto Han Li. Han Li gently smiled at the old man in response. With both amazement and doubt in mind, he turned his gaze back to Ku Yao and his expression sank. Old Man Ma's gaze flickered several times and he sullenly said, that fire python of yours isn't an ordinary spirit beast. Ku Yao paused for a moment before sneering. Oh? So you have some judgment after all. My fire python is formed from a worldly fire spirit. It isn't comparable to a spirit beast in the slightest. His body trembled for a moment and the fire python on his body brightly shined with red light before taking to the skies. A horn suddenly emerged from the python's head and fierce claws grew from its body, revealing its form to be a fire flood dragon with sparkling red scales. It roiled in a fierce display as it flew above Ku Yao's head. Transformed fire spirit. The bald man couldn't help but shout from his alarm. As for Gu Shuangpu, his expression grew unsightly. Old Man Ma felt his heart drop. His opponent's flame techniques had reached a stage where he could refine and transform fire spirits. This wasn't something an ordinary nascent soul stage spell warrior was capable of. There was going to be a fierce battle ahead of him. With that thought, Old Man Ma erased his original plan of only using 70% of his strength to fight the enemy. He took a deep breath and widely swept his sleeve, summoning an item that was wrapped in a rainbow glow. It circled once around his head and stopped a meter above it. At that moment, the cultivators below and the spell warriors in the distance both watched with curiosity. A treasure that was able to flicker with rainbow light was likely something of exceptional quality. Han Li also glanced at this item. The item was round and slim, a meter-long faintly yellow scroll. The scroll faced Ku Yao and slowly unrolled itself as Old Man Ma began to gravely chant an incantation. As a result, the scroll revealed a drawing of an ordinary 8-trigram diagram. Old Man Ma then struck the scroll with a seemingly basic spell seal and had the scroll shine brightly, suddenly releasing astonishing fluctuations from the diagram. When Ku Yao saw these fluctuations, he knew things were far from good and immediately pointed at the old man. The fire flood dragon floating above his head suddenly opened its mouth and spouted an unending stream of scarlet flames, instantly engulfing Old Man Ma and the 8-trigram diagram in a sea of flames. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.